The Ghost Specialist. By Incarnated Wisp. Genre, FanFiction. Completed. Strategy. Action. Adventure. Chapter 31. Sam considered Spite a strange move. The new Pokédex stated that it drained the energy reserved for a specific attack, but what did that actually entail? Sure, the effect was obvious, it limited how much more the targeted move could be used, but Sam just couldn't wrap his mind around Spite's mechanics. I mean, all Pokémon have a pool of type energy inside of them. That's what makes them Pokémon. But if Spite drains that pool, how does it limit its effects? Shouldn't it affect other moves? How can it even target a specific attack? He wasn't sure how to train it either, but it seemed that simply being informed of it was enough to let Ghastly figure it out. As Sam called for him to use Spite, Ghastly went through the move's motions, growling and causing specific energy to be drained out of an opposing Heracross. Its Fury Cutter attack could no longer be used. The horned, blue beetle crouched down and crossed its arms while chittering to itself unhappily. Rather than follow up that Spite with a different attack, it glanced over its shoulder at its trainer, a burly man dressed for hiking. The man grunted. I don't think we'll be able to continue from here. We forfeit. Ghastly cackled. It was just his normal laugh, but his normal laugh always sounded so malicious that it couldn't be called anything but a cackle. He proceeded to float backwards to reach Sam, where he lowered himself in the air to let him pat his head. Good job, Sam said. Ghastly grinned and moved over to Mankey to celebrate. Without any hands, they couldn't exactly high-five, but he still seemed to appreciate Mankey's attempt at a high-five, which involved smacking him in the face. Next to them, Reedy shouted her compliments at Sam as he and his opponent shook hands. You've definitely earned your reward money, the man said, pulling out the few bills Sam had won from their bet. Only got 2 badges so far, and I didn't realize just how much a ghost type counters us. Can't really beat Ecruteak Gym with our usual normal and fighting type moves, can we? He grinned as his Heracross grumbled behind him. The Pokémon looked annoyed that it had lost against a weaker foe. Well, good luck in Goldenrod, he said. Good luck in Ecruteak, Sam replied. And just between you and me, if you want to win the bug catching contest, have a Pokémon use Headbutt on some of the trees. You might get lucky enough to find a Heracross like I did. The man let loose a boisterous laugh before walking off. He and his Heracross disappeared into the trees of Route 36. This route connected routes 35 and 37, which served as the main path between Goldenrod and Ecruteak. As it was so heavily forested, trainers weren't as common here as they had been on the connecting route with Olivine. Sam returned to where Reedy sat with their Pokémon and where they had deposited their stuff. Before he said anything, he reached into his backpack to check the new Pokédex. I had a feeling. Heracross's entry doesn't list the bug catching contest as a place it can be caught. Yet, just skimming it, it does say both Butterfree and Scyther can be caught there, instead. Ugh. I don't get it. This was yet another addition to Sam's growing list of questions he had about the new Pokédex. The book hadn't been wrong, not yet, at least, but Sam was growing more and more suspicious about all of the little details it left out. He was starting to grow curious about the identity of its unnamed author, too. Who wrote it? And how did they manage it? More importantly, why did his grandpa, of all people, have the new Pokédex mailed to him? Sam wanted to find those answers, but he recognized he wouldn't be able to until he had a stronger team. He needed more power to have the freedom to explore. For now, he planned to stick to major routes and follow the expected path before he could really dive into his search for knowledge. So the bug catching contest, Sam said, standing up. Reedy pushed away from the tree she was leaning against and rolled her shoulder. PSH. Not interested in bug types. Yeah, I get it. I'm not sure if there are any bug ghost types in Johto for me to catch. Sam returned Cyndaquil and Mankey to let them rest as Reedy returned her Teddy Ursa. Ghastly stayed out because he wanted to stay out. Usually, the ghost type rested in his Pokeball to avoid the daylight, but within a shaded forest like this, he was happy to bounce along at Sam's side. But I do think I want to catch a new Pokémon, Reedy said with a hum. It took all of Sam's effort to not fall flat on his face with the very first step he took. What? You can't just drop something so major like that. Sam shouted as he picked his jaw up off the ground. You said you wanted to keep your team small. And you have Teddy Ursa. And know your strategy. And then there's your family. Why are you grinning? Reedy said flatly. We've been traveling together for weeks and all I've helped you with is learning the type chart. You don't get it. With this, I can finally, really help. Sam practically tore the new Pokédex out of his backpack. He also took out his journal, holding it under his arm as they walked. Okay. He flipped open the old tome. What kind of Pokémon do you want? Reedy gave the book a side eye but returned to humming as they began to walk south. Well, it can't be one that overlaps with Teddiursa. Naturally. So it should be one that fills as many other roles as possible, she said. I'm pretty confident I still want a small team, but I'm thinking that I don't catch more than 3 or 4 Pokémon. Actually, scratch that. I think I'll only do 4 if it's an emergency. So unless I make a surprise new friend, this Pokémon will be the second of 3. Sam swapped which book he held to scribble down Reedy's comments into his journal before opening the new Pokédex once more. Briefly, he glanced at Ghastly and whispered to ask if he was willing to act as a floating table. Ghastly actually paused to consider it, but then he shook his head before drifting over to Reedy's side. Okay. And what else? Sam asked, resigned to continue juggling his books. I don't want it to eat a lot. When Teddiursa evolves, he'll be expensive. Is there anything cheap like Ghastly? You could catch a ghost type. Reedy placed her hands behind her head and stared up into the canopy of branches that covered the path. She hummed, thinking, before shaking her head against the idea. Nah. I should care about branding, shouldn't I? She mused. What if we keep it simple and I catch another normal type? Sam glanced up from the new Pokédex to look at his friend. You want to be a normal type specialist? She shrugged. Why not? Reedy asked. There are so many reasons to not be a specialist unless you're really dedicated to that type, Sam hurriedly replied. I mean, there's the obvious unless you think of specific counters, how are you going to beat a super effective type? She shrugged again. Punch him. You'd punch a fighting type. I've done it before. We'll do it again. Sam stared at her, aghast, but Reedy didn't reply with the cheeky grin he expected. Back home, my family works with a lot of normal and fighting types, she started slowly. I know fighting types like and expect to be punched in battle, but that's only true to a certain extent. I guess I could try to catch a fighting type, but I don't think they're the Pokémon for me. Don't you think they're a little much? I think their training is a bit too involved, and I don't do that. A bit too involved, Sam repeated under his breath. He shook his head and read off what he had written down. So you want a normal type that doesn't eat too much or cost too much or require too much effort to train, and then it also can't have much overlap with Teddiursa when it comes to your team's overall strategy. Yup. Sounds about right. Reedy brought her hands down behind her back and stretched her arms. So what does that narrow my options down to, oh great Pokémon Master? Sam stared blankly at the page in front of him. I don't know. It felt like a specific enough list, but at the same time, Sam didn't yet have all 1,000+ Pokémon memorized. He could think of a few normal types that were good, but all were far too physical to not overlap with Teddiursa. This would require research. Thankfully we're heading to Goldenrod, he said. Maybe we could ask. I'm pretty sure the gym there specializes in the normal type. Yet. Reedy replied, perking up. I think I heard about that. Didn't the gym leader there just replace the old one this year? Maybe. Sam probably should have looked into his future opponents a bit more, but he had been busy with both the beginners tournament and Morty in Olivine and Ecruteak. Goldenrod would be the first time he entered a city without anything major going on. Thankfully, he at least knew the local gym leader's name. Whitney. She'd be the trainer to beat if he wanted to earn his 3rd gym badge. Sam had thought Slateport was big. Then, he had thought Olivine was big. Now? He wasn't even sure he could classify what big was. The sheer size of Goldenrod City was entirely something else. Skyscrapers crowded city blocks, doing exactly what they were called with their ridiculous height. The streets were all paved and were utterly lined with cars. People of all sorts practically flooded the sidewalks as they went to and from work. What? I thought you got over this back in Olivine, Reedy said, not even blinking at her surroundings. Sam craned his neck up, and up, and up. Why is everything so pointy? I think it's to catch lightning. Practically every skyscraper had a point. The city was called Goldenrod, and Sam felt like it lived up to its name. The thousands of windows on the sides of the buildings each caught the sun in just the right way to give everything a faint, golden glow. The reflections didn't blind the sidewalk, either. The skyscrapers shrunk in width the higher they went. That allowed enough light to reach the streets to prevent everything from being cast into shade. Really interesting, a voice said over the crackle of the radio. So you're saying that Anitaran's spines can be groomed without risking poison? There will always be a risk, Mary, but as long as you treat a Pokémon with respect, its body language will guide you. A good relationship between Pokémon and trainer is key to all success stories, and my research shows that. Sam couldn't stop a scowl from forming on his face when he heard that aged voice. A few people gathered around the electronic shop's open doors to listen in and idle about, but as far as he was concerned, the so-called Professor Oak's Pokémon talk didn't have anything worth listening to. Come on! Reedy grabbed Sam's wrist right as he started to slow down. Signs say the gym is just up ahead. She dragged him, dashing down a few turns to reach their destination, intending to head to Goldenrod Gym and hopefully ask her needed questions. Arriving, the gym itself looked a little out of place with its domed roof and bright gold text stating gym above its front doors. It was nowhere near as tall as the buildings around it, but what it lacked in height, it made up for in width. It apparently made that up in importance too, as the entire outside street was closed down to allow a crowd of people to gather around its front doors. Entries. Entries. Do we have any last-minute entries? A woman's voice shouted over a microphone. Sam and Reedy only needed to exchange a single look before they rushed to push through the crowd and see what this was all about. A semicircle of people stood around a foldable table, and several gym trainers positioned themselves as guards outside of Goldenrod Gym. Each gym trainer wore a short skirt and a shirt that almost resembled a sailor's uniform, and they stood with dramatic poses that spoke of tolerating no nonsense. No one stopped Sam and Reedy as they approached the table. A small stage was set up to the side where another gym trainer was using a megaphone to attract more entrants. What's the registration for? Reedy asked the woman sitting behind the table. The gym trainer looked up. The battle raffle, she replied, saying the raffle's purpose as if it were obvious. If your name is drawn, you get to challenge Whitney without needing to wait. Apparently, this event took place twice a month every 2 weeks. There had been a larger crowd earlier in the season, but it was still popular enough to draw a crowd and a few reporters. Sam didn't hesitate to provide his name and trainer ID, but Reedy drew back. It didn't make sense for her to enter, as she was both seeking to catch a new Pokémon and re-evaluate her team's strategy after passing by the previous gym. Once Sam properly entered, he backed off to let a few other last-minute entrants sign up. Everyone's names were written down on slips and placed into a box. It took only a handful of minutes before the time to draw was up. Then, without further ado, the megaphone whined as the gym trainer on the stage placed it under her arm. The box of entrance was lifted up to allow her to reach in, where she pulled out a single, slightly torn slip and read off the written name. Xavier, she shouted. Xavier, won't you come up? Sam and Reedy crossed their arms in near unison. You kidding? Why'd it have to be that guy? Reedy grumbled. Pushing through the crowd was a boy maybe a year or two older than Sam with brown hair smoothed back on his head. I'm Xavier, the boy said. Sam remembered him from the boat to Olivine. Xavier had competed in the beginners tournament as well. Although, it wasn't just Sam and Reedy who remembered who Xavier was. Several of the nearby reporters began to excitedly crowd around him. You were the runner-up in the beginners tournament. Xavier. Xavier. How does it feel to skip the lines? Wait. Where's your incubator? Sam blinked. The first place victor had passed up the professor-granted Pokémon egg, allowing Xavier to earn it despite only placing in second. However, Pokémon eggs needed to be contained within environment-controlled incubators if they were to hatch. Xavier had no such obvious device on his person. So it hatched already, hey? Sam couldn't help but to grin when he remembered Xavier's grimace when he was handed the egg. The reporters continued to surround him until he managed to escape by hopping onto the stage. 2 other gym trainers approached to keep the reporters at bay as the megaphone whined once again. Xavier will challenge Whitney to a, the woman whispered to him. 3rd gym badge battle. Please, allow us space to head inside, and then the rest of you will be able to enter and watch right after. As she hopped down and encouraged Xavier to follow, Reedy nudged Sam on the arm to get his attention. Wanna watch? She whispered. For a moment, Sam wanted to say no, but then again, his team was stronger than it had ever been. Feeling confident, he was also curious. He wanted to see if Xavier's team could even compare. The doors opened, and the crowd began to flow in. Gym trainers and a few normal types Centaurette, Furret, Meowth, and Snubbull encouraged people towards a set of open doors that led to an interior field. A few Pidgeys and Pidgeotto perched on lamps and other pieces of furniture also helped, waving their wings to direct the crowd to where they could watch the impending battle. The interior field was a basic gym battlefield like always, consisting of a painted rectangle over a compressed dirt floor. Whitney, the pink-haired goldenrod gym leader, was already in place across from Xavier. Both of them stood tall. She had to be only a few years older than Sam, and maybe only a year older than Xavier. Sam sat up and leaned forward in his seat. "And this is her first year as a gym leader," he whispered to Reedy. "Pretty sure. Gotta say, if this event is a way to build a name for herself, she's doing a pretty good job." The reporters were escorted to the ground floor, not needing to sit on the stands like everyone else. A few had cameras pointing at the field, while others furiously took notes in open journals. There wasn't anything special about the rules for this battle, other than it would be a 2-on-4 match. Whitney would use only 2 Pokémon, but her opponent would be allowed to use up to 4. Once the referee finished speaking, Whitney struck a pose, holding up 2 fingers in front of her eyes. "Ready?" she asked. A few people in the stands chanted her name. A handful of the gym trainers joined in. "Let's get this over with," Xavier grumbled. At the command of the referee, both of them threw forward a Pokeball to send out their first Pokémon. Gasps rang out. Sure, Clefairy was a rare species, but people were far more interested in the Pokémon Xavier had released. "A Donphan. I saw he had a Phanpy back on the boat, but don't tell me it's already evolved." Reedy said. He evolved his Pokémon. He hadn't known that Xavier had a Phanpy or a Donphan, for that matter. Evolving a Pokémon this early was an impressive feat. Sam shrunk down in his seat when the referee proceeded to confirm Xavier planned to use all 4 slots for his team as well. He didn't just have an evolved Pokémon, but apparently he had more than just 3 Pokémon with him right now. Wanting a distraction, Sam pulled out the new Pokédex to browse as the referee went over a last bit of setup. He ignored Donphan's entry for now, instead flipping to Whitney's Pokémon, Clefairy, to see exactly what. "That can't be right." He glanced between the listed information and the pink Pokémon on the field. "What the heck is a fairy type?" His question went unanswered, interrupted by the start of the battle below. Scary face. Defense curl. Roll out. Proceed. Metronome. Everything happened quickly. Donphan glared at Clefairy before tucking itself in for a roll. Donphan normally resembled a sort of squat elephant, but when curled into a ball, the bumps on its back made it look like the tire of a truck. However, with Xavier listing off orders so succinctly, Clefairy was quickly overwhelmed. It tried for a metronome, which randomly called up Thunderbolt. As a ground type, Donphan was unaffected by the electric type move, and it slammed into the supposed fairy type. "Again!" Whitney called out. It never got the chance. Building momentum, Donphan tore over the ground like an escaping wheel. Clefairy was struck a second time before a third time finished it off. "Hey! Don't steal my strategy!" Whitney shouted. "Let's see you do the same to Miltank." A pink cow was released onto the field, where it stomped its hooves into the ground. It braced itself with its arms held out to try to catch Donphan and stop the rollout. But the move continued, its strength having grown to unstoppable heights as Xavier's Pokémon bashed into Miltank and sent the bovine flying across the field. Whitney's Pokémon skidded over the dirt and did not get up. For the briefest of moments, absolute silence filled the room until almost everyone erupted into deafening cheers. In an incredible victory, Xavier and his Donphan have absolutely crushed Whitney's team, the referee called out. The gym leader had a blank look as she stared at her fainted Pokémon. "Oh!" Whitney's voice was just barely audible over the noises of the audience thanks to some carefully hidden speakers. Xavier returned his Donphan without comment and strode forward to stand in the center. He sent Whitney a pointed look as if telling her to get it over with. Credit to her, while Whitney looked like she wanted to cry, she still did her best to maintain a pleasant smile. "How about," she breathed in. "How about another cheer for Xavier and his Donphan?" The audience clapped, and Whitney used the distraction to turn off her mic. She wiped her face with an arm before heading over to shake Xavier's hand. Her eyes were bright red. "I kind of feel bad for her," Reedy mumbled. Sam was too busy staring at Xavier to reply. The boy nodded respectfully to the gym leader as one of her gym trainer rushed over, carrying a package. She reached within to hand Xavier a disc. Sam identified it as a trademark. How come Morty didn't give me a trademark? Sam just wanted this event to be over with, but of course the reporters moved in and crowded around Xavier before he could go. They asked him inane questions, mostly about how he was feeling. Silence fell once again when Xavier asked if he could have a moment. Xavier had an annoyed look on his face, but that look faded away into utmost seriousness when he took a deep breath. I am going to win the silver conference. Shouts of both disbelief and support. By merely holding up a hand, Xavier somehow managed to get everyone to quiet down once more. I don't care how experienced you are. I don't care what Pokémon you have on your team. No matter who you are, I will beat you. I am going to be this year's silver champion. He breathed out. Voices started up once more. Xavier refused to take any comments as he strode out of the room. Man, he really has a punchable face, doesn't he? Reedy whispered to Sam. Sam hadn't noticed it, but he had somehow grabbed Cyndaquil's Pokeball off of his belt. His knuckles were white in response to Xavier's declaration, but he forced himself to relax. You wanna be the silver champion, hey? Someone winning the overall conference in their first year was a ridiculous idea. Out of hundreds of people, there could only be one annual champion. 9 times out of 10, it was someone making a repeat challenge after losing the year before. Their experience carried them through. But, every once in a long while, a dark horse slipped through the ranks. One person that reached the end despite having never competed before. Xavier isn't going to win the silver conference, Sam said. I am. Sure, buddy, Reedy replied, patting Sam on the arm. Now, come on. I want to see if Whitney's free. I wonder if she's willing to help me with my team like Morty helped you with yours. Chapter 32. Everyone in the arena room was preoccupied with something. The audience was slowly filing out. Xavier had already left. The reporters were stuck between trying to chase after him or approach Whitney, but the present gym trainers were holding them back. Whitney, meanwhile, stood there with a pleasant smile on her face, occasionally waving to the crowd as they exited. Her eyes were red and her movements came out slow. Sam felt like the only reason she was still here was so the audience wouldn't see her run away. Gaze lingering towards the exit of the arena, he almost missed Reedy getting up and pushing closer to the arena. He stood up to give chase, apologizing as he bumped into a handful of people trying to leave. Wait, hold on, he hissed under his breath. Are you really going to head down on your own? Reedy turned to face him, a defiant look in her eyes. If you could approach Morty, I can approach Whitney, she said. I refuse to pass up this chance. Sam glanced behind her. A few gym trainers were still glancing around to make sure the crowd was leaving properly. You're not doing that, he said. She looked like she wanted to argue, but he stopped her. Running down there is absolutely going to get you caught. Let me be your lookout, and then when you move up to Whitney, walk. It's less suspicious than sneaking in. He used that strategy to enter Granite Cave without alerting anyone nearby. Reedy grinned, and they casually approached the railing that divided the stands from the field below. Just to their left, a chain blocked a thin staircase down. Sam made sure to act as if he had just finished chatting with Reedy and was waiting for the crowd to thin out. In reality, he was keeping an eye on where all of the nearby gym trainers were looking. Now, he whispered, detecting an opportunity. One of the reporters tried to shout a question at Whitney, earning a glare from all of the gym trainers here. Reedy slipped under the chain as Sam followed, casually walking down the stairs as if it were normal business. They blended into their surroundings, going as far as to have a mock conversation about the weather. Keeping to the wall at the base of the stands, they traced the edge of the arena until they lined up with Whitney. Then, turning sharply, they headed directly towards her. Reedy breathed in to yell, but Sam elbowed her to interrupt the potential attention-gathering noise, which caused her to let loose an ouch. Whitney didn't seem like she expected anyone to be there, and she turned her head out of both bewilderment and shock. I need your help," Reedy exclaimed. She bowed at a full 90 degrees angle. Sam nervously took a step back as a few of the gym trainers turned their way. "I'm Whitney," choked on a breath. "I'm sorry, who are you?" "I'm his friend," Reedy said, pointing at Sam without leaning back up. "Morty personally helped him. I'm asking if you are willing to do the same with me. If you're willing to give me any advice at all." Sam waved awkwardly as Whitney blinked, uncomfortable. The gym trainers who had noticed them started to rapidly approach. Sam kept a nervous eye on them as they reached to their pokeballs at their waist. "And you want my help?" Whitney repeated. There was an almost hopeful tinge to her voice. "Of course," Reedy easily replied. "I want to train a team of all normal types. And you're the best person to ask for advice with that." The two approaching gym trainers sent out their Pokémon, a mean-looking Meowth and a Furret that was trying to look mean but was failing to look anything but cute. Trainers were not supposed to approach a gym leader so blatantly. Sam had been an exception thanks to his interactions with Matsuba and Ju. But Reedy? She mimicked him, but she lacked that prior connection. However, Whitney didn't seem annoyed. Instead, her expression softened. The gym leader held up a hand to get her gym trainers to stop. "What do you need help with?" Whitney wiped her eyes and stood up a little straighter, and Reedy righted herself, stopping her deep bow. "I have a Teddy Ursa, and only a Teddy Ursa. I wanted to build my team around pure power, but," Reedy winced. "It's not working out." Whitney hummed, rubbing her chin in thought. "Your Pokémon's moves?" she asked. "Scratch, Fury Swipes, and Fire Punch," Reedy answered. Whitney mouthed Fire Punch to repeat it as she furrowed her brow. "Well, I am a gym leader, so of course I can help you," she said, taking a stance akin to a teacher with a finger pointed up. "If pure power doesn't work, do what I do. Build your team to sweep." "To sweep?" Whitney nodded as if she had just said the most sage thing in the world. "Of course. I've trained my team around my Miltank and my Tauros. Clefable or Clefairy are great Pokémon to stall and wear down everyone they face with status moves. Then, a Baton Pass can bring any enhancements over to my ace, which is usually a Miltank with rollout. It's hard to stop a wholly defensive Miltank beefed up with a cosmic power, isn't it?" Whitney said with a grin. Reedy bobbed her head along with Whitney's words, obviously trying to commit them to memory. "Then, for my Teddy Ursa. I'm pretty sure Teddy Ursa can learn Swords Dance, which would make any attack that much stronger." Whitney said slowly, obviously thinking hard for solutions. "And for future members of your team. I'm going to catch more Pokémon." Reedy shouted her declaration, forcing it out. "All right," Whitney replied. "You have 3 options, a special attacker, some kind of defensive wall, or a Pokémon with full support. I'd give you specific species, but there's a huge amount of normal types out there. You'd get more out of it if you looked into it on your own." Reedy sent a side eye to Sam. Sam gave her a short nod back, communicating that he'd help her. Then, she looked at Whitney and bowed once more. "Thank you," she said. Whitney put her hands on her waist before gaining a bright grin. "Of course. What are gym leaders for, if not to help?" In a vast difference to how she had acted before, Whitney all but skipped away to exit the room. One of the 2 nearby gym trainers sighed. "I really wish you hadn't done that." "I mean, thanks for helping cheer Whitney up," the other one said, "but do you realize how many copycats you are going to inspire?" Sam glanced around. A few members of the crowd had stopped to watch Reedy's exchange. A handful of reporters had paused as well. Some of them were yelling Reedy's name. Apparently, they had recognized her from her top 8 placement in the beginners tournament. But not me. He had been a part of that tournament, too. Even though Sam and Reedy had technically helped, they had still violated the gym's rules by stepping onto the field. To be made examples, they were marched out. The 2 of them emerged from a side entrance onto a different street than the one they had entered from. Reedy leaned back, smiling, and stared up at the sky. "A set-up strategy, built around making Teddy Ursa stronger than he is now," she said dreamily. Sam briefly thought back to everything he had read on Teddy Ursa's species, including the Little Bear's evolution and the lesser-known evolution after that. Imagining a Pokémon that strong becoming even stronger. He couldn't help it. He shivered. "So, add a new requirement to my list," Reedy said, speaking as if Sam's sole role was to write stuff down. "Whatever I catch has to be able to make Teddy Ursa stronger." He reached into his pack and quickly added it to the rest. "That narrows down a lot of options, surprisingly," he said. Reedy turned to Sam with a grin. "Great. Now, let's go to the Pokémon Center. I want to figure out what species to catch as soon as possible." She turned to dash away, and Sam had to run just to keep up with her. Even in a city as large as Goldenrod, there were still rooms to spare within the Pokémon Center. Goldenrod City was the place to start out a journey, even more so than Olivine. Just about 2 months into the season, most trainers had already spread throughout Johto. While Goldenrod constantly received new trainers, many more set out than came in. All it took was a quick chat with the local nurse to get a room key for each of them. Thanks to their ongoing gym challenge, Sam and Reedy had free rooms of their own in this dense city. Sam joined Reedy in her room to quickly get to work. He spread out his journal and the new Pokédex on her desk to give him space to take notes. To his left, a window overlooked a Goldenrod City street from several stories up. The uppermost section of this skyscraper was reserved for office space, but Sam was fine enough as it stood being this far off the ground. I'll write down all the normal types available in Johto so we can touch on and discuss all your options, Sam said. Got it, Reedy replied. She clutched Teddy Ursa close. Mankey snored on her pillows. Cyndaquil and Ghastly played a game where they turned before snapping around dramatically, using either leer or the in-progress meme look to make funny faces to cause the other one to laugh. While the new Pokédex contained over 1,000 species, Sam limited himself to only Pokémon that could be found in Indigo. There was an innate division to the ordering of the Pokédex that made doing so easy. Each section of the book grouped species by region of first discovery. A region starter Pokémon served as the first entry before it moved on to include the rest. So, Sam was looking at the sections between Bulbasaur and Dragonite, and then the section that came immediately after the entries between Chikorita and Tyranitar. Pokémon found in other regions wouldn't be helpful, as they weren't easily obtainable as it stood. As he read about and wrote down all the normal types he could find, Reedy scooted a bit closer on the bed behind him. Then she scooted forward again, and again. Slowly, over the course of several minutes, she reached the edge and leaned off of it towards Sam, perhaps a little too far. The ensuing thud of her body on the ground and the flailing of limbs as Teddy Ursa whined was the warning that told Sam he absolutely had to speak. Pulling his chair back to better let him face Reedy, he turned around as she picked herself off the floor, apologizing to Teddy Ursa with a laugh as she did. So you know how I have an old Pokédex, right? Sam asked. Yup, Reedy said. It's a bit old, but the information contained within is some of the best in the world, he continued, keeping things non-specific. I have a huge list of Pokémon to go through, so let's start by marking off the easy ones. No Snorlax or Tauros. Reedy snorted. Or Kangaskhan, she said. Back home mama has to feed baby is her son and together, they eat the equivalent of 5. Yeah, all of those are out. Even though they were strong species, none of them made sense for Reedy to train now. They were far too expensive to train as part of a beginner's team. Let's also cross out the Pokémon that are primarily physical attackers, too. No Raticate, Furret, Persian. No Lickitung. No Stantler, Reedy added. Sam paused. Stantler had an unknown evolution that was part psychic type. It technically had the capability of serving as a support for Teddy Ursa, but before it reached that evolution, it only really had Confuse Ray, so still he crossed it out for now. He also proceeded to cross out Apom, Miltank, and Dunsparce, with Reedy's approval. Those Pokémon were far too physical to not overlap with Teddy Ursa. Chansey is a good option, since the Pokémon is so predisposed against attacking. It's basically the perfect wall to withstand any too strong attacks thanks to its immense stamina and incredible self-healing. Reedy wobbled her head side to side as she considered it. Nah. I still want a Pokémon that can unleash powerful attacks. Sam crossed out Chansey as well as its evolution. Then, he went ahead and crossed out Smeargle as well. That Pokémon could imitate any move thanks to Sketch, but the actual innate power of the species wasn't very high. How about Ditto? I think a Ditto would require too much time researching other Pokémon. Eevee. Reedy snorted. Yeah, like I could afford an Eevee. Besides, none of its evolutions maintain the normal type. Sam went to a more basic option, one that lacked a lot of supporting moves but held potential. You could use a flying type like Pidgey, Spearow, or Hoothoot to wear down an opponent from range and tire them out for Teddy Ursa. Doduo and Farfetch'd are too ground-based to do the same. What are your thoughts on that? Not any of those. Flying types don't have much in the way of support, I think. I want to buff up Teddy Ursa, not wear down enemies for him to faint. Sam frowned and crossed out every flying type still there. He was about to bring up Girafarig, but then Reedy said something that gave him pause. To add to that, I don't want any fairy types, too, Reedy said. It took all of Sam's effort to not drop the journal right then. Excuse me. Ugh. Reedy rolled her eyes. You wouldn't get it. People always expect girls to train cutesy Pokémon like that fairy types. Jigglypuff. Clefairy. Clefable. Yeah, I don't want to be typecast like that. She then snorted at her own unintentional pun. But you know what a fairy type is, Sam said flatly. Yeah? I mean, I guess some people in Kanto refuse to recognize it, but it's not like it's not a type. But you didn't know Ghost was immune to normal. What does that have to do with anything? Reedy said with a huff. Sam stared at her. I didn't have it in my flashcards. I thought that was on purpose. They stared at one another until Reedy seemed to put the pieces together. A smirk crept onto her face as Sam quickly turned away. Oh? Don't tell me I knew something that our resident Pokémon master didn't. Shut up, he mumbled. And I didn't even know all of the type matchups before now. Heck, those flashcards were useful. I lived on an isolated island. Sam yelled. Not an excuse. Can't believe you don't know an entire type. Oh, why did I say anything? She's never going to let me live this down. A few minutes of teasing went by until Reedy went ahead and explained the fairy type's background. It wasn't actually that unreasonable for Sam to not know of the type. News of it spread a few years back, she said. Apparently, there was some drama of a reporter finding out that a few old clans were suppressing knowledge of the fairy type. The biggest perpetrators were the Blackthorn clan, which Champion Lance is a part of. As a family of dragon tamers, they didn't want a type with that immunity getting out. Lance himself took a different stance, however. He went ahead and boldly told the world that he'd welcome any fairy-type challengers. She gained a dreamy look to her eyes, recalling the scene as a fond memory. One day, I'm going to make that kind of announcement. Sure, buddy, Sam said, a little annoyed. But, I think half of Indigo just flat out doesn't want to recognize it. Reedy continued. So it's not talked about a lot, and most still consider fairy types to be normal types. That explains why Whitney uses Clefairy and Clefable, at least. So Jigglypuff wasn't an option, and Sam crossed it out. He looked over the remaining entries. Reedy, you've narrowed down your options to only 2 species. I have. She sat up a little straighter. All right, hit me. Sam leaned over and tried to smack her on the knee, but she pulled back and stuck her tongue out before snickering. It's just Girafarig and Porygon left, Sam stated. Reedy rested her chin on her hand. I've heard of Girafarig, but what's a Porygon? Porygon is either man-made or a computer-generated Pokémon that's a special attacker like you want, and it learns a lot of supporting moves while also being great at adapting to its foes. Reedy hummed, and Sam briefly flipped the new Pokédex around. He let her look at the included drawing of Porygon before returning it to the desk, where she wouldn't be able to see the incredible amount of in-depth knowledge the book contained. Can you give me more specifics on it? Reedy asked. Sam proceeded to skim through the entries so he could summarize everything for her. It looks like Porygon can learn a lot of electric-type moves. And Tri-Attack, which is fun and could tie into Teddy Ursa's elemental punches. It has lots of beam moves too, and then it has a pair of exclusive moves Conversion and Conversion too. He briefly checked those moves' descriptions. Apparently those moves let Porygon temporarily change its type. Hey, Reedy said. And then its abilities are weird, too. Useful, though, Sam continued. Trace to copy its foe's abilities. Download to boost its offense based on its opponent's weakest form of defense. Analytic to enhance the power of any attacks if it lets its opponent move first. Reedy chewed on her lip, clearly deep in thought. I'm surprised it can get 3 abilities. Sam blinked. Oops. I forgot that having 3 abilities wasn't common knowledge. Does it evolve? Reedy asked. Sam glanced down again. Yeah. Twice, he replied. Once to Porygon 2 when given an upgrade disc. Another time to Porygon Z when it's given a dubious disc. That was a really weird name for an item. And for set-up moves? Reedy asked with a hum. Sam had to look through its learns at one more time. Best I see is Agility, which can increase its speed. Recover can help it stall since that's one of the best self-healing moves out there. The biggest move to help Teddy Ursa is Trick Room, which makes slow Pokémon fast and fast Pokémon slow. What? Reedy said flatly. Sam flipped to the back of the book to double-check. Yet. Apparently, it's a field effect that lasts 5 turns, whatever that means. Reedy immediately stood up from her bed and put her hands on her hips. Alright Teddy Ursa. Hear that? We're going to add a Porygon to our team. The little bear cheered, but he had been too busy watching Cyndaquil's and Ghastly's game to have been paying attention. He didn't look like he knew what a Porygon was, he simply cheered because Reedy wanted him to cheer. Hold on. Hold on. Sam frantically waved his hands. We haven't even talked about where we can find one, or even if capturing that species is feasible. Reedy crossed her arms and thought. Oh yeah. You said it was a computer Pokémon. So where can we find one? Book just says the game corner. The game corner? I think there's one in Goldenrod. A grin overtook her face. Sam let loose a sigh. Are we visiting the game corner? He asked tiredly. The game corner. Reedy cheered, stomping one leg onto her bed like some sort of a victorious conqueror. And at the game corner, we'll figure out exactly how to get a Porygon. She scooped up Teddy Ursa and ran outside. Sam took one look at his Pokémon before returning them so he could chase after her. Again. Chapter 33. Gambling wasn't legal in Indigo. If there was a chance-based game that rewarded players with a cash prize, it went against the region's criminal code. However, if the game didn't have a cash prize and instead rewarded worthless metal tokens, then everything was fine. It was also fine if someone just happened to collect these tokens, and it was still fine if that same person just happened to operate an exchange counter that purchased those tokens in exchange for both cash and physical prizes. When combined, Goldenrod's Game Corner and many other places like it weren't gambling, they just were places where people could play luck-based games. And if its reward tokens could be sold in exchange for more impressive items, that wasn't the proprietor's fault since the exchange counter wasn't a part of the same business. Of course, practically everyone recognized this setup as abuse of a legal loophole. However, no one was willing to change the law due to the sheer popularity of game corners. There would be an uproar if the pseudo-gambling halls were made illegal. Thus, the system was allowed to persist. It was popular enough that tokens were even occasionally earned elsewhere, sometimes as offerings for eating at restaurants, and sometimes trainers even bet them in Pokémon battles. Sam wasn't too worried when the new Pokédex said Porygon could be found at the game corner. Game corners often allowed people to trade tokens for certain species of Pokémon, which was definitely skeevy but still not technically illegal. While actually playing the corners games would just be an abyss that'd suck away all their money, he and Reedy could grind away battles to eventually earn her enough tokens to gain the species she wanted. The only problem was that no one there knew what a Porygon was. Can you repeat that? The woman working the counter said. Porygon. Reedy repeated. It's an angular, computer Pokémon? I was told it could be found here. The woman frowned and leaned back to read a paper listing potential prizes on the wall. It included items like TMS, a few held items, and a handful of species like Acans and Abra. I'm sorry, but we don't have that species on record, the woman said, giving Reedy a sad smile. If you instead want to trade your tokens for something else. You really don't have Porygon. The woman nodded, pressing her lips together, and Reedy let out a sigh. Sam stood behind Reedy and pulled out the new Pokédex to double-check they had the right location. Porygon was indeed listed as being found at the game corner, but it also listed places he'd never heard of, like the Trophy Garden or White Forest. He was confident that neither of those places were in Johto. You sure Porygon is supposed to be here? Reedy said, glancing over her shoulder at Sam. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I just don't get why this book would be wrong. It would be the first time it was wrong outside of omission. However, Reedy was still just a young teen, and there was something to her downtrodden expression that made the woman behind the counter wince with guilt. She ended up leaning down and waving Reedy closer. Look, I really shouldn't be telling you this, but I've heard a rumor that we have a different rare species here. Oh. Reedy leaned closer. Uh-huh. I'm not allowed in the back, but I heard some of the guys talking about it. Apparently, we have a trio of Dratini that are going to be given out. If you manage to get the upcoming month's grand prize a dragon token, you'll be able to exchange it for one of them. Reedy suddenly went still, and Sam noticed a forced smile appear on her face. Thanks, she said, nodding slowly. I'll keep an eye out for them. The woman leaned back up and sent her a smile. Glad to help. Cheer up. I'm sure you'll find the species you're looking for if you keep at it. Before he could say anything, Reedy grabbed Sam's wrist to drag him outside. She pulled him out of the gaudy rewards room and around the corner, hiding them within an alley between the exchange building and the game corner itself. "All right. There's something suspicious going on here," she said. Sam sighed and put the new Pokédex away. "I know. I'm sorry. I really thought that Porygon." "Not that. The Dratini," she hissed. "How did a game corner manage to get 3 dragon types to hand out as a reward?" Sam knew the new Pokédex had information on their location, but he'd never bothered to check because he hadn't been interested in catching one for himself. However, their actual location was a closely guarded secret due to the risks that came with approaching wild dragon types' nests. If the game corner had 3 Dratini, the question was how did they get them in the first place? Either they were caught in the wild, a dangerous proposition, or they were purchased from a specialized breeder. Except, Sam knew a specialized breeder would never allow the offspring of a proud dragon type be put up as a reward for something as crass as gambling. It would be like if Carl sold a set of Cyndaquil eggs to a Pokémon Center. Stuff like that didn't happen. Lance and the Blackthorn clan wouldn't allow this. You know how much flack Goldenrod would get if word got out that the game corner had Dratini as prizes. Reedy said. I'm not too aware of Indigo's politics. Is it actually that bad? She sent him a flat look. Remember what I said about the fairy type? He winced. All right, you have a point. Reedy quickly glanced behind her before sneaking up to the street to check that they weren't being watched. She looked up, there were no cameras here, and she started to drag Sam deeper in. Meanwhile, Sam was lost in thought. Not about the Dratini, but about Porygon and why it wasn't here. Why did the book say Porygon was at the game corner, anyway? And, wait, it's ancient. How did such an old book even know about a computer-generated Pokémon in the first place? The timeline didn't line up. If Porygon existed back when the book was written, surely more people should have heard about it by now. This divide went beyond just the book's strangely accurate information on foreign species. Porygon's numerical placement implied it had first been encountered in Kanto, but no one seemed to be aware of it. We're sneaking in, Reedy suddenly said. Sam snapped back to reality. What? We have to check. In and out. It'll be quick. Something about this reeks, and I want to get to the bottom of it. Sam frowned. He remembered what happened in Granite Cave and the month of lectures he received afterwards. Something about this situation faintly reminded him of that, even more so than when they had snuck onto the gym's battlefield early today. But Reedy was right. 3 Dratini, 3 Pokémon that could evolve into one of the most powerful species around, were being offered as prizes? Something was off. Sam agreed they needed to go in, but he wanted to be smart about it. Wait. He grabbed Reedy's arm to get her to stop, and she snapped her head around, ready to argue. Yes, we're heading in, but let's set some rules. No attacking anyone, and no getting into battles. If we see something off, we pull back and call the police. Sam released her hand, and Reedy crossed her arms. Do you really think we can beat people who managed to capture Dratini? He asked. Ghastly can go through walls. Let him scout. I don't want you to get hurt, so let's stick to just gathering information, all right? She scoffed, as if the idea of her getting hurt was ridiculous, but a slight smile still appeared on her face. Okay. Thanks, Sam. He smiled back as Reedy returned to following the building's wall. Silently, he unclipped Ghastly's Pokeball from his belt before sending the ghost type out. How much of that did you hear? Do you think you can find us an entrance and help us stay away from any guards? The ghost type bounced happily, seemingly thrilled to be part of an infiltration. He dipped backwards to phase through the wall of the rewards building before popping out and encouraging them to follow. The back of the building was open. A small side street led up to it, where a metal garage door sat open above a long truck. The vehicle was parked but provided just enough space to slip past its sides. Entering, Ghastly boldly floated in the middle of the room without bothering to hide himself. Since he was there, Sam took that as a sign that no one was around to stop them. Surprising lack of security, Sam whispered. Well, yeah. Who would steal from a place like this and not get caught? And then imagine what the people that run this place would do as punishment. Both of them shivered. Game corners might be popular, but it was also common knowledge to never cross them. Sam and Reedy hopped up onto an elevated concrete walkway, heading inside of the garage to reach a door connected to the interior of the building. Ghastly floated through as Reedy jiggled the handle. It didn't move, it was locked. Teddiursa. Reedy released her Pokémon. Think you can get the lock? The little bear smiled confidently and stood on his toes to reach the handle. He stuck a clawed finger into the keyhole and jiggled it around before there was a click. The door swung open. Teddiursa can pick locks. Sam whispered, following Reedy into the hallway. What? No, he just damages them until they don't work anymore. So we're breaking and entering. Got it. He didn't want to say that part out loud. The interior hallway felt oddly sterile, being made up of featureless, grey concrete and light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. Scuff marks and dirt crossed the floor. The place hadn't been cleaned in ages. As for the walls, there were a few doors along the sides that were locked, but the one that seemed the most interesting was the one at the every end. A crossed window revealed a larger room, and Sam could just barely make out the edge of what looked to be cubbies in the walls. Ghastly poked his head through to tell them the room was unoccupied. Thankfully, this door wasn't locked like the one that led in from outside. Passing through, Sam and Reedy took in the room. The space was much cleaner, almost resembling a sort of break room. However, 2 walls were occupied by storage. One had rows of slotted shelves filled with Pokeballs, and the other had several glass-sealed cubbies with holes in them to allow air to reach within. The Dratini. Reedy immediately rushed forward as Sam made sure the door closed behind them. He approached, quietly waving for Ghastly to continue poking around before joining Reedy in front of 3 young dragon types. Just like the counter worker had said, these were Dratini. Each one was a small serpent with blue scales and a white stomach. Tiny wings flapped where ears might have been as they poked up their heads. Pure black eyes stared at them, all 3 sets full of hope. This isn't right, Reedy mumbled. Why are they in such small boxes? And look what they're feeding them. Each cubby was only a foot or 2 across. Pressed against the glass were bowls containing food and water. However, the water looked stale, and the food was Pokémon kibble. Not even Reedy was cheap enough to subject a Pokémon to food as low quality as that. And why keep them out like this? Why not keep them in Pokeballs? Sam asked as one of the 3 Dratini let out a pitiful whine. There was a silence as he and Reedy both paused to process it. I think it's a loyalty issue, she said. Sam turned to her, but her gaze remained locked on the Dratini in their sealed cubbies. Pokeballs keep Pokémon in stasis. They don't need to eat, injuries won't worsen, and Pokeballs let Pokémon have a vague idea about what's going on around them. Most Pokémon say being in one is comfortable, but what if you don't want a Pokémon to be comfortable? What if you want a Pokémon to be unhappy? That way, once they are caught and handed over to a proper trainer, they'll love that trainer that much more thanks to their way better treatment. That's messed up, Sam said. That's a technique used by poachers. A dark look passed over Reedy's face. She looked between all 3 of the Dratini and glanced to the other wall of Pokeballs. How many of these Pokémon were obtained illegally? She mumbled. One of the Dratini pushed its head towards the holes in the glass. Reedy bent to stick a few fingers through, just barely managing to pet them. We're freeing them, Reedy said, determination settling into her voice. Sam could tell Reedy wanted to order Teddiursa to attack the glass, but he stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder and whispering, Hold on. Remember what I said about the strength of the people here? Sam asked. She frowned but nodded. Sam pushed on. We only have 2 star teams. I don't think we can win any fights. We have to get out and call for help. If we can get the police involved. Footsteps. Then, voices. Ghastly panically popped back into the room. Don't understand. My key didn't work, but the door still opened. You think the lock broke? Maybe. Or Fred screwed with it again. Sam quickly took a step back and exchanged a glance with Reedy. An entire silent conversation carried out between them before they made the executive decision to head deeper into hide. As fast as they could, Reedy and Sam moved to a door that led to a different hallway. Teddiursa scrambled, and Reedy hurriedly whispered to the 3 Dratini. We'll get you help. We promise, she said quietly. The door clicked behind them only seconds before the door to the storage room opened up. Sam desperately looked around while Reedy actively checked the other doors in this hallway. One creaked open. She waved to him to follow. In here. They dipped inside and closed the room off. Thankfully, the door had a lock Sam was quick to apply. He breathed out and took the space in. This was essentially an office, complete with a desk, a blocky computer, and a phone on a nearby wall. Most importantly, there was a single Pokeball next to the computer on that desk. Sam asked Ghastly to continue to remain on guard as he immediately went up to pick up the phone. Reedy followed, hand tracing the edges of the desk as she eyed both the Pokeball and the white machine. Quickly, Sam dialed the number for the police. Goldenrod Police. Do you have an emergency? Yes, he cleared his throat to speak with a deeper and gruffer voice. I'm at the reward building for the game corner, and there's evidence here that their reward Pokémon are poached, or are at least being abused. Please elaborate. Sam started to go into detail about what he had seen. As he did, Reedy grinned and plopped into the desk chair to sit behind the computer. He made a slicing motion across his neck to try to get her to stop, but she cheekily shrugged and turned it on. Surprisingly, the computer flashed on within only a few seconds. Hey! No password, Reedy said. Sam's eyes bore into her as she grabbed the mouse and started to browse the computer's contents. Yes, glass boxes, he said, still attempting to disguise his voice. Little space to move. Poor conditions. All three looked extremely young. We'll be there shortly. Please, stay on the line so we can. Sorry. Gotta go. He hung up before the policewoman could shout for him to wait. Frowning, he marched over to stand behind Reedy and look at the screen over her shoulder. Isn't this evidence tampering? Nah, the police will know we've been here so there's no problem. It makes sense to check for more proof, anyway. Trust me, I've seen a bunch of detective flicks before. Sam glared at her, but she wasn't even paying attention. Reedy softly hummed as she navigated to the computer's email program. It opened up, revealing dozens upon dozens of emails waiting to be read. Most were comments sent by customers. A few were spam. Others involved requests by employees. There was something about shipments with values that made Sam's head boggle. Hold on. What's that one? It was unread, having recently arrived. The subject line had only 2 words, a gift. Reedy clicked on it. Sam read it out loud. As a bonus, we've included an interesting specimen alongside your last shipment. It's one of a kind, a perfect draw to lure more customers. Use it as you wish and remember who sent it to you. To our ongoing partnership. P. The email lingered as both Sam and Reedy stared at the screen. Too many questions flashed through Sam's mind for him to vocalize anything. Who is P? Why did he send the Pokeball? What species is it? And what did we get ourselves into? As Sam reread the message, Reedy picked up the Pokeball on the desk. Hold on, what are you? It's a Porygon, isn't it? She turned to glance up at Sam, a conflicted expression on her face. She looked him in the eye for what felt like minutes before she whispered one question. How did you know? He wasn't sure how to answer. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, forcing both Reedy and Sam back into silence. The door muffled a voice into indistinguishable muttering. The handle jiggled. There was a pause, and whoever was on the other side grumbled. The jingle of keys was obvious even from here. Hypnosis, Ghastly. Sam whispered sharply. The door swung open to reveal a greasy-looking man in a button-down shirt that was too tight against his stomach. He had an unhappy scowl on his face, a scowl that froze in place when he locked eyes with Ghastly, who was floating at head level. The ghost type loomed closer, eyes glowing blue as the man went utterly still. No one moved until the man's eyes rolled up into his head, and he fell face forward on the ground. He laid there and began to snore. Sam and Reedy immediately got up to leave. The police were coming, and they didn't have a place to hide from anyone who might be nearby. However, as they scrambled out of the office, Sam didn't fail to notice Reedy slip the Pokeball into her pocket. They followed the path they came from before, but it was empty now. The voices they had heard had gone deeper in. Before they left, Reedy made sure to shout to the 3 Dratini that help was on the way. A thud sounded from another room. Someone heard her, but Sam and Reedy disappeared outside before they could be discovered. Dashing, they curved back through the alley and hastily returned both Teddy Ursa and Ghastly. They made sure to slow to a casual pace as they joined a few pedestrians headed down the street. Then sirens. Cop cars barreled down the road. Behind them, a woman riding an Arcanine kept pace. Her blue hair made her easily recognizable as Officer Jenny. Should we? I want answers, Sam. And I want to stay safe, Reedy said. The Pokémon Center will keep our rooms reserved for a few days even if we don't show up. Let's camp out, Just for tonight. Somewhere private, alright. Alright. Cops entered the rewards building right as Sam and Reedy turned the corner. Rather than head to the Pokémon Center, they followed the road to the nearby southern route and headed a ways into it until they found an obscured grove of trees, a location perfect for a hidden camp. Silently, they set up camp as their Pokémon helped. Cyndaquil could sense Sam's nerves and stayed right by his side. It'd been a long day, but as they got a fire going and as stars started to appear as pinpricks above them, Reedy asked for Sam to stop. "Hold on," she said. "I at least need to check." Holding up the Pokeball she had taken from the game corner, a Pokémon coalesced from red light. Their team members stood on guard in case it attacked, but it didn't. A Porygon floated in the air, staring with blank eyes. Chapter 34. Reedy took a step closer to Porygon, but Teddiursa shouted his name and tripped over himself in his rush to block her path. She snorted and leaned down to pat his head. "I'll be fine," she said. "I don't think Porygon is going to attack." Sam stayed behind as Reedy began to circle the unmoving Pokémon. She casually held her hands behind her back and tilted her head to the side as she took in every inch of Porygon. It remained where it floated, not bothering to track her path. Its eyes blankly stared out past the grove's edge. Sam started to doubt Porygon was even conscious. The Pokémon consisted of several sharp, angular polygons that, when put together, vaguely resembled a duck. Blue treads spun in place on its sides, their color contrasting with the pink of its body. A tail flicked back and forth as its head slowly drifted about 20 degrees to the left before snapping back to its start and beginning that slow process once again. The movements almost reminded Sam of clockwork, but clockwork had a distinctly metallic look and generally had some sort of purpose. These shifts were just passive twitches that felt like an unconscious quirk. Genuinely, it looked like someone took a poorly made computer model and plopped it down in real life. "Feels like plastic," Reedy said, carefully running a pair of fingers down Porygon's side. There was still no reaction as it remained floating in the middle of the camp. When Sam joined Reedy in her slow path around it, he expected it to do something. But it didn't. "So, Porygon." Reedy completed her circle and snapped her heels together. "What can you tell us about yourself? Were you kidnapped? Poached? Stolen? I'll be honest, I kind of grabbed you because I want you to be a part of my team, but I don't want to take you away if you're already partnered with someone else." Despite the seriousness of her questions, Reedy spoke with her usual levity. She handled a heavy topic with the lightness of a casual conversation. Sam could tell she was just trying to lighten the mood, but it felt a little callous. Still, if he was Porygon, he would have appreciated the attempt. However, there wasn't a response. Even the direct engagement failed to stir Porygon into action. Its treads continued to spin, and its head continued its slow drifts and snaps back into place. Reedy slumped, and she waved a hand in front of Porygon's face. "Hello." Still nothing. She glanced at Sam. "Sam, help," she whined. He quickly pulled out the new Pokédex to see if Porygon's entry included any relevant information. "Says here it was designed to explore cyberspace." "Wait, designed? Like Porygon was man-made?" "Yeah," Sam said. "I thought it was obvious when I said it was computer-generated." Reedy rocked back and forth on her feet. "Then Porygon was probably stolen from a lab. Question is, what lab? And where?" The new Pokédex listed no labs in the locations where Porygon could be found. At this point, Sam's and Reedy's Pokémon had finally built enough courage to approach. Teddiursa cautiously inched forward, holding up a stick he kept pointed at Porygon. Mankey and Ghastly had no such worries, and Mankey skipped forward to better look at it while Ghastly sneaked behind to try to scare it and inspire a reaction. Just like everyone else, he failed to get it to move. "All right," Reedy said. "If you're from the future, you gotta have at least something." "How do I get it to react, Sam?" Sam stumbled. He hadn't realized she was talking to him until she said his name. "Wait, me?" He held up a hand to his chest. "You think I'm from the future?" Reedy scoffed, not even bothering to glance his way. "Well, duh. How else do you explain everything that's going on?" she said, gesturing at nothing specific. "I said I wanted answers. It's why I wanted to camp somewhere private. That, and to make sure no one saw we had Porygon." She proceeded to turn on her heel and face Sam, her head cocked to the side. "Look, it all adds up, yeah? You've got some kind of old book that has facts no one else knows. You keep saying little things that don't make sense, like how Porygon can apparently have 3 abilities. Plus your strategies. They're super advanced compared to mine. Only problem is that I don't get how you didn't know about the fairy type. And your mom. Unless when you call her you're actually calling her in the future. Words failed Sam. He genuinely had to fight just to contemplate the wild accusation Reedy threw his way. She walked closer, each footstep punctuated by a demand. So, answers, she said. I want lottery numbers. The best stocks. Successful companies. Technology to buy. You gotta have some kind of way to make money. You don't do a bit of time travel and not abuse it. Please. She clasped her hands and fluttered her eyes. She put on the best puppy dog expression she could. Sam turned away and cleared his throat. I'm not from the future, he said. Reedy pulled back. Oh. She crossed her arms with a frown. I don't get it, Reedy said, pursing her lips. How do you even know all this stuff, then? I mean, you knew about Porygon when no one else did. And you already know it can evolve, too? You're way too educated when it comes to Pokémon. I do a lot of reading, Sam said. She scoffed. Yeah, but there's a difference between doing a lot of reading and knowing something that's clearly from the future. Sam grimaced, unable to meet her accusing gaze. He knew he'd slipped up a few times, but he didn't think Reedy would care. He tried to distract himself, hoping Reedy would drop the topic. He turned to their Pokémon and their continued attempts to get a reaction out of Porygon. Teddy Ursa poked it with his stick. Cyndaquil squeaked at him to get him to stop. Ghastly seemed to delight in the chaos, cackling to himself, and Mankey just watched the whole scene impassively while scratching his head and glancing between the floating Pokémon and everyone else. Sam hoped that Reedy would take the hint and choose to watch all the nonsense going on, but she refused to look away, staring at him with a gaze that seemed to pierce his soul. Yet, he also knew that he could simply tell his friend that he didn't want to talk about it, and she would accept that. Reedy was understanding like that. But Sam was selfish. He wanted to keep the new Pokédex for himself, but he also wanted to talk about it. You don't have a book full of world-shattering information and not freak out about it. Who else but him knew there was a ghost type that was also part dragon type? That was so cool. And he couldn't geek out about it with anyone if he kept it secret. Sam let the dam burst. After a month of knowing Reedy, he knew he could trust her. He wanted to be selfish. He wanted to be able to speak about his secrets. This wasn't him being nice, this was him being selfish. He refused to justify it any other way. I'm not from the future, Sam repeated. But I think I have a book that is. Reedy pursed her lips. Yeah, that makes way more sense. It kind of does, doesn't it? He hadn't put the pieces together until Reedy's accusation. It came from an outside perspective, which seemed to line everything up in a way he would have never considered. The new Pokédex was from the future. That's how it had so much impossible information about Pokémon. It was old because it was sent back in time. And how was it sent back in time? He didn't know. This theory didn't answer every question. It answered nothing about where the book came from, how it got to his grandfather, or why it left so many details out. It at least felt like a head start. It just wasn't a head start he could actually research. I found this book, the new Pokédex, when I was going through my grandfather's old stuff, Sam said, holding up the book to let Reedy see. I thought it was just an old Pokédex, but it has a bunch of undiscovered information on it. Unknown Pokémon, unknown evolutions, unknown moves. Reedy hummed. She finally turned back and watched their Pokémon, chuckling when Cyndaquil snatched the stick from Teddy Ursa's hands. I wanted to keep it my secret weapon, Sam continued. I wanted to be the best ghost-type trainer out there, so why not rely on information no one else knows? According to the book, Mankey can eventually evolve into a ghost type. Cyndaquil can eventually evolve into a ghost type. Ghastly is, well, he's already a ghost type, but there's a list of moves in the new Pokédex I can use to make him the strongest Gengar around. You know you could sell it, Reedy suddenly interjected. If the new Pokédex is so advanced, why not sell that book and be set for life? Heck, do you even realize how many rare ghost types you could buy with that kind of money? Sam's answer came quick. No, he said, pulling the book closer to his chest. No shortcuts. If I'm going to be a Pokémon trainer, I'm doing it right. The new Pokédex is a guide, it's information I need to spend time learning and understanding rather than just a list of answers. What's the point of being a trainer if I just skip to the end? The whole point of this is the journey. I wouldn't give that up for the world. He coughed, realizing he got a little impassioned at the end, and Reedy let her head flop on her shoulder to send him a grin. I agree, she said, smiling. Can't blame you for not wanting to sell it. I wouldn't want to sell that kind of advantage, either. But, she scratched her cheek. About my team. I was already planning on drip-feeding you secret information. I just wasn't going to tell you it was secret when I did. She laughed. Has anyone told you that you're an incredible friend? No, but you could say it more often. You're an incredible friend. Sam turned away so she couldn't see his face. Cyndaquil returned to his side, holding Teddy Ursa's stick, which she quickly burned to ash. She stuck her tongue out at the normal type, who stuck his tongue out back at her. She then held up her paws to ask to be picked up, and Sam put her in her favored spot within his hood so she could curl up and look out over his shoulder. We still haven't settled the main issue, though, Sam said, walking closer to everyone else. Yeah, Reedy mumbled, rubbing her chin. What are we going to do about Porygon? And why isn't it doing anything? Despite everything, Porygon was yet to do anything but idle, passive movements. No matter how much Teddy Ursa had poked it or how much Ghastly tried to scare it, it had remained in a single spot in the air, blankly staring ahead. Can you come here, Porygon? Reedy asked. There was no response. What if you're more direct? Sam offered. Reedy cleared her throat. Porygon. Come here, she said in a commanding tone. To both of their surprise, Porygon actually turned in the air and floated over to sit in front of Reedy. She hummed as the rest of the Pokémon shouted in surprise. Cyndaquil chortled in Sam's hood. All right. What if you move over there, she said, pointing to a spot under a nearby tree. Following her orders, Porygon floated to where she pointed. Now move there, Reedy said next, choosing a different spot under a different tree. It moved as it did before, hovering to reach the designated location. Now there, she continued. It moved again. And there, she said. It moved yet again. And float higher up. It shifted a foot up. And returned to my side. It returned to her side. Okay. I think I get it, Reedy said. Porygon responds to commands, but it doesn't do anything for itself. Can it attack? Sam asked. Are you willing to show off your moves, Porygon? She said, turning to the Pokémon. No response. Show off your moves, Reedy ordered, once again returning to a commanding tone of voice. Two obvious attacks came out, Tackle, in the form of a sudden lurch forward, and Psybeam, a psychic-type beam of energy that shot from its beak and impacted a tree. After those two attacks, it then used Sharpen, which somehow made the already sharp angles of its body even sharper. That move would enhance the damage of any physical attack that involved its body. Afterwards, Porygon did something strange that didn't seem to carry an effect. In a wave across its surface, squares not unlike pixels rotated around and flipped only to return Porygon to the same state it was in before. It took a bit of searching in the new Pokédex, but Sam was pretty confident he found what that move was. Conversion, I think, he said. It changes the user's type to the type of one of its moves. Reedy rubbed her chin, but that eventually evolved into her furiously scratching at the sides of her head. Ugh! This is so messed up, she groaned with a yell. It's like it can't even think for itself. It's acting like it's some kind of tool made just for battles. It reminds me of how some abused Pokémon act, Sam mumbled. Reedy let herself fall to the dirt, where she sat on the ground. I know, she said, leaning back and staring at the darkened sky through gaps in the trees. It's messed up. I want to help it. A silence stretched out in their hidden camp. Neither Reedy nor Sam spoke, choosing instead to simply sit and think about potential solutions. The problem was Porygon was an extremely unusual Pokémon, and there was no telling if its behavior was unique to its species or if it was forced to act this way. Handing it over to the police was out of the question. Sam didn't want to risk Porygon being returned to its previous owner, and he could tell that Reedy felt the same way. All Pokémon deserved to have a bright future no matter what, and perhaps with the new Pokédex. I'm keeping Porygon, Reedy said with a tone that spoke of finality. I don't care if I technically stole them, I want to make sure they're happy. And if I have to spend years ensuring that they gain independence, she smiled. I'd say it'd be years well spent. A plan was formed. Reedy needed to register Porygon under her name. They had no clue if Porygon's Pokeball had a previous owner or not, but they couldn't risk allowing Porygon to be handed back, especially with the behavior Porygon displayed. So, with so few options available to them, they came to the unanimous decision that Reedy needed to go to a Pokémon Center. There, she would talk to a nurse, and they would figure out what to do next from there. Reedy took a bold step into the Pokémon Center, the squeak of the automatic doors announcing her entrance. Sam stood behind her back, a comforting presence, and Reedy strode towards the front desk where a pink-haired nurse was stationed. It felt as though everyone was staring at her, but whenever she checked, the other trainers were too busy with their own conversations. Small groups lingered and chatted within seating areas in the lobby, and others stood around and stared at nothing at all while they waited for their own Pokémon to be healed. It felt like the world was resting on her shoulders. She'd promised she'd make Teddy Ursa the strongest Pokémon out there, and now she'd effectively done the same to make sure Porygon would turn out okay. While it had done nothing besides float in place overnight, she already felt attached to the little Pokémon. Porygon deserved to be treated well. Hello and welcome to the Pokémon Center. Here, we can restore your Pokémon to full health, the nurse cheerfully said. Reedy could feel the weight of the 2 Pokeballs attached to her waist. Sam nodded to her and split off to wait on a nearby couch. Porygon was meant to be her Pokémon, and she needed to ensure that Porygon could stay. I have a pair of Pokémon that need to be checked, Reedy said, not letting even an ounce of nervousness creep into her voice. Except, I have a team member that needs to be kept secret. There. She leaned in and gestured for the nurse to do the same. They're a new species, she whispered, causing the nurse's eyes to widen in surprise. Well, Are you sure? Absolutely. Reedy did not break her gaze away from the pink-haired nurse. The nurse looked around, surprisingly calmly, before waving a Chansey over. She stepped back and let the egg-shaped Pokémon man the counter before nodding to Reedy. Please, follow me. Reedy sent Sam a nervous smile as she followed the nurse into the door behind the counter. There, she was led through a sterile hallway with rooms off to the sides. Some were merely closed off with featureless doors, but others had windows that revealed sleeping Pokémon tucked into beds. Each one was being monitored by wires and devices, and a few trainers lingered next to those windows to watch their injured Pokémon with worry clear in their expression. The nurse took Reedy to a room without a window and opened it up. In here, she said. This room reminded Reedy of a doctor's office, with the classic shelves, counter, examination table, and a chair for anyone who accompanied the patient. However, the examination table was about twice as large as the usual ones reserved for humans, and there was a machine against the wall with 6 slots to allow Pokeballs to be placed within. Please, sit, the nurse said, gesturing to the chair. Reedy did as asked as the nurse placed her 2 Pokeballs into the machine. Above it, a screen turned on, and the nurse typed on a keyboard at the machine's side. An image of Teddy Ursa appeared and rotated around to let the nurse look him over for obvious injuries. These machines let us summarize a Pokémon's status without needing to release them from their Pokeball. They ensure no bad condition gets worse, and it gives us time to prepare any emergency treatment if necessary. That's good. Reedy said. The nurse paused to smile at her. It's a miracle of modern medicine, she said. As for your newest Pokémon. The nurse frowned when Porygon appeared on the screen. Where Teddy Ursa had appeared unmoving, Porygon visibly shifted around in its idle, animated state. That's strange. How much can you tell me about the species? She asked. My Pokémon, it's called Porygon, Reedy said quietly. I'm pretty sure it's man-made. Normal type. It's computer-generated and can explore cyberspace. Hey. The nurse rapidly typed on the keyboard, clicks and clacks filling the air. Reedy squirmed in her seat, unsure what the nurse was actually doing. Does the Pokeball have a previous owner? Reedy asked. The typing stopped. Why? Porygon. I don't know if it's their species, or if it's a result of how they're treated, Reedy said nervously. But they don't act on their own. They only follow commands. I want to help them. I want to make sure they're okay. And if they were abused? The Pokeball is blank. Unregistered, unfortunately. Oh. Reedy slumped in her chair. But I'm sure Porygon appreciates the sentiment, the nurse continued with a soft smile. I can tell you are very dedicated to your team. I just need to get a few last readings on it to make sure everything is okay, and then we can head back out to have a short discussion, all right. The mention of a discussion caused Reedy's heart to hammer in her chest, but she still nodded. The nurse maintained her smile. Reedy knew that she needed to make sure Porygon would be okay, but she hadn't obtained them through the most ethical of means. If someone had reported them as stolen, or if the nurse made the connection and reported Porygon to the local police. "And done," the nurse said cheerfully. "You can take your Pokeballs back. Both Teddiursa and Porygon are in perfect health. Let's head back out to the lobby, all right?" She smiled at Reedy, and Reedy nodded cautiously. At the nurse's command, she retrieved the 2 Pokeballs from their slots to clip them back to her belt. Stepping outside, they returned to the hallway before exiting into the entrance room once again. Sam stood up to try to greet her, but Reedy shook her head to get him to wait. Still, she appreciated how ready he was to support her if necessary. "Without getting into specifics, I've gone ahead and registered Porygon's Pokeball to be in your name. They're officially part of your team." Reedy briefly froze as almost all of her stress melted away. "Thank you," Reedy said. "However," and Reedy stood straighter once again. "I applaud you for wanting to take care of your Pokémon, but you need to understand that you don't have an easy task ahead of you. Not only do we know almost nothing about the species, this is the first time we've ever had a Porygon at a Pokémon Center, period. If it was abused, you need to show it as much love as you can, or give it the space it needs, okay?" "Okay." Reedy continued to nod her head. She wasn't sure how else she was supposed to react. "Now, I have a list of assigned reading I want you to do, mostly books containing behavioral studies of Pokémon," the nurse said, scribbling a list of titles on a small piece of paper. "Professor Oak has written nearly countless award-winning studies on the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Some of their chapters will be key to making sure your Pokémon comes out okay." Reedy continued to nod, feeling a little silly but also thankful, as the nurse slid over the sheet and gave her directions to the nearby library. Her trainer ID would let her take out up to 3 books for a week at a time, and even though Reedy really didn't want to read, she would do so if it meant helping Porygon become more independent. "That's it for everything we need to take care of here." "Thank you," Reedy quickly said. "But might I say one last thing?" She leaned in when the nurse gestured for her to do so. She then went stiff at the woman's whisper. "Next time, maybe don't run away after calling the police," the nurse said, winking. She openly gaped at the Pokémon Center employee, but the nurse had already turned away to return to working the front desk computer. Reedy wanted to ask how she knew, but something about the nurse's nonchalant demeanor told her that she planned to keep any involvement a secret. Dazed, Reedy turned and walked away. Sam rushed to meet her as Cyndaquil squeaked a greeting. "Did it work out? How's Porygon?" "Porygon is fine," she said, still feeling a bit confused. "And they're officially part of my team. Congratulations. But you know what," she continued. "I'm going to do my best to make sure they're comfortable, too. And the nurse gave me a lot of ways I can find out how to do so." A confident smile appeared on her face. Sam smiled just as confidently back. Porygon deserved someone who cared, and Reedy planned to be that person. No Pokémon deserved to be treated as just a tool, and no Pokémon deserved to have all of their actions defined solely by their trainer's commands. She knew Sam would support her, especially with the new Pokédex's help. This went beyond simply including Porygon on her team. Reedy had a duty to ensure the brightest possible future for her newest Pokémon. So, together with Teddiursa, Reedy would give it her all. Porygon would feel safe, become more independent, and eventually, they'd become unbeatable, incapable of loss. Everything would all work out in the end, because it had to. Reedy would make sure of it. Chapter 34.5, A Day in the Life of Ghastly. Ghost types didn't need to sleep. They could, but it wasn't truly necessary. Due to their nature as less than physical beings, ghost types could stay awake for days on end and only feel somewhat exhausted. This held true for most species, or at least, the species that mattered. For Ghastly, all he cared about was that the fact was true for him: he only slept once or twice a week because of a very important reason. The period just after midnight was completely and utterly his. The witching hour was the time of night in which certain species thrived. Diurnal Pokémon were all deep in slumber, which gave everyone else free rein to do whatever they wanted. Ghost and Dark types were the prevalent species during the witching hour, and Ghastly was proud to consider himself among that group. The fallen tower he used to dwell in was crowded. He only ever got a chance to glimpse Ecruteak City. If he ever wanted to head out, he would have risked losing the space he had claimed to be his own. Now that he had a trainer, not only was he being escorted across the entire world, but he was also being trained. Ghastly was strong, and he could fend for himself. Floating in this darkened Pokémon Center bedroom, Ghastly glanced down at where Sam slept. The sounds of soft snores filled the air as the boy pulled Cyndaquil close to his chest. In her own rest, she nuzzled into him while her back occasionally popped with sparks, an unconscious response to her dreams. Behind her, the occasional bit of ash sat on the bed, turning part of the white sheets black. Both of them were far too busy being asleep to notice if Ghastly temporarily stepped away. He had a city to explore. Darkness to make use of. He wanted to experience the world, but as he moved to phase through a nearby wall, a snort stopped him before he could go. Mankey stared at Ghastly through his reflection on a tabletop mirror. Ghastly wasn't alone in his wakefulness. The little monkey used this time to practice without being disturbed. Late at night, the fighting type would stare at his reflection for hours on end, practicing his expression. It was as if he needed to fight to keep his anger down when he saw another member of his species. Ghastly had been too caught up in his own plans to think about the angry ball of fur. Mankey's eye bore into Ghastly, and Ghastly briefly debated phasing through the wall anyway. However, Mankey didn't call him out. He rolled his eyes and waved Ghastly off. They were accomplices for this matter. Neither of them were supposed to be up this late at night. Ghastly quietly whispered his name to say he'd be back within the hour before disappearing into the next room over. He made sure to send a thankful wink to the monkey as he vanished into the wall. This room contained the team's traveling companions, the girl and her 2 Pokémon. Reedy laid splayed on the bed, with Teddy Ursa laying across her stomach. Her sheets were in disarray and miscellaneous gear had been thrown across the room. Above her, Porygon floated and stared down. Ghastly wasn't sure if that Pokémon needed sleep. He wasn't sure if it could sleep in the first place. But, this was a brief stop before he headed out, and he absolutely had to check. Silently floating forward, he moved to place himself behind that incomprehensible Pokémon. After taking a moment to prepare himself, Ghastly popped out and forced his eyeballs out of his head with his tongue sticking out for a scare. Unfortunately, there was no reaction from the emotionless Porygon. The Pokémon remained staring down at its trainer. Annoyed, Ghastly huffed, and he feigned leaving the room before popping back in front of Porygon for another attempt at a scare. The floating normal type didn't even bother to glance at him. Its gaze was firmly locked onto the bed. Finding the reaction boring, Ghastly wasn't willing to try for a third attempt, so he moved on. He had hoped to be the one to finally stir a reaction out of that creature, but he was fine with just leaving it alone. Ghastly made sure to follow the Pokémon Center's hallways instead of simply passing through the wall to head outside. His concern wasn't any other trainers, rather, he couldn't risk angering the Pokémon Center's local ghostly guard. A shadow stirred against the ceiling as Ghastly floated downstairs. 2 red eyes peered out, and Ghastly kept low to show his deference to the powerful Pokémon. The Jengar let its cruel grin appear beneath its eyes before it faded back away into mundane darkness. Its role here was to ensure ghost types, wild or not, did not prey on unsuspecting trainers. That was why Ghastly let himself be seen in the hallway, so that the Jengar wouldn't stop him when he came back. Although, he did rush out a bit quicker after that encounter. It wasn't that he was scared, it was just that he was. His face tinted ever so slightly. Jealous? Him? No, that couldn't be possible. Jengar was Jengar. Ghastly was Ghastly. He'd figure out how to hide in a shadow. Eventually. The cold nighttime air hit Ghastly's body, and the dim, yellow-orange glow of streetlights lit up the goldenrod street before him. The countless windows that covered the faces of the nearby buildings were all dark and unused. To the common observer, the city felt utterly empty. Ghastly was not the common observer. Parades of Rattata marched down the sidewalks, keeping themselves tight against the walls to hide their presence in darkness. A lone Raticate peered out from an alley, watching the train and quietly chittering advice to the fellow members of its swarm. Above, the pitch-black sky hid Murkrow that searched for shiny objects to add to their collections. A rare ghost type joined them, and a single Noctowl silently flew over all of the rest. It was practically bustling out here, although there was a distinct lack of humans. For Ghastly himself, he took inspiration from the 2 disparate groups and kept high against the wall to ensure no one would notice him or pay him any mind. Following building after building, he explored the city, peering into its oft-ignored nooks and crannies for all the little things no one else ever saw. This served as both a tour and a hunt. This was his hour. He would not let it pass by uneventfully. He found what he was looking for soon enough, as a clatter followed by loud barks rang out from an alley. Grin stretching across his face, Ghastly drifted over. Beneath him, a red-snout houndour furiously barked at a shaking trash can. Its metallic ringing and clanging provided the perfect distraction to let Ghastly move in. The houndour was far too preoccupied with its barking to notice Ghastly lowering himself into the alley. He let his body phase to near etherealness, making him seem like he wasn't all of the way there. For several seconds, Ghastly lingered. He savored this moment the best he could. Then, he cleared his throat. The houndour turned around. Ghastly hit it with the most terrifying mean look he could manage. Immediately, the hound yipped out of fear and scurried backwards, its head being brought to the ground. It stumbled as Ghastly's red eyes bore down on it, but it never got too far away. What made this scare even funnier was that mean look prevented the dog from fleeing. Fearful whines filled the alley as Ghastly's laughter echoed around him. Next to him, two tiny heads poked out of the trash can, both yellow and tipped with pointed ears. The twin Piku, the targets of Houndour's verbal assault, hopped onto the trash can's rim and glanced between the gleeful Ghastly and the terrified Houndour. In unison, they joined Ghastly's laughter, pointing at the terrified dog and clutching their stomachs. The Houndour, a dark type usually not to be trifled with, finally realized what had happened. It brought its head up, growling, glaring at both Ghastly and the two electric types menacingly. Flames licked up around its mouth, and Ghastly stopped. He had seen Cyndaquil practice enough to know what was going to happen next. He fled. He rushed out of the alley, zipping back to the main street. The Houndour chased after him as the two Piku hopped back into their trash can. Ember hit the nearby walls, and the Houndour effectively roared. "Cut it out!" A window slammed open. A greasy man leaned out and glared. The Houndour growled and stopped attacking. When it looked back at the street, Ghastly was already gone. He held back his snickers as the Houndour peered around, trying to find him. Ghastly positioned himself just behind a streetlight to let the glow hide his form. Eventually, the dog gave up and moved back into the alley, apparently intending to go after those two Piku instead. Unfortunately for it, Ghastly was sure they were already gone. He hadn't just managed to scare the dog, he had managed to completely ruin its night. Ghastly chuckled quietly to himself and looked up and down the street. That was fun. He didn't want to let up just yet. Searching for another victim, he found a target just a handful of city blocks away. A dizzy-looking man struggled to stay upright as he stared into a shop's window, watching television replay the nightly news. Was successful in closing the warehouse. Subsequent investigations found nearly a third of the retrieved Pokémon had been poached illegally, while another third after that had no official documentation. Ghastly was still a bit annoyed that Mankey had seen him through a mirror. If there was ever a chance to practice, it was right here and now. Like what he had done against the Houndour, Ghastly silently approached the man from above and behind. He had to focus to maintain the effect, but in the window, his reflection didn't appear. However, there was still an obvious disturbance in the air. It took a full minute for the man to notice the unnatural shift. He seemed to notice it out of the corner of his eye, blinked, and then checked again. Ghastly was quick. When the man snapped his head around, he rushed upwards. No one ever looked upwards. "Hello," the man called out, gaze flicking about the street. "Anyone there?" His voice slurred as he wobbled in place. No one else was around, so the man shrugged and turned back to the television. Ghastly was right there. The girlish scream didn't quite match the man's burly body. Ghastly laughed and laughed and laughed and disappeared up into the night sky. Behind him, strings of words he had never heard before left the man's mouth. Just in case, he committed them to memory. Perhaps he could involve them in some sort of confuse ray illusion? Moving higher into the sky, the streets became darkened lines that crisscrossed Goldenrod City. Skyscrapers attempted to chase after him, but they were too immobile to reach the same heights. Ghastly let himself levitate above it all and take it all in. He saw parks. He saw taxis. He saw the nearby forest. He saw a plume of smoke coming from a building he had explored just a few short days ago. Ghastly wasn't sure how long he let himself hang in the sky, but when it came to ghost types, they were famously able to wait a long time. It could be weeks, months, or even years until anything of interest entered a ghost type's territory. He, like so many others, was capable of staying in one place with little to do. But a deep, shuddering breath suddenly overtook him. It wasn't a yawn, he was not tired. He was just bored. Homesick? Taking a few minutes to figure out where he ended up, Ghastly quickly located the Pokémon Center thanks to its neon sign. Rushing downwards, he reached the street and phased through its glass front doors, which automatically opened up behind him. The on-duty nurse glanced around to see who had entered, but Ghastly remained hidden in the ceiling and sneaked over to head upstairs. He followed the hallways back to Sam's room. Along the way, he kept an eye out for that Gengar, but the evolved Pokémon never appeared. His eyes felt heavy as he reached his trainer's temporary bedroom, upon which he phased through the door. Ghastly paused. Red eyes curved up into a mocking smile against the back wall. Sam sat on the bed, his arms crossed, staring right at Ghastly, unaware of the ghost type behind him. Ghastly was experiencing far too many emotions to let any appear on his face. That Gengar sold him out. It subtly woke up Sam after Ghastly had left. Mankey at least proved to be trustworthy once again, as the fighting type was feigning slumber on the Pokémon Center desk. The problem was the very conscious Sam, the boy's stern look, and the judgmental leer Cyndaquil sent his way. Ghastly, Sam said, a frown on his face. You left. There was something about the lack of sharpness to Sam's tone. His words almost sounded hurt. Upset. When I woke up, you were gone. I thought, Sam breathed in. I thought you decided to leave. Ghastly wasn't able to look the boy in the eye. Why did you head out? I don't want to trap you. I don't want to force you to do anything. If you don't like being here. Ghastly snapped out his name. That absolutely was not the case. He sighed. Ghastly had first come to be inside the burned tower. He had stayed there for who knows how long, having practically nothing to do. Most of the other ghosts were fun, but some of the older ones were a bit stringent. He was limited. He couldn't really leave. He could only ever dream of actually heading out and seeing the rest of the world. When Sam's gym trial caused the noises of a battle to echo from upstairs, of course Ghastly had to investigate. Not once did he expect to get punched in the face, and not once did he expect to be thrust into a pokeball. But, once he was inside of it, he realized this was his chance, and he let himself relax alongside the cleansing feeling that he had felt beside him. Ghastly didn't want to leave Sam's side. He didn't want to be on his own again. He might not have had any grand ambition like everyone else on the team, but he wanted to see what the world had to offer alongside everyone else. Sam took it all in, patiently nodding along. However, it was obvious that the boy couldn't speak Pokémon. When Ghastly was done, Sam glanced at Cyndaquil, who gestured to try to elaborate on what Ghastly had said. Ah! A light of understanding entered Sam's eyes. A small smile crept onto his face. You just want to explore. See the world, hey? Ghastly's usual grin returned. A faint cackle left his mouth. All right. I won't get mad. This was a bit of a miscommunication. I should have talked to you more in the past, Sam said. However, his stern tone returned. In the future, tell me before you leave. I don't want you to get hurt, and I don't want you to get lost. There's a lot out there, all right? Especially at this time of night. A shudder went through Sam, but Ghastly didn't miss the poorly hidden smile that appeared alongside it. He floated closer, and Sam reached out to affectionately pat his head. Once we get more Pokémon with us, maybe I can assign partners. Or... maybe we could schedule something so I can go with you. Ghastly's eyes widened as he looked up at Sam. Now that was an idea. He personally wasn't great at coming up with new plans for scares, but that was what having a Pokémon trainer was all about. Having that kind of strategic mind at his disposal. Oh, Ghastly was already smiling at the thought of everything he could get up to. Without missing a beat, Ghastly nodded to show just how much he wanted that. Sam laughed and pulled back from his Pokémon. Sounds like a plan, Ghastly, he said, a yawn leaving his mouth. But how about we go to sleep for now? We can figure something out for another night. Sam laid back on the bed as Cyndaquil pressed herself into the nook formed by his arm. Gengar had already disappeared, likely taking the chance during that discussion to vanish from the room. Go to sleep, Ghastly. I know ghost types don't have to rest all the time, but sleeping still helps to keep you healthy. Ghastly definitely didn't yawn, but he did inhale deeply for no particular reason. Drifting downwards, he let his body hit the soft, downy mattress while Sam closed his eyes to sleep. The room was quiet. The only sound was that of soft breathing. Mankey peeked open an eye to give Ghastly a respectful tilt of the head before rolling over to sleep, himself. Ghastly's eyes were heavy. Sam was right in that he didn't need to sleep, but he was also right in that he probably should. Before he drifted off into unconsciousness, however, he thought back to his old home with a single question. The burned tower was occupied. He hadn't been the only ghost there. The older ones, the human ones, not the Pokémon ones. Ghastly had to wonder what they would think of him and Sam right now. Chapter 35. There was no avoiding the fact Porygon needed to be trained. Porygon's unquestioning obedience and machine-like behavior meant that getting them to follow orders wasn't the problem, it was that they weren't a great battler. It took an hour for Reedy to teach Porygon to lead its targets when aiming Psybeam. It took another hour for her to teach Porygon to chain, sharpen and tackle. Now, though? Now, Reedy was just playing around. Up, she said. Up again. Now, down. Down again. Go. Left. Then right. Left. Right. Now, BA start. Sam much preferred this form of active practice than when Reedy had sat down and forced herself to read a few passages within some books. Sure, the information was helpful, but he was pretty sure she could have found alternatives than ones written by Professor Oak. He chose not to make a comment when he noticed that. Here, as he watched Porygon rapidly shift around in line with Reedy's orders, it looked silly enough that he had to at least say something. Are you trying to make them do something specific? Reedy giggled, not answering the question. Training Porygon reminds me a lot of playing video games, she said. Every little movement needs a command. They don't do anything on their own. It's like having a character in an RPG or controlling some kind of ship to dodge a bullet. She giggled again. I wonder if I could plug in a controller, she mused. Sam rolled his eyes and focused back on his own task. A Miltank sat before him. All right, Cyndaquil, he said. Let's try again for Will-O-Wisp. The little fire type shut her eyes, pouring her focus on the task of conjuring a Will-O-Wisp. Motes of fire coalesced into being at her sides, forming from the latent heat of the flames burning on her back. The attack held steady a success, but it failed to remain that way when they were sent forward. The Will-O-Wisp moved far too slowly and shakily to chase after anything but an unmoving target, and they winked out before they could burn Miltank's side. The pink cow Pokémon chuffed in amusement and rolled onto its side. It didn't bother to treat her as a threat. Cyndaquil slumped, and Sam knelt to rub her back. Despite the blaze that had been there seconds before, her fur was heavily insulated. She felt only slightly warm. You'll get it next time, he said with a comforting smile. In the meantime. Ghastly, use mean look. The ghost type released himself from his pokeball, squirming out to appear in a flash of light. His mouth curled up into a cruel grin that persisted as he crept behind the Miltank. Floating behind its head, he was in the perfect position to give it a scare. He rushed forward, cackling. Miltank froze. As much as Ghastly's horrifically twisted smile made it want to run, the use of mean look actively prevented that. Bit mean, wasn't that? Reedy commented, walking over. She ordered Porygon to stay exactly a foot away from her side, and the Pokémon was doing so perfectly. Miltank deserves it after brushing off Cyndaquil like that, Sam said, standing up. Besides, this is the last one we need. Once we get this third one in, our gym trial will be over. Reedy wasn't competing, she was just tagging along. Her team needed more work, and she was also absolutely against the idea of what was effectively free labor. But, so many trainers were present that it was the perfect place to blend in and train. Porygon easily fit in with all the different species, with no one giving them even a second glance. There were at least 24 other people trying to herd Miltank back to the nearby barn. This was Goldenrod Gym's trial, which took place 5 times a week, divided up by the tier of the gym badge. 4 challengers with 2 badges so far, the task was to herd 3 Miltank off of the field. Most of the bovine Pokémon were standing around and grazing, but others were being annoyed by trainers trying to move them. Will-O-Wisp might not have worked, but I think that's just a consequence of how we've trained, Sam said to Cyndaquil, mumbling as he considered their next steps. With all your practice with Blaze and Curse, your internal control of energies is incredible. I'd imagine with a little push, you could probably turn Ember into a stronger attack. But, when it comes to Will-O-Wisp, He shrugged. Just need a bit more practice. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something basic we're missing. You have the base form down, we just need to figure out speed. She pawed at the ground, and Sam patted her back once again. You know what'll really make you feel better, he whispered. She cocked her head to the side as he pointedly glanced at the Miltank. Ghastly was still harassing the Pokémon with mean look. How about one last ember to get it to move, just like how you corralled the rest? Sam said with a smile. Bringing the Miltank back to the barn was as easy as the other two. Ghastly's mean look helped keep it in line, and the flames from Cyndaquil's ember encouraged it to keep moving. It was a bit cruel, but these Miltank were obstinate layabouts. Present gym trainers went as far as to encourage attacks to little effect. Water-type moves just cooled the cows down. Flying-type moves gave them a nice breeze. Grass-type moves tended to get eaten, and despite being non-combat Pokémon that solely produced milk, most melee strikes outright bounced off of them. Although, even with this struggle, Sam appreciated that he came here with only 2 gym badges. If he had arrived with even a single gym badge more, he would have had to corral Tauros instead, and those Pokémon were far more aggressive and difficult than the ones here. All of Cyndaquil's training meant she had plenty of stamina to guide the Miltank back to the barn, where it was more than willing to head right in. One of the gym trainers overseeing the gym trial made a note on a clipboard and started to walk over to hand Sam the badge. Sorry, he said, holding up a hand, but I plan to earn my gym badge in a battle against Whitney. The gym trainer shrugged. Yeah, you and everyone else, she said. The woman walked away as Sam chuckled and scratched his cheek. He turned, moving closer to Reedy. She was carefully watching Porygon follow behind her with a curious look on her face. I want Porygon to learn Trick Room, she said. But I have a feeling that's a long way off. You said Tri-Attack is one of their best attacks. Yeah. It's a strong normal type attack that can burn, freeze, or paralyze. I wonder if teaching Porygon Tri-Attack might help Teddy Ursa, since those effects line up well with all the elemental punches, she said. And I wonder if telling Porygon to help tutor Teddy Ursa might help with their independence problem. Porygon stared blankly at her. The Pokémon didn't look like it heard any of that at all. Reedy sighed, and Sam patted her shoulder. You can figure it out. I believe in you. She smiled. Thanks, she said. I really appreciate it. Sam intended to leave at this point, as he needed to return to Goldenrod Gym to collect his earnings, but a sudden shout grabbed his attention before he could walk away. Open the doors. A blue-haired girl sprinted down a nearby hill, a slowpoke clutched in her arms with a Miltank hovering in the air at her side. She struggled to hold her Pokémon aloft, but her slowpoke didn't seem to care. Instead, it let its head droop off her side, eyes locked onto the bemused-looking Miltank. A blue glow surrounded the Pokémon, held up by psychic-type energy. A pair of gym trainers rushed to open up the barn doors as the girl dashed over. She breathed heavily as she darted right in. A thump. The Miltank hit the ground inside. We got it. The girl came striding out, a wide smile on her face. And that's our third, right? Correct. And as a reward for completing your gym trial. A hand stopped the gym trainer. I plan to battle the gym leader for my gym badge, the girl said, awkwardly rubbing the back of her head. The gym trainer rolled her eyes. Of course, she mumbled before returning to keeping an eye on the rest of the trainers. The girl placed her slowpoke on the ground and gave it a happy pet before retrieving a berry from her pack and feeding it as a reward. I know her, Sam said. Yeah. Reedy pulled her gaze away from Porygon. I think her name's Eliza. Sam said. Her slowpoke completely shut down a Pikachu in the preliminaries back in Olivine. And then in the tournament, she got either 3rd or 4th place. Reedy eyed the blue-haired girl. Eliza looked to be about 16 or 17, just over 2 years older than Sam. She patted her slowpoke one last time as it finished eating, then she returned it to its pokeball. I'm surprised how many familiar people have been here, Reedy said. Xavier at the gym. This girl right now. I'm pretty sure I saw the guy who beat me in the beginners tournament the other day. She hummed. I guess it's because we all started in the same place. Reedy said. Would make sense if we end up mostly traveling in the same direction. I wonder if she's up for a battle. Sam mumbled, hardly paying attention. Reedy snorted. We could battle, she said. Yeah, but we can battle anytime. I want to see how my team stacks up against someone who did so well in the tournament. Only one round better than me, Reedy grumbled, crossing her arms. Sam remembered Xavier's declaration. Sam remembered his own declaration, too. He might have been eliminated in the very first round of the beginners tournament, but things had changed since then. His team had been growing, he had been developing as a trainer, and now he actually had an idea of what to do for a strategy. Before he realized it, he was already walking over to reach Eliza before she left. Hey! Sam shouted. Eliza! Eliza jumped. Crouching in on herself slightly, she quickly looked around before her gaze settled on Sam. For some reason, Sam was reminded of a startled ferret. Yes, she said, a little nervously. You probably don't remember me, but we both competed in the beginners tournament, Sam said. I was in your group in the preliminaries. Her face scrunched up in thought before her eyes lightened in realization. Oh. You're that boy with the Cyndaquil. Sam he held out his hand. Eliza, she said, shaking his hand back. From the ground, Cyndaquil squeaked a hello, and Eliza turned towards her before her own expression immediately melted. You're so cute. She knelt to let Cyndaquil sniff her hand before scratching the little Pokémon's neck. Cyndaquil leaned into the touch. I thought that since we were in the same tournament, you'd be up for a battle to see how we've grown. Oh. A battle. Her smile suddenly became more strained. Sure, I guess, she continued. But where? If you're going to fight, go around to the side of the barn, a gym trainer interjected. There isn't a field, but there is a flat dirt area you can use. Just don't get in the way of anyone taking the trial. Sam bowed his head. Thank you. He turned to Eliza. So, how about it? Let's have a match. The blue-haired girl looked unsure for several moments as she stood back up from petting Cyndaquil. She scratched at her arm. All right, she said, but I only have 2 Pokémon. Reedy frowned. Only 2 Pokémon, hey, she mumbled quietly. Sam ignored her as Eliza started to walk around the side of the barn. He followed, reaching the flat, dirt area the gym trainer described. If you have 2 Pokémon, how about a 2-on-2 match? Sam asked. Double or single? Single. Got it, Eliza said. Sam smiled and nodded, taking up a space a distance away from Eliza. This wasn't an official battlefield by any means, there were no painted lines on the ground, but it was a good enough space to serve for a casual match like this. Slowpoke! Eliza shouted. Let's come back out. Sam grabbed a pokeball at his waist before pausing. It was empty. He glanced behind Eliza to give Ghastly a stink eye. The ghost type floated onto the field. Eliza yelped out of surprise. Ghost type, she said. Yeah. I'm trying to be a specialist. But you're Cinda, never mind, she said. Her gaze hardened as she stared out over the field. Sam's current goal with his team was to increase the power of his Pokémon. Everyone's baseline was in a solid state, they just needed better moves. That meant Mankey was back to working on Fire Punch, with the added thought of turning Karate Chop into Cross Chop. Cyndaquil had her Will-O-Wisp, and then Ghastly needed to get a bit of practice in with what he currently had before shifting to Hex. This battle served as both a way to check his progress while also giving his team a chance to develop. Cyndaquil needed a chance to figure out Will-O-Wisp, but since he didn't want her to be interrupted by Slowpoke's disable, he had Ghastly stay out for now. She could fight Eliza's second Pokémon, once Ghastly won. He glanced over to Reedy, who was standing off to the side. What? She said. Won a ref. She blinked in surprise before wobbling her head, considering it. Yeah, all right, she said. Begin. The abrupt shout to start caught both trainers off guard, with Sam and Eliza both stuttering in surprise. However, Sam was more used to Reedy's nonsense and recovered enough to give a command first. Confuse Ray. Disable. Sam had seen her battle before and knew how to respond. Spite. A lot of things happened very quickly. A grey beam struck Slowpoke between the eyes, but the Pokémon went unaffected. Likely, its ability own tempo prevented the confusion. However, Slowpoke responded by pushing off the ground ever so slightly and letting its own eyes flash. Ghastly stiffened when Disable prevented Confuse Ray, but it was a pointless development. Own tempo would have prevented it from working, anyway. The true winner of this exchange was Ghastly's use of Spite. He stuck his tongue out to taunt as red energy leaked out of Slowpoke's body. Ugh! Eliza frowned. Spite wasn't a strong enough move to completely disable, but it was enough to threaten any future uses of it. If Eliza ordered it again, Ghastly could drain Slowpoke with another Spite and drain the rest of the energy reserved for disable away. Confusion. Eliza ordered next. Hypnosis. Sam shouted. The two Pokémon made eye contact right when a blue glow surrounded Ghastly. The Psychic-type move caused space to twist around him, a super effective attack thanks to his secondary Poison type, but the Hypnosis seemed to fail. That is, it only seemed to fail until the Slowpoke fell to the ground several, long seconds later. Did it really take Slowpoke that long to realize it needed to fall asleep? While Sam was annoyed, Ghastly was already rushing downwards. Confuse Ray could do nothing to cause Slowpoke to damage itself, so he only had Lick at his disposal to knock it out. However, before he could reach Slowpoke and start dealing damage, Eliza pulled out a Pokeball and returned her Pokémon. I'm recalling Slowpoke from the battle. We lost with that hypnosis. It takes him too long to wake up and keep fighting, she said sheepishly. Ghastly rolled his eyes before Sam returned him as well. I'll recall Ghastly, too. He doesn't have much in the way of other attacks outside of Lick. Confuse Ray, Spite, and Hypnosis were great at setting up opponents for the rest of Sam's team, and Mean Look could lock a Pokémon out and prevent them from being returned. However, until he learned Hex, he was a little useless as an attacker. And, my second Pokémon. Yet? Sam asked. Eliza looked away a little awkwardly. Just be careful. I caught them at the bug catching contest, and they still don't always listen to my orders. His eyebrows raised. Eliza seemed like a skilled trainer, especially with how strong her Slowpoke was. One confusion could have potentially taken out Ghastly if it wasn't for Hypnosis interrupting the attack. Still, he was curious. Cyndaquil, are you ready? She nodded and stepped onto the field. Eliza bit her lip and tossed out a blue Pokeball with a lattice pattern on it, a net ball. Appearing from its light was a 4-foot-tall bug type with blades as hands. Cyndaquil automatically took a step back when the Scyther leered at her from above. And you caught that at the bug catching contest? Reedy said, a little exasperated. The Scyther looked mean. Its mouth curved up into a smirk. Yes? It was kind of an accident. He surprised me and I threw my net ball, and then somehow he stayed in. Reedy glanced at Sam. Sam glanced at Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil didn't look away from the green bug type towering above her. Reedy, start the fight, Sam said. All right, she said with a shrug. Resume. Before Eliza could order anything, Scyther was already rushing Cyndaquil. Its wings buzzed behind it as it pushed forward with a quick attack. Cyndaquil just barely avoided the slash of its claw that came down an inch away from her side. Ember! Sam shouted. A flurry of fire left Cyndaquil's mouth, but Scyther buzzed to the side and hopped to avoid the attack. Agility, Sam recognized. Wing attack! Eliza shouted. The Scyther scoffed and rolled its eyes, but it still lunged forward with its wings flapping to increase its speed and shoulder check Cyndaquil. The impact sent her flying back, hitting the ground where she struggled to push back up. The Scyther cackled. Sam felt his hands clench into fists. With how strong its attacks are. Cyndaquil, he shouted. You aren't going to win this unless you use Will-O-Wisp. Try to cut its attack. Cyndaquil immediately conjured swirling wisps of flame at her side, but they shakily floated towards Scyther with barely any speed. Eliza called for Scyther to dodge, but the bug type ignored her. It stayed still and watched the move approach. When the flames reached it, it poked a wisp with the tip of its scythe. The move popped, and Cyndaquil released the breath she was holding. Panting, she glared at Scyther as it chortled at her lack of proper control. You kidding me right now? Sam and Cyndaquil both turned to Reedy. Scyther turned too, having the confidence to take the match as it pleased. I gotta know, Cyndaquil, why bother controlling Will-O-Wisp all the way to your opponent? You don't control Ember like that, do you? Just toss it at them. Fine, control is fine, but that comes later. Get the basics down first. Cyndaquil's eyes were too thin to let her visibly blink, but her body language screamed that she had been caught off guard by just how much Reedy's suggestion made sense. Listen to Reedy, Sam mumbled. Cyndaquil sheepishly squeaked. Do you want to? Will-O-Wisp! Sam shouted, interrupting Eliza. Agility, she hurriedly countered. Wisps of flame formed at Cyndaquil's sides, and instead of controlling them all the way to her foe, she treated the move closer to an attack. Instead of pushing them, she tossed them with her innate fire-type control to send the spheres hurtling at the Scyther. Sam could immediately tell that this was a proper use of Will-O-Wisp. "Keep it up," he yelled. Scyther was forced to dodge, ducking under the motes of flame as they passed right over its head. Agility increased Scyther's speed and made it easier to evade Cyndaquil's moves, but Sam had spent a long time training Cyndaquil's stamina. She conjured wisp after wisp to fling at her foe, a smile on her face as she unleashed a barrage of flame towards Scyther. One caught it in the shoulder. A blackened streak appeared on its green chitin. With that hit, it reeled back, allowing another to catch Scyther on its chest. After that, one on its arm. Then the other shoulder. Then 3 more into its stomach. Scyther winced, the heat of the move causing it damage. The tension of the burn on its body made its movements come out forced. Any physical attacks would be weaker as a result. Eliza no longer looked worried. Now, she looked annoyed. "Quick attack! Get in close and don't let up. Ready yourself, Cyndaquil. We're going to pour everything into this." Scyther was now more than willing to listen to its trainer, ducking its head to rush with a streamlined quick attack. Cyndaquil jumped over a horizontal sweep only for its other arm to swipe down and catch her in the air. She cried out in pain, and Scyther hooked her in close to body check her again with wing attack. Once more, she was sent flying back. Sam held his tongue. Cyndaquil bounced on the ground with the large bug type chasing after her. She scrambled to return to her feet, panting, but she wasn't done just yet. The little Pokémon might have been exhausted and injured, but her flames blazed brighter than ever before. "Ember!" Sam shouted. He had been waiting for this exact moment. However, the deluge of flame that left her snout couldn't be called merely an ember. Sam had known his thoughts on Cyndaquil's level of control were right. There was no way she had trained for this long and not figured out an insight or two. Her species was more likely to learn physical attacks at this level, with moves like Flame Wheel, Quick Attack and Flame Charge being common according to the new Pokédex. But, with all of her practice with Curse and Blaze, her internal control was top tier. The flames she conjured, enhanced through her ability, were dense enough to be a different attack. Incinerate. Not quite an ember, but not quite a flamethrower. There was still a drastic improvement to the attack as her opponent was consumed by flames. The super effective attack sent Scyther stumbling back. The fire seared its chitin and forced it to flee. "Go for a quick attack, Scyther. Just one move, and you can finish it off." Again, Sam ordered calmly. Cyndaquil took a breath as a second incinerate exploded out. That was enough. Scyther was once more coated by flame, and when the move ended, it coughed out smoke. Then, it fell to the ground, utterly unconscious. "Yes!" Sam shouted. Cyndaquil wobbled in place as her blaze faded. No longer needing to push herself for her ability, her exhaustion started to catch up to her. Sam ran over and scooped her up before she could fall over. "Great job," he said. She smiled weakly and leaned into him. Proud, he rubbed her head as she made pleased noises before he returned her to a pokeball for a rest. Eliza had a conflicted expression on her face. She returned the fainted Scyther to its net ball. "That was the most Scyther listened to me," she mumbled. "You know, he hasn't lost any battles until now." She looked a little sad before a smile appeared on her face. "I think he might be more willing to train with us now." "Thank you. I really mean it." Sam held back a wince when he realized he didn't bet any money on the match, but Cyndaquil figuring out not one but 2 new moves made the outcome profitable enough. "Good match," he said. "Great match," Eliza said cheerfully. They shook hands before splitting off. When Sam walked away, Reedy joined his side with a grumble next to him. "You know, I think you're giving her too much credit," she said. "Yeah, I guess her slowpoke had a good confusion, but it's so slow. And then her Scyther's strong but it's barely been trained." "What, jealous?" Sam said with a smirk. Reedy's face turned red as she looked away. "No," she shouted. "But with just a bit of training with Porygon, we'd destroy that slowpoke from range. And then Teddy Ursa. Well, I'd like to see Scyther dodge his fire punch with how open it left the center of its body." Sam blinked. He hadn't even noticed that opening. He supposed he wasn't as in tune with close-quarter strategies as Reedy was. "I still want to thank you, though," he said. "Thank me?" "Without you, Cyndaquil wouldn't have been able to figure out Will-O-Wisp. You helped us past that bottleneck. I bet she wouldn't have been able to figure out Incinerate without your help, too. Well. The smug smile on her face didn't match her stuttering words. She shook her head to reorient herself, bringing her hands behind her back to walk more casually. So, you passed the gym trial. Have plans for the gym? She asked. Ghastly needs Hex for sure, Sam said. Whitney doesn't seem to realize the opening she has against ghost-type moves. And then I wouldn't mind letting Mankey spar against Teddy Ursa a bit more. He needs to get better attacks. Cross Chop and Fire Punch would be huge for his power. That's fine. As long as you're willing to keep helping me with Porygon. Yet. And I have some move suggestions for Teddy Ursa too, if you're interested. Reedy leaned in as Sam took out the new Pokédex, flipping to the related entries as he began to speak. He knew both of their teams needed a bit more practice, but he also knew their battles at the Goldenrod Gym would come sooner rather than later. And he had a good feeling about their chances, too. Chapter 36. Sam walked out of Goldenrod Library holding a few sheets of paper he had printed for 10 cents apiece. Reedy exited next to him, having returned a few books a nurse had recommended to her a few days before. Hey! Instructions for Hex? She asked, leaning in and stealing a peek. SHH. He quickly looked around to check if anyone had heard. Thankfully, there weren't many people around, and they were all too busy in their own business to bother listening in. Yet. From Morty, he said. I messaged him for help, and he sent me a whole bunch of advice. I've got a dozen different tips to help Ghastly figure out Hex, which is surprisingly similar to Spite, I guess. He also added tips for a few other ghost-type moves, like Shadow Punch, Shadow Claw, Astonish, Ominous Wind. Gonna teach those too? Reedy asked. No, I think he just wanted to be helpful. Make sure I'm learning a lot about ghost types, you know? Those other moves are either physical attacks or are too weak to bother learning. Hex is the best we have for now, and Shadow Ball will probably be a step we take later. It was a bit of a surprise to find out that Morty knew of so many other ghost-type moves, but it made sense to Sam. Morty had ghost types from other regions in his gym like the Duskull and Shuppet Sam had fought during the gym trial, so why wouldn't he know the attacks those species could learn? The problem was that those moves weren't worth bothering to teach to most ghost types. Astonish was like Lick, in that most ghost-type trainers ignored it due to its minimal power. Shadow Punch and Shadow Claw weren't the most useful since they were physical instead of special attacks. The only standout option sent to Sam was Ominous Wind, which carried the chance of empowering a Pokémon if conditions lined up just right. Unfortunately, it was nearly impossible to guarantee that boost, and Shadow Ball was still a better attack in most one-on-one battles. Sam still appreciated Morty's advice. While he didn't plan on teaching any of these moves at the current moment, just knowing the mindset required for them helped him better understand the ghost type. There was an intent required to manipulate ghost type energy, an intent that was different than just a will to control. Ghost types needed to want to harm to best use their attacks. It's why knowing Spite was so helpful. Spite was all about wanting to spite an enemy with a curse. For Hex, that mindset translated into malicious, ghost-type flames. Sam felt a chill as he continued down the street and schemed through the instructions. All Pokémon tended to be friendly, but there was a level of malevolence to these descriptions of ghost-type moves. Dark types usually had a bad rap for being Pokémon most aligned to punching down. Ghost types, however, actually seemed to carry a much crueler potential. Hey, so Shadow Claw. Weren't you going to work on Teddy Ursa's elemental punches, first? Sam interrupted. Reedy huffed and crossed her arms. You don't have to be so direct about it, she mumbled. But can't he learn that attack? Yeah, Sam said grimly, still glancing at the papers. It'd be a decent attack for coverage. Great. Can you help me teach it to him once he's got his punches down? Pretty please? Oh, that, and any ghost-type moves to Porygon, too. Porygon needs tri-attack, but I think we'll focus on the gym first. And that was a good thought for distraction. They had back-to-back matches scheduled in just 2 days. Ghastly would need to learn Hex by then, but Sam felt confident about his odds of being prepared. There wasn't an audience for Reedy's battle. Well, there was, as all gyms tended to have a handful of locals that stuck around to watch every match, but the size of the audience wasn't anywhere close to the size of the audience back during the battle raffle. The battle raffle was an event. Reedy's match was just one of many that took place over the course of the week. Still, that didn't mean Sam couldn't try to mimic that atmosphere. Yet, he hollered, cupping his hands around his mouth. You can do this, Reedy. Next to him, Cyndaquil shouted her name while Mankey hopped up and down on the stand's railing. Their cries combined with Sam's shouts created a cacophony of noise that solely supported Reedy. Ghastly lingered half-phased into the ground, however. He chose to silently wait in the floor and watch the match where few could see him. On the battlefield floor, Reedy was already within her trainer box, and Whitney stood across from her. The gym leader had her arms crossed, a confident smile on her face. Just because I gave you advice doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Whitney shouted. Better not. Morty used to haunt her when Sam fought in his second batch gym match. Whitney pulled back at Reedy's shout. A haunter, she asked. Reedy just smiled. Looking forward to seeing whatever you got for me, she said. Come on out, Porygon. The strange, polygonal Pokémon appeared on the field right as Whitney hurriedly waved a gym trainer over. She whispered something to them before focusing back on Reedy. Briefly, her stance wavered when she caught the sight of the unfamiliar Porygon, but she took it in stride and sent out her first Pokémon. Clefairy. Reedy was one gym badge behind Sam. This would be a 2-on-2 fight, but Sam wasn't sure if Whitney realized the gap between Reedy's strength and the number of owned gym badges. My understanding of Reedy's strategy, Sam said quietly to his Pokémon as he sat back down. I think she wants to use Porygon to give Teddy Ursa some breathing room. Porygon still only knows their initial 4 moves, but it should be enough that Teddy Ursa won't have to do everything by himself. The referee didn't call for the match to begin right away. Instead, there was a brief period of awkward silence as Whitney waited for her gym trainer to return. Are we gonna fight or what? Reedy asked. Just give me a moment. Whitney bit her lip as she stared behind her at an open door. Eventually, that same gym trainer came rushing out, holding a different Pokeball in an outstretched hand. Whitney smiled and clipped it to her waist. Ready? Whitney shouted. Yeah? Need something? Hey? Wait, not you. I meant. Begin. Reedy smirked, her ploy worked. Whitney was caught off guard from the dumb wordplay. Sharpen, she shouted, capitalizing on the delay. Into Psybeam. Then, raise up 3 feet higher off the floor. As if flexing a muscle, Porygon's angular body became even sharper, and they released a pink beam from their beak. Clefairy just barely managed to dodge the Psybeam by leaping to the side. Why, you use metronome, Clefairy? Whitney shouted. Clef. Clefairy cheered. The pink Pokémon waggled its arms while keeping an eye on the rising Porygon. Metronome called up a random move. One of Clefairy's fists began to glow with fighting-type energy, and the Pokémon dashed across the battlefield floor. Conversion! Reedy yelled. Pixels erupted across Porygon's body, twisting around to give the computer Pokémon a pink tint. With Psybeam being its last used move, Conversion converted Porygon into a psychic type. And at the perfect time, too, as Clefairy brought its fist up into a jumping punch that carried it into the sky. Sam recognized the attack as one common to Blaziken in Hone Sky Uppercut. Porygon didn't receive a command to dodge, so the Clefairy's fist impacted its body with no problem at all. However, the psychic-type conversion turned that super-effective attack into a resisted attack, and the move Reedy called out next. Psybeam. Now shared a type with Porygon, which let the attack come out that much stronger than before. The Psybeam blasted Clefairy into the ground. The arc of its sky uppercut meant it had lingered in the air at the very peak of the jump. Minimize, Clefairy! Whitney shouted. The pink Pokémon pulled itself in an attempt to shrink in on itself and dodge. Unfortunately for it, Reedy gave a command of her own. Drop into tackle. Porygon's passive floating ceased. Like a brick, they dropped out of the air, but they made sure to angle their body to smash into Clefairy. Clefairy wasn't able to dodge in time as Porygon's full weight crashed into it from above. Porygon clattered to the ground, no longer floating because it didn't receive a command to resume its floating, but Clefairy wasn't moving. That sharp and boosted tackle had taken it out. Whitney looked crushed, but she quickly straightened herself out and forced a confident expression back onto her face. You might have taken out Clefairy, but you won't take out. Return. The gym leader sputtered for a second when Reedy immediately recalled Porygon. Leave it to Reedy to do whatever she can to throw off her opponent, Sam mumbled. Ghastly cackled quietly beneath his feet. Teddy Ursa replaced Porygon on the field, and across from him, Whitney quickly released a Miltank from that Pokeball she received at the last moment. There weren't any words shared between the two trainers, as Sam was pretty sure Whitney had caught on to Reedy's mind games. Begin, the referee said. Let's go, Miltank. Same strat as usual. Whitney called out. Miltank rolled up into a ball with defense curl before using that to continue forward into a rollout. Teddy Ursa, however, didn't move, and Reedy had a grimace on her face. Teddy Ursa, use. Ugh. The grimace deepened. Use. She didn't want to say it. She really didn't want to say it. Sam had recommended this move, and Reedy had taught it to Teddy Ursa, but she absolutely despised the name it had been given in Sam's book. Just look at it cute, all right. Reedy said, covering her face with her hand. As Miltank hurtled towards Teddy Ursa stood his ground, but he prepared himself for a defense of sorts. He pulled his paws into his chest and let his ears flop down onto his head. Rather than attacking, he looked up at Miltank. And he gave that cow the best baby doll eyes he could muster. Reedy groaned as the aptly named move caused Miltank to waver. The move had come easy to Teddy Ursa according to the new Pokédex. This was a technique even the weakest of Teddy Ursa could master. The rollout veered off to the side thanks to Miltank's hesitation. It didn't want to attack such a cute Pokémon. Just finish it off, Reedy mumbled, no longer wanting to look at the field. As the rollout came to a slow halt, Miltank stood and turned Teddy Ursa's way. However, it was unprepared for the slash that came out. The move, a vastly improved version of both Scratch and Fury swipes, tore across the Pokémon's face, dealing critical damage. Stomp! Whitney shouted. Fury swipes! Reedy countered. A hoof pressed forward, but Teddy Ursa sidestepped it. He then lunged at the preceding unguarded stomach, and the damage of his Fury swipes was too much. Miltank fell back, fainted. Great battle! Reedy interrupted. Really got my blood pumping. Whitney breathed in and forced a smile. Yes. You're a strong trainer, you know that. Her smile became genuine as Reedy happily smiled back. Challenger and gym leader shook hands, quickly speaking to one another as Sam looked at his Pokémon around him. We're up next, he said quietly. That means we'll finally be able to put our practice into a real fight. Ghastly, you have Hex. Cyndaquil, you have Will-O-Wisp and Incinerate. Mankey. He paused as the monkey Pokémon glanced up at him. Well, your moveset is the same, but I'm pretty sure the super effective damage will grant you a win. Mankey huffed and smacked two fists together. He looked pumped and ready to rumble. Hey, Sam! Reedy suddenly shouted. Sam turned to her. Both her and Whitney were staring at him. Don't bother waiting, you're gonna have your battle right away. Whitney started to whisper to a gym trainer that went deeper into the gym to replace her current team with a freshly healed one. As for Sam, he returned all of his Pokémon, heading down the steps to meet Reedy on the field. She quickly took him to the side as Whitney repositioned herself in the gym leader's trainer box. She had a curious look on her face. All right. I had an easy match because Whitney underestimated me. I skipped a gym, so she used a 2-star team when she really should have used a 3-star team, she said. Then she blinked. Except for the Miltank. That was a 3-star Pokémon. Teddy Ursa is just really good at fighting. Sam nodded along, agreeing. So, cause of that, I made a bet. Reedy said with her usual grin. Double or nothing with both of our potential rewards, I bet her that you could win without a single member of your team fainting. Sam's expression immediately fell, and before he could object, Reedy leaned in closer for another whisper. And then Whitney, oh, man, she made the worst mistake in the world. She accepted, but the format'll change a bit. You'll only be able to switch when her Pokémon faints, so you can't cheese it. Reedy, Sam said, exasperated, my entire team's strategy is based on interplay between my team's status moves. I'm all about switching. Individual strength is your strategy. She shook her head and stared at him. Look me in the eyes and tell me that's true, she said challengingly. He tried. While he didn't want to admit it, the only form of interplay he had right now was Cyndaquil's Will-O-Wisp setting up Ghastly's Hex, and Ghastly's Confuse Ray paired well with Mankey's Assurance. Except, Ghastly could just as easily set up Hex with Hypnosis, and Mankey was much better off using fighting-type moves against Whitney's normal-type team. With Reedy's knowing stare, Sam could tell that she had recognized that before he had. The reality was that this match would be based around individual strength no matter how much he wanted to lie to himself. Double or nothing, you said, he repeated. Yeah. And that means the reward money will be just enough to let us buy some TMS. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Sam reluctantly agreed. So. Reedy slapped Sam on the back, forcing him to catch himself before he fell over. Go get her, partner. Can't wait to see you beat Whitney without a feint. She grinned again as Sam lightly shook his head and walked to his trainer box. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between challenger Samuel and gym leader Whitney, the referee announced. The standard league rules apply, with the following exception: Pokémon can only be switched when an opposing Pokémon faints. The battle will end once one side has no more Pokémon able to fight. Are there any questions before we begin? Both Sam and Whitney shook their heads. Then, trainers. Please, send out your Pokémon. Pokeballs sailed through the air. Mankey. Ferret. Mankey hit the field, balancing on one leg with his hands held high above his head. Across from him was a ferret-like Pokémon with a slender yet fluffy body that was decorated with brown and tan stripes. One glance at all combatants from the referee, and 2 flags waved downwards. Begin. No mind games here. Sam and Whitney shouted their orders at the same time. Low kick. Quick attack. Ferret bounded across the field, its body resembling a wave with how it bounced with each step. It reached Mankey in a blink, slamming into him, but he used the impact to kick out his leg and cause Ferret to trip. Karate chop. Fury swipes. The ferret Pokémon jumped onto Mankey, all 4 of its paws tearing across his face, one catching him in the eye. Ferret's lucky or unlucky strike filled Mankey with a furious rage. The edge of a hand slammed into Ferret's side. Then the other hand on Ferret's other side. Mankey was working on 2 moves as it stood: cross chop and fire punch, and while this wasn't exactly a cross chop, he was still able to use karate chop twice in quick succession. Fury swipes only got a few scratches in before the power of the fighting type moves pushed it off Mankey's body. Mankey was already exhausted, on the verge of fainting, but before either Sam or Whitney could call out a move, he lunged. Mankey smacked Ferret across the face with just a normal punch. His fist sent Ferret slamming into the ground. When it looked up to try to attack again, Mankey was right next to it, stomping a low kick into its stomach. It didn't get up. Mankey's shoulders heaved up and down from the rage from Ferret's assault. If Sam could guess, one of the scratches from Fury swipes landed in just the right way to trigger his anger point. The weak scratch had been the best possible trigger for his ability. Whitney returned her Pokémon as Reedy shouted from the audience. Who? Go Mankey! You destroyed that ferret! Mankey's blush wasn't visible with his fur, but he did look away to hide it. While anger point meant Mankey was filled with furious energy, Sam still returned him. If he waited, he risked Mankey fainting against his next opponent even with his increase in strength. Sam wanted to win the bet, and he didn't want to take an unneeded risk. You know, I thought Morty trained you. Whitney called out. He gave me some advice when I went to his gym. Why? Sam asked. She looked a bit sheepish. I thought you'd be using ghost types? That's why I sent out Ferret. He knows foresight. But why the heck do you have a Mankey? It's because I'm a ghost type specialist, Sam said, not answering the question, much to Whitney's annoyance. She rolled her eyes as she sent out her next Pokémon. Sam did the same, matching her choice with a perfect counter of his own. Clefairy. Ghastly. Wait, now you're using a ghost type? Whitney asked incredulously. Sam just shrugged as the referee resumed the match. Continue. Orders started back up once again. Hypnosis. Sing. Both Pokémon attempted to put their opponent to sleep. As a normal type specialist, Whitney had a decent number of challengers try to counter her with ghost types, as those Pokémon were immune to normal type attacks. Clefairy showed off that experience by immediately closing its eyes, negating the chance for hypnosis to work. Then, a peaceful melody left its mouth. Into the ground. Sam hurriedly shouted. Before the Sing could put Ghastly to sleep, he dashed downwards to phase into the floor. Inside of there, the move would have a much harder time forcing him asleep. However, Whitney looked smug. A slight smirk appeared on her face as her Clefairy continued its song. Use metronome, she said. The melody rounded off to a halt as Clefairy waggled its arms. Ghastly, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but get ready to unleash your most recent attack. Sam said, staying non-specific. The result of Metronome's random move was a mixed bag. Clefairy placed its hands into the air, and a faint shimmering screen appeared ahead of it. Reflect would have been a decent defense against any physical move, which meant it would have been decent against almost any ghost type other than Ghastly. Sam's Ghastly was different, he was one of the only Pokémon in Johto to know Hex. The ghost type practically exploded out of the floor, phasing through it and bringing himself up high into the air. His Hex wasn't anywhere as strong as the Hexes Sam had seen before, as the flames Ghastly conjured seemed immaterial and in fewer numbers. However, those deep purple flames still rushed through the air, and they passed right through that translucent barrier. Whitney scoffed. Sam could tell she could at least recognize the unknown attack as a ghost-type move. Like that could. Clefairy was struck. The pink fairy type, not a normal type, did not have an immunity to ghost-type moves. The Hex dug into Clefairy's flesh and caused it to cry out in pain. Wow! Whitney yelled. Sam capitalized on her bafflement by shouting a new command. Hypnosis. The damage of the previous Hex caused Clefairy's eyes to snap open at just the wrong time. Looking up at Ghastly in shock, their gazes met, and Clefairy started to wobble. Then, less than a second later, it fell backwards onto its butt with its head slumped forward in slumber. Finish it! Wake up, Clefairy! Whitney yelled. A second Hex. More purple flames raced towards the Pokémon. This time, they took advantage of the lack of consciousness and dug, twisting into it. The Pokémon squirmed and groaned in pain. Its eyes snapped open in one final cry before it fell backwards, properly fainted. Whitney didn't return her Pokémon right away. She stared at it in both shock and disbelief. What's with this year's trainers? How come everyone is so strong? She whined. She sniffed, but instead of crying, she seemed to take on an aura of defiance. Whatever, she said, wiping an arm across her face. I chose a good Miltank for this fight. One of the strongest in the herd. Don't expect me to make the same mistake against you as I did your friend. You aren't winning that easily. Sam returned Ghastly. Clefairy was the only Pokémon the ghost type could reliably beat, as every other member of Whitney's team would be immune to Hex. Replacing him was Sam's last untouched Pokémon, Cyndaquil. Her flames were already blazing. She held her head high. Then, Whitney sent out her next Pokémon, and a brand new Miltank appeared on the field. It was larger than the one Reedy had fought, and seemed to cast Cyndaquil into shadow even this far away. And now you're back to not using a ghost type, Whitney mumbled. I told you, I'm a ghost type specialist, Sam said. Reedy laughed. Whitney glared. Ready when you are, Sam said. The referee glanced between the two of them before nodding. Continue, she said. The battle resumed in no time at all. Will-O-Wisp, full blast. Heat it up with Incinerate. Sam called out. The heavy Miltank's movements were less like walking and more like lumbering. Each footstep it took made its fat jiggle, and a solemn frown formed on its face. Will-O-Wisp Cyndaquil sent burning motes of fire its way. Incinerate, her strongest attack, scorched parts of its body black. The Miltank did get burned, and it did suffer the damage of Cyndaquil's moves, but Whitney's Pokémon seemed to have trained its ability, thick fat. Heat-based attacks did little to affect it. The burn from Will-O-Wisp did at least cause a wince. But, as Cyndaquil ran away, it had the energy to continue a slow but consistent chase. Even with the difference in speed, reaching her was inevitable. Body slam, Whitney ordered. When it neared, the Miltank lurched forward. It pushed out its stomach to slam into Cyndaquil's side. If it wasn't for the burn, that one attack would have immediately taken her out. The power it held was so immense that Cyndaquil was quite literally sent bouncing across the ground. Again, Whitney said. The Miltank resumed its slow chase. She wasn't fooling around. There was no strategy involving rollout, and there was nothing special involving any other moves. For her final Pokémon, she chose a powerful Miltank that relied solely on its devastating body slam. Sam was briefly reminded of Reedy's single-minded dedication on offense. The field isn't large enough to let Cyndaquil run away forever, and that body slam can jerk Miltank right into her the second it's within range. We're on a timer. Burn will eventually faint it, but it'll catch up before then. How can we take it out? Adding to the difficulty, Sam had a gut feeling smokescreen wouldn't work. There was something about the confidence in the Multank's stride that screamed hiding would only speed up the inevitable. Desperation was clear on Cyndaquil's face as she scurried away as fast as she could. Blaze was activated, but it meant little against the Multank's thick fat. She only had fire-type moves at her disposal, and there wasn't any move in progress for her to figure out at the last minute. Cyndaquil was limited to what she already knew as the Multank steadily reduced the distance. "Keep using Incinerate," Sam said through gritted teeth. Flame-scorched Multank. It kept moving forward. "Body slam!" Whitney yelled. He closed his eyes. He heard Cyndaquil shout in pain. When he peeked an eye open, she was still conscious, forcing herself to push back up. "Cyndaquil," Sam started. She unleashed another Incinerate, refusing to give up. "Body slam," Whitney ordered. Cyndaquil was sent flying across the field, but she dug a paw into the floor to slow her down and allow her to land on her feet. Another Incinerate. Another body slam. She should have fainted by now. Sam wanted to cry out to get Cyndaquil to stop. He wanted her to not push herself through the pain. But Cyndaquil was throwing her everything into this. She didn't need that doubt right now. Rather, she needed his support. "You can do it," he yelled. One eye was completely shut, but Cyndaquil still stood up straighter. Defiantly, she stared down the Multank, who was now wobbling from the slow damage of the burn and Cyndaquil's constant attacks. Despite all her pain, her expression screamed her dedication. Cyndaquil could do this all day. Sam glanced at the referee. She was supposed to call the battle if a Pokémon pushed itself to a dangerous level. Her eyes were locked onto Cyndaquil, and her hand was prepared to swing to call for a stop at any moment, but she didn't do so just yet. Sam clenched his hands and stared forward. "One attack to finish it off." "Incinerate," he said softly. Flames washed over the Multank. The bovine teetered in place. Whitney opened her mouth to call out a command, but then she paused and stayed silent. Without an order, the Pokémon fell, causing the field to shudder under its weight. Cyndaquil won. As a slight applause went interrupted by Reedy's fervent cheers, Sam rushed onto the field to scoop Cyndaquil into his arms. "Why push yourself that hard? I could have switched you out. The bet didn't matter that much. You didn't need to get yourself hurt." Yet, as she weakly stared up at him, a smirk stretched across her mouth. All of her training added up to this. She had to push beyond her usual level, but she had managed to win in the end. Sam just chuckled and shook his head. He laughed, rubbing Cyndaquil's neck. "Yeah, you're the best Cyndaquil in the world," he said. She squeaked her name proudly as he returned her. Whitney moved onto the field to meet him after returning her Pokémon as well. "I could have ordered her to use Milk Drink," Whitney said once she arrived. Milk Drink was Multank's signature move. It healed the user's health by a significant amount. If that Multank had used it. "You have a good Cyndaquil," she continued. "I couldn't crush her. Not in the face of determination like that. Gym leaders. Gym leaders are supposed to raise up trainers, not put them down. I needed to. I need to remember that." Whitney had a pained expression on her face. But, at the same time, the faintest of smiles peeked through. She nodded at Sam, shaking his hand before stiffly walking away. No badge was handed over just yet. The surprise back-to-back nature of his and Reedy's challenges meant she hadn't the chance to grab one for him. He would need to collect it at the gym's front desk. "You did it!" Reedy came running over, laughing excitedly. "Man, I knew you could crush that bet." "I want your share of the reward money," Sam interrupted. "Cyndaquil deserves it." "But," Reedy huffed. "Fine. That's fair, but I want at least one of those TMS moves to be an attack your Pokémon can teach mine." "Deal." Sam smiled. Reedy rolled her eyes. They collected their cash from the front counter as Sam picked up his plain badge. It was a yellow square with nothing special to it at all, but it still marked his team's victory over Goldenrod Gym. With these earnings, they had enough to buy 2 weak TMS or 1 major one. Once that was taken care of, it would be time to head south and pass through the Ilex Forest to reach Azalea Town. There, Sam and Reedy would take on the Bug-type gym, earning them their next gym badge and continuing their journeys. Chapter 36.5, 3 calls and an email. All gym leaders had their share of responsibilities. For Morty, that included managing his gym, keeping an eye on the local ghost population, and protecting places of spiritual importance, which included both the Burn Tower and the Bell Tower. However, he had one more responsibility, as mandated by the Pokémon League. All gym leaders were required to regularly meet to stay informed about developments across the region. The meetings historically took place twice a year, but with rapid increases in technology, the schedule increased to one a month before settling into an every other week schedule. For these meetings, Morty liked to be punctual, if not to let him be on time, then to give him a chance to slack off. He was almost always one of the first gym leaders to join the call, and if he was alone, he would be able to spend a few minutes browsing the Ghost-type forum online. If he didn't have those few minutes to spare, then he could always chat with whoever was also there. Either way, it was a way to relax before the greater responsibility. Today, Morty leaned back in his desk chair as the video phone screen flashed to make the call. Owning a personal video phone was expensive but necessary. The Pokémon League had covered the costs of its installation, as it was policy to have each gym have the most up-to-date method of communication. Behind him, his Pokémon played, most of them invisible to the phone's camera. As Morty waited to connect, Gengar manipulated shadows, Banette tried to interfere, Dusclops stared out the window, Mismagius practiced with her tea. They knew not to interrupt, as this was both Morty's personal time and a very important call. Still, sometimes his camera would pick up a shift in the background or a flick of a shadow, and sometimes another gym leader would notice. It was always funny to see the color drain from their face even among gym leaders. Ghost types had earned their reputation of being scary. He chuckled to himself, remembering one moment where Jasmine had gone silent mid-sentence when Gengar floated past Morty's head. The Pokémon had shown up as a shifting shadow, and Morty never answered whether or not it had been his Gengar or a real ghost. Soon enough, a beep. The call connected, and the image of another person appeared on his screen. Morty was a little disappointed he wouldn't be able to sit back for a bit, but he was also a bit surprised about who was there, waiting for him. Aha! I knew you'd be here. So, Morty. What did you do? He winced when Whitney's voice caused the phone to whine in his ear. He pulled it away from his head until the sound stopped before sighing and focusing back on the screen. Hello, Whitney, he said, a polite smile returning to his face. Don't play coy with me. You know exactly what you did. Morty kept his expression placid, pausing briefly to think. He'd been so concerned with local matters, that he had absolutely no clue what she could mean. All right. Morty pinched his nose. I don't suppose you could. That boy. The one you taught? Whitney asked. He took out my poor Clefairy with a ghost-type attack. You know that shouldn't be possible. Normal types should be immune to ghost-type moves. Ah. Morty understood. Whitney's question was about Sam. He couldn't stop himself from smirking, which caused Whitney to scowl. It was just a bit of tutoring, Morty said, waving her off. A few tips with a few moves, and a little bit of team-building advice. Plus. He paused. Whitney glared at him, daring him to continue. Clefairy is a fairy type, Morty said anyway. Of course a ghost-type move would hit. Whitney huffed and crossed her arms. She refused to look at him through her screen. No such thing as a fairy type, she immediately replied. Clefairy is a normal type. Sure, Morty said, chuckling as he did. Whitney was in a tough spot both politically and socially. She was Johto's newest gym leader, and she was struggling to prove her strength. The last Goldenrod gym leader had been an indomitable man with several powerful normal types to back him up. Whitney, however, took a much cuter approach, relying on kind-looking Pokémon that were deceptively powerful. She was even lucky enough to have a family farm full of Miltank behind her as well as a befriended colony of the Clefairy. The problem with her situation was that the public expected gym leaders to stick to one type. She hadn't known her beloved Pokémon were fairy types when accepting the job, and now if she ever admitted to it, there'd likely be a public outcry regarding her speciality. What made matters worse was the conservative faction led by the Blackthorn clan's elders. If a gym leader ever publicly acknowledged the fairy type, especially one that used so many of them on her personal team. Morty chuckled again. Lance would absolutely make a public announcement supporting Whitney. In a way, he already has. But if he ever does voice his support, I imagine the elders of the Blackthorn clan would absolutely use that against him. Whitney's days would be numbered, and they'd dangle that over his head. Thankfully, the clan was rather insular, so she wouldn't have any problems if she didn't make waves. As long as she never admitted to the existence of the fairy type even in private situations, just in case she would have time to gain the support she needed while acceptance of the fairy type slowly grew. "You'll get there eventually," Morty said, smiling. "The whims of the public may be varied, but they're ever-changing. You'll get your support soon enough." "And what's that supposed to mean?" Whitney grumbled with a huff. A beep, another gym leader connected to the call. This one with blue hair and an imperious expression on her face. However, when she noticed Whitney, that expression softened with a slight smile. "Whitney. How goes it?" Claire said. The normal type gym leader sniffed. "Awful," Whitney said. "I was publicly crushed by a single Pokémon, and then I lost a back-to-back challenge without any of the challengers' Pokémon fainting. One of them even managed to use a ghost-type move against me." Claire raised an eyebrow. From her reaction, Morty could tell she had already forgotten about him. She had taken it upon herself to mentor Whitney, Johto's newest gym leader. Claire was a rising star when it came to dragon-type trainers, and it helped that she herself was the champion's cousin as well. What level were your challengers?" Claire asked, rubbing her chin. 3 stars, all of them. But I messed up and thought one was 2 stars since she only had 1 gym badge, but both of her Pokémon were 3 stars and totally beat my team." Claire brought up her chin, and Morty braced himself for another lecture. "You need to project your strength. Find a new challenger and crush them publicly. Aren't I supposed to help growing trainers?" Whitney asked. "Yes, but that doesn't matter here. Consider this: encourage an ace trainer to battle you, and then destroy them with your core team," Claire said with a smile. Morty tuned out the rest of the conversation. He wasn't needed anymore. Whitney got her complaints in, and now Claire was here to provide advice, or, at least, provide what she thought was advice. To Morty, it felt more like a one-sided lecture and a list of demands, but Whitney seemed to appreciate it. His thoughts wandered back on the boy who caused all of this in the first place, Sam. He never once thought he would meet the person who suggested Hex, nor did he ever expect them to be so young. Morty had been more than happy enough to give Sam advice, especially with how valuable Hex was as an attacking move. It was stronger than Shadow Ball at times, for goodness sake. However, what was strange to Morty was the boy's choice of team. Why a Cyndaquil? Why a Mankey? Well, Morty at least now understood why Sam had a Cyndaquil. It had taken a bit of research, but he found a few sparse mentions of an ancient variant of Typhlosion said to be a guide for wandering spirits. He wouldn't be surprised if Sam was intending to obtain that vaunted variant, but he wouldn't be surprised if the boy failed, either. Still, there wasn't anything wrong with having such a strong starter Pokémon on his team. The kid had potential, but he needed experience and a bit more hands-on practice to get up to par. Morty planned to watch the kid's career with interest, as he did with most ghost-type specialists that wandered through Johto. Few ever figured out something as incredible as Hex. The last person to do that was a certain old woman he refused to think about. Another beep, another gym leader joined the call. Jasmine quietly greeted everyone before Claire quickly resumed her lecture. Others slowly connected. The boisterous Chuck. The intimidating Walker. A representative for Azalea. Arriving a few minutes late, as part of his usual silent form of protest, was Price. He joined the call as the final gym leader to arrive. With his presence, Claire stopped her domineering lecture before clearing her throat and addressing every gym leader at once. Good. Everyone is here. Is Champion Lance not coming? Jasmine asked, voice just barely above a whisper. No. Lance is busy. Kanto's been experiencing a wave of crime, and he's actively trying to tackle that. In his place, he's asked me to lead this meeting. The small smile on her face told Morty that Claire considered that a point of pride. After all, the champion had asked her to take charge. The fact that they were cousins didn't seem to have much weight in her mind. So, the purpose of today's meeting is to address that very issue, Claire continued. The champion wants all of you to be on high alert. Warnings have already been sent to precincts across Johto, and you need to pass a few more details to your local ace trainers and gym trainers. Shadowy figures stalking alleys. Black uniformed individuals stealing rare Pokémon. It spoke of an organization, which was worrying. No one here wanted them to extend their reach into Johto. Claire talked about signs to look out for, directing everyone to their recently sent emails as she did. Morty took note and planned to send some ghosts types out to act as watchdogs across Ecruteak. But, this was primarily a Kanto problem. Other than putting the right people on high alert, things would continue on as usual in Johto. More gym battles, more gym trials, more training of Pokémon. But Lance is trying to fight that organization himself, hey? Something about Lance's actions appealed to Morty, the idea of the raw strength possessed by Champion Lance and his team. It was more of a team of flying types than dragon types, but Morty would never say that to the champion's face. The man boasted incredible power, power that Morty was now starting to want to test. How much of a difference would Hex make? If he took on the champion, how would he and his team fare? Gym leaders could always request private matches, and the idea was tempting. Rather tempting, in fact. If Morty defeated Lance, he could finally prove himself to be truly powerful. And if he proved himself to be truly powerful, then the tale will come true, and I might finally catch a glimpse of Ho-Oh. Absolutely massive! Sam exclaimed. But Cyndaquil held her ground, and she incinerated that Miltank until it fell. I swear, the ground shook when it finally fainted. Amanda smiled at her son. She was glad to see his journey going so well. Even after a month of tutoring him and preparing him, she had been so worried when he and Cyndaquil had left on that boat. She wasn't ready for him to go, and she didn't know if he was ready, either. But, she was his mother. She would never be ready to see her son leave her home. Amanda took comfort in how Sam and Cyndaquil were together, and she took comfort in how they were no longer alone. Already, they had such a big group of friends traveling with them. Just through the video screen, she could see the little group that had formed around them. Mankey hung off Sam's shoulder and peeked at the monitor. Ghastly hovered behind Sam's head and watched curiously. And then Reedy, an actual, human friend, loitered against the wall in the back, likely waiting for Sam to hang up so they could return to training. "Congratulations, sweetie," Amanda said. "It sounds like it was an incredible battle. And that was your third batch. Yet. We're almost halfway through." Sam's smile was as radiant as the sun, and Amanda almost melted at his confidence. He took so much after both her husband and father, and he didn't even realize it. That level of courage he held. The sheer dedication he had to his dreams. 3 batches in roughly 3 months was an incredible feat. Her own journey had been wrought with struggles and challenges, but Sam wasn't her, was he? She chuckled as Sam's Pokémon reacted to the call. Mankey lifted up a hand to throw out a V for victory while Ghastly sent her a spine-chilling smile. Cyndaquil kept herself close to his chest, and even Reedy smiled to herself in the background. It made her feel a bit lonely, but she had her own Pokémon, too. Her sweet Delcatty laid on the ground at her stool's side, eyes closed to rest but obviously paying attention based on how she held her ears high. Meanwhile, Sabai sat on the videophone's desk, also paying attention but not intending to go for a scare. If she judged his personality correctly, this was part of a prank. Sabai planned to let the call pass through uneventfully to make her son that much more paranoid next time. Subtly, Amanda took a small bit of quartz out of her pocket and placed it on the table. Sabai snapped a hand forward to gobble it up, and Amanda held back a chuckle. "You plan to head to Azalea Town next?" she asked. "Yup. Gonna have to go down Route 34 and Ilex Forest to reach there. The route will be easy enough, but I'm not sure about the forest." "Ilex Forest doesn't have a road," Reedy called out from behind. "We've got a wide area to travel. Less patrolled by rangers and more infested with strong Pokémon. It's gonna be a whole experience." A wild smile stretched across the girl's face. Sam looked to consider Reedy's words as he nodded. Amanda could tell he was already considering what might jump out at him in the forest. The small smile on his face told her he was obviously thinking of potential ghost-type encounters. He really does know what he wants, doesn't he? Anyway, yet. Azalea Town and the bug-type gym next, her son continued. Cyndaquil's going to be big against it. Right, Cyndaquil? The fire-type weakly squeaked. Amanda frowned. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "I think so. Cyndaquil really pushed herself in her battle yesterday, so she's still recovering." Through the screen of the phone, Amanda looked over Cyndaquil a bit more carefully. Some of the fire-type's usual energy was missing. Although, it was less like she was tired, and more like she was holding something back. Amanda's eyes widened imperceptibly before she quickly schooled her expression. She didn't want to give even a hint away. "You said Cyndaquil really pushed herself." "Yet. And she was really tired afterwards." Yet. Big battles tend to cause that, right?" Amanda giggled. "Yes, they sure do, she said, sending a pointed glance to Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, I hope you get better. And I don't think you need to worry in the slightest. The Pokémon replied with a strained smile, pushing closer to Sam's stomach. It was a little worrying how Cyndaquil seemed almost against the idea, but sometimes Pokémon just needed to wait. Amanda didn't plan to say anything. It would be up to her son to figure it out and have a chat. There was actually a lot she wasn't telling Sam. She didn't want to overwhelm him with advice, but she was also getting up to a few new hobbies after he had left. The store had felt so empty without him around, so Sabai had been a welcome addition, greedy or not. But, after spending an entire month lecturing and training him, well, there was currently an advertisement pinned not too far away, on the job board of Dewford's Pokémon Center. She advertised her name and address, and low-level trainers could approach her for some basic tutoring. The additional funds helped support the shop, too. She and her son chatted a bit more. Her son talked about all the plans for his team and hinted at Reedy's newest team member without stating explicitly what it was. It sounded like he really had a strong plan for how he wanted his team to develop. She was impressed, and had no doubts he'd make it to the conference. Plus, with the new Pokédex providing supplementary information along the way. A memory came to mind. Before you go, in that one book of yours. The new Pokédex, Sam said. It's all right, Reedy knows. Amanda sent him a curious glance about how much he already trusted his friend and filed that information away for later. Do you mind doing something for me? She asked. Can you tell me what page Dratini's entry is on, and then the same for Centauret's entry? Sure. But why? She chuckled and waved him off. Idle curiosity. I just want to make sure my copy is organized correctly, she lied. Her son's brow furrowed in confusion, but he still reached into his pack to retrieve that old tome. Amanda had made a copy of it to keep at home, and then she had made a copy of that to store elsewhere just in case. She didn't want any of the new Pokédex's impossible information to ever be lost. Sam quickly flipped through the book and read out the page numbers roughly 147 for Dratini, and roughly 161 for Centauret. They lined up with the species' numerical positions in the Pokédex. Whoever the author was, they had gone through a great effort to keep each entry on a single page. Thank you. I'll stop taking up your time. I love you. Love you too, Sam mumbled. Right before the call ended, her son suddenly stiffened as he looked over his screen with suspicion. However, the call ended without Sabai making an appearance. The second the screen went black, Sabai cackled. His usual grin curved up into an even greater show of malicious glee. Oh, you. You know one day he's going to get you back, she chided. Sabai shrugged and stood up. He held up a hand as if to ask for another crystal to munch on, but she clicked her tongue and took a step back. He already got an extra piece a few minutes ago. Now, come on, you two. We've got orders to unpack. Sabai hopped down to walk alongside Delcatty. The feline's tail lightly hit him on the arm, teasingly. He grumbled a bit and glared at her, but Delcatty merely strutted away. Leaving the Pokémon Center, Amanda hummed on the way back home. She greeted her neighbors and had pleasant conversations with frequent customers along the way, but the question she asked Sam remained at the forefront of her mind. She had asked for Dratini and Centauret specifically because their entries were far enough apart to not make her suspicion immediately apparent. She didn't want to distract Sam while he was busy on his journey. Sometimes, it really felt like he had a terminal case of ghost brain. He tended to miss the obvious thanks to his obsession with the ghost type. It took hardly any math to see the numbers didn't line up, which told Amanda her thoughts were true. The two evolved forms of Dratini were the last entries in Kanto. Yet before Centauret, there were only the 9 Pokémon that made up the starter lines of Johto. Together, that was 11 entries, but according to the new Pokédex's page numbers, there should have been 13. Sam had confirmed it for her. 2 entries were missing. And if her theory was correct, someone had purposefully removed them before sending the book to her father. The depths of Ilex Forest were dark and riddled with bug types. Every step seemed to alert the nearby insect Pokémon. Most merely watched, but others were far more aggressive. Again, Yanma, Xavier said. A whirlwind comparable to a hurricane's gale shook leaves of the trees that towered above them. Xavier's dragonfly Pokémon flapped its wings so intensely that an audible buzz filled the air. In the distance, a swarm of Beedrill rapidly approached with every stinger aimed for a painful jab. But, that whirlwind blew the entire group away. Xavier watched carefully to make sure the swarm did not continue its chase before he resumed his search. He scoffed as his eyes scanned the forest. Of course, untrained Pokémon had been dealt with so easily. Xavier stepped over a thick root and walked over the forest's muddy floor. His Yanma flitted downwards to hover behind him, and his Donphan trundled along at his side. Standing on nearby branches, Weedle and Caterpie alike poked their heads out to glance at his group, but each and every one was sent back into hiding from the sharp gazes of his Pokémon. Most Pokémon trainers would feel proud that their Pokémon were strong enough to inspire such a reaction, but Xavier knew it wasn't enough. Weedle and Caterpie had potential in their final forms, but they were weak. He had to keep pushing. He had to keep training his team, and he had to keep searching. Yanma, he said. Your whirlwind needs to come out faster. A Pokémon with quick attack would have been able to get close if they were prepared. A buzz, and Yanma bobbed up and down in acknowledgement. Donphan, continue your roll. Try to track anything nearby through vibrations in the ground. Do you see anything? Donphan grunted and closed his eyes. A second later, the pachyderm opened them back up and shook his head. Xavier sighed and resumed walking forward. Keep trying. Once you get it down, we'll be able to use that technique to win battles. Donphan grunted his name much more happily and returned to his slow walk forward. The purpose of this trip was to add a new Pokémon to Xavier's team, but he didn't want just any Pokémon to join them. They needed to be dedicated, powerful, determined to throw everything into training like his 3 combat-ready team members. For that purpose, he traveled the edge of the safe area of Ilex Forest. Likely, strong Pokémon would wander nearby. Yanma's compound eyes made him the perfect candidate to search their surroundings. Similarly, Donphan's connection to the ground type let him extend his senses in a more unusual direction. Xavier kept his ear out for anything that stood out. A Noctowl would be a skillful companion. An Exegcute could evolve into the powerhouse that was Exegcutter. If he was lucky, a Scyther or a Heracross would appear. Though bug types, those 2 species stood above the rest with their potential. This forest held the key to improving his team by leaps and bounds. A sudden beep sent a jolt through Xavier's body. Stiffly, he shoved a hand into his pocket to retrieve his Pokémon, a high device capable of making calls, serving as a GPS, telling the time, and sending and receiving emails. Hold, Xavier said, raising up his arm. His 2 Pokémon loyally stopped where they were following. Their readiness to follow orders allowed Xavier to gain a small smile on his face. However, the notice of a message on his Pokémon caused that smile to fade away. What? Too busy to call? Didn't want to hear my voice? It took a few seconds for Xavier to realize he was frowning. He wiped away even the slightest sign of emotion as he accepted the message. The email was from the expected sender, because why would anyone else want to contact him? Ignoring any burgeoning feelings of dread, he read it quickly. Saw your announcement. Big words. You better not let us down. A growl escaped Xavier's throat as he shoved the Pokémon back into his pocket. The email was as much of a warning as it was a dismissal. It was too much like how his journey had started. When he didn't place high enough, Fanpy had been shoved into his arms and he was told to go explore the world. We're not getting 2nd place, Xavier said, snarling. We're not getting 3rd. Or 4th. Or anything else. The only thing that'll matter is if when we win. Failing to place in the region-wide test? That would never happen again. Getting 2nd place in a major tournament? A fluke. In the future, his team would stand at the top. He would not be dismissed so casually in the future. He would not be tossed to the side as if he was nothing. People would look at Xavier and his team and understand that they were to be remembered. Xavier glanced at his Pokémon before stomping forward. We keep going. We keep training, and we keep pushing forward. His Pokémon let loose a cheer as they chased after him once again. Xavier planned to never lose. He would make sure of it. Matilda did her best to keep a professional expression on her face. She stood tall in the door to the kitchen, trying to hide how her gaze kept lingering on the people in the room. She didn't just have 1 customer today, but 2. Oh, she wanted to scream, she was so happy. Okay, sure, one of those 2 customers was the kind of rude berry seller taking advantage of discounted meals as per their agreement, but the cheap tomato berries they were able to buy in exchange more than made up for her frequent visits. No, what was truly important was that there was a new customer, a man sitting at a table eating a meal of his own. He had tired eyes alongside a lazy smirk. His straight black hair and grey suit made him the picture-perfect example of a generic businessman. It took Matilda an incredible amount of effort to not rush to his side and ask for his thoughts on both his food and the restaurant. No, Matilda. Bad. No more bothering customers. Even though her father had firmly established she was to not comp meals for anyone, she still had the mindset that friends eat free, and who was someone who had a polite conversation with her if not a friend. The only reason this restaurant was still afloat was the occasional group of sailors that made their way here. This restaurant was the only Calagian restaurant in Olivine, so this was the only place they could eat meals they enjoyed when traveling abroad. Income was tight, but if they could get just a few more customers like that man. Matilda stood at attention, going on high alert when the man's phone rang. She was a bit disappointed when he put down his fork to answer the phone. At least he was comfortable enough to answer the phone within the restaurant. That showed he liked the place, right? The man's eyes narrowed as he glanced around at the two other people here. He seemed to consider getting up, but he chose to stay. Staring at his phone, he mumbled something impolite as he ran a hand through his generic mop of black hair. For some reason, Matilda could have sworn she saw the faintest bit of purple flash from underneath. Yellow, he said, answering the call. He jerked, a thump causing his utensils to clatter on the table. The man looked like he was trying to stand to better focus himself, but that was a difficult task considering he was actively sitting for a meal. I'm on my break, sir. Just enjoying a meal, sir. Taking a break from casing, he coughed. Bit of scouting. Too many toros and a ridiculously strong fire type to make any battling worth it without a larger investment. Matilda did her best to keep her face level. So he's a Pokémon trainer? That made sense, she supposed. The man looked like he was nothing more than a businessman, but he could be storing Pokeballs in his pockets. Olivine, sir. It was nearby, the man continued. He then nodded along, which looked a little silly since he was on a videoless phone, but then his eyes narrowed suspiciously. Taken, he asked, speaking as if repeating a word. After I? And you want me to? He winced and held the phone away from his head. A second later he brought it back to his ear. His smile returned, casual yet cocksure. Something glinted in his eyes, as if he was looking forward to whatever he was being told to do. Retrieval. Got it. Placing the phone between his shoulder and his ear, he took out a pen and scribbled a few words on a nearby napkin. Matilda was curious, but the other customer, the berry vendor, shouted for assistance. I'm out of bread, the woman said. Matilda replied with a pleasant smile. I'll get right on that. She took the basket and hurried back to the kitchen. When she came back out, the man was gone. Left on the table was a thick wad of cash, both payment and a tip, which Matilda was a little offended he left, but she wasn't going to complain about extra money. The sole other customer got her bread and finished her meal, paying the exact amount and no more. After she left, the restaurant was once again empty, meaning it was time for Matilda to clean. However, as she began to wipe the tables and grab the tablecloths to clean and replace, she paused. When the man had written his note, some of the ink had bled through onto his tablecloth. Most of the words were illegible, but one stood out. Hey, she said. I wonder what Porygon means. Matilda shrugged and went back to work, her thoughts solely on the cheer that came with a new customer and not the strange word washed clean from the table. Chapter 37. Even with Pokémon, traveling down a route wasn't anything to be done unplanned. Primarily, only major settlements tended to show up on maps, which meant trips had to be created around the time it took to reach big cities. There were always smaller settlements, but most tended to go unmarked. Pokémon centers were occasionally present on the routes themselves, but those centers tended to be more like rest stops than anything else. For that reason, it was important to be prepared before heading out to travel on foot. A big city like Goldenrod was the perfect place to ensure Sam and Reedy were properly supplied before heading south to continue their journey. Sleeping bags, Reedy said, reading off a checklist written in Sam's journal from within a Pokémon Center bedroom. Sam knelt on the floor, checking over both of their backpacks for the proper contents. Check, Sam replied. Just off to the side. We'll be able to tie it to the top. Reedy hummed. Portable tent. Folded up inside and pushed to the bottom to make room. Great. Food and cooking gear. Check for all of that. And I made sure to pick up a different brand of preserved foods. That dried stuff from last time. Sam shivered. Reedy's expression turned green. They also had healing supplies, potions and the like. Antidotes were the most important, as paralysis eventually faded and burns could be cooled with water, but poison could only ever be slowly waited out. And toiletries? Toothbrushes, soaps, a change of clothes. Sam sent Reedy a flat look. You really want me to dig through your backpack for that? Her face flushed red as she dived down towards her stuff. Mankey and Teddy Ursa were sitting on the edge of the nearby bed, and they both snorted in amusement as she hurriedly dug through a side pocket. Clothes had to be washed daily, as no matter what level of tolerance for cleanliness a trainer had, it was a mistake to allow them to build up a noticeable smell. Too much muck meant attracting the wrong types of Pokémon, but a flowery scent meant the same thing, just in a different direction. Pokemarts sold scentless cleaning agents that worked well enough when on a route. The same was true for soaps used on the body. There was even one clever product that was dry shampoo. Trainers with water-type Pokémon at their sides tended to have the most comfortable time outside of cities, as they never needed to rely on ponds or rivers for anything. Sam was a bit jealous. As it stood, none of his team had the potential to pick up helpful water-type moves. Anything we're missing? Reedy asked. Name something, and I can probably shop around for the cheapest options. We should be fine as long as you have a solution for Porygon's food. A cheeky smile. Reedy pulled out a handheld device. It's second-hand, but it's absolutely perfect. Sam, meet the Pi 89. He met that declaration with a barely curious raise of the eyebrow. This baby is capable of doing so many graphs. It's got sines, cosines, logarithms. And that's helpful? Sam asked bluntly. More than just helpful. It's solar-powered, too. Not just that, but plug it into any Pokémon Center computer, and I can download a bunch of new programs for Porygon to eat. Sam waited for her to explain further, and she only did after bursting out into laughter. All right, she said, still giggling. Remember what happened after you called your mom? You mean how Porygon literally entered the screen of the video phone and ate its ability to make calls? A-win-ce. Reedy didn't meet his gaze. Porygon floated a few feet away, continuing to look as unemotional and innocent as ever. At least the nurse was able to call someone to fix it. Too bad the tech support guy didn't look very pleased. Yeah, that, Red said. Anyway, that happened because I, might have ordered Porygon to eat the next best meal they could find. Sam barely resisted covering his face with a palm. But it worked out, because Porygon had been slowing down ever so slightly before then. They were back to tip-top shape afterwards, so I'm pretty sure they're a datavore. She paused. Or an infovore. Information vor? Whatever word that means a creature that needs to eat information to survive. So your solution is that calculator? Sam asked. Yeah. Porygon can eat the programs I download, and then I can re-download them the next time we stop at a Pokémon Center. It's free food forever. She also commented under her breath that, it's been helping Porygon's aim improve, too. Sam looked at the calculator in a new light. I guess if we have that, then there's nothing more to worry about. He zipped up his backpack and returned the Pokémon that were out. Cyndaquil was still recovering from her battle against Whitney's Miltank the other day, so she was already in her Pokeball. Mankey disappeared in a flash of light, however, and Sam lifted up some sheets to return Ghastly from where he was lurking under the bed. Porygon disappeared, too, but Teddy Ursa was picked up to be carried in Reedy's arms. Downstairs, they handed over the keys to their rooms and thanked the nurse for all of her help. Then, they began to walk south down Goldenrod's busy streets, heading out of the dense city and towards the much more empty Route 34. You know, Sam started, we spent less time than I expected. What? We arrived, trained for and challenged the gym, and then left the next day. Did you really want to stay and risk the wrong person finding out about Porygon? No, but Sam held back a win-ce. I'd like to stay for a while in the next town. We're ahead of schedule, so I'd like to spend some time there. Reedy easily nodded her head. Absolutely, she said in a cheery voice. Azalea Town is a lot smaller than Goldenrod, but with it so close to Ilex, that gives us plenty of great space to train. Then it also has Slowpoke Well, its famous charcoal makers ooh. And it has Pokeball makers, too. You've done your research, hey? Sam asked, laughing slightly. Well, duh. When there's the opportunity to get free Pokeballs in exchange for some piddly apricorns, of course I'd jump onto that deal. Considering that a base Pokeball was $200 at least, being able to trade apricorn fruits for Pokeballs was an absolutely incredible deal. However, apricorns tended to be rare, but given that they planned to cover a lot of distance to get through Ilex Forest, that's basically a no-brainer. Reedy snorted. More than a no-brainer. Empty header. Lack of header. Even a rock could figure out that's a good deal. They both snickered as they continued south. The streets opened up, and the towering skyscrapers disappeared. Soon enough, they were on the open Route 34, already making good time on their path to Azalea Town. Route 34 was a coastal route with a few tiny, seaside villages along its west. People fished for a living and traveled to and from Goldenrod itself. None were that exciting, but they were better places to stay than out in the rolling fields that made up the rest of the route. However, what made Route 34 famous was not these villages but the daycares that made use of its wide, open spaces. Daycares served two purposes: they served as places where trainers could stable a spare Pokémon or two, and they served as breeding operations. With trainers legally limited to only 6 Pokémon on hand, for a small fee, a daycare could accept a trainer's extra Pokémon and give them a place to stay when not traveling with the rest of the team. As a public business, many people made use of that service, but it also tended to limit people to 1 or 2 slots. Its more important business, however, was Pokémon reproduction. Daycares were the place people sent Pokémon eggs to be taken care of. Pokémon eggs had always been known about, but available information on them had been low until Johto's own Professor Elm began his own research. Eggs were either laid by species, or they were crafted around newborn Pokémon as a sort of cradle to protect them until they had matured enough to last in a battle. Eggs had a surprising amount of similarities to modern Pokeballs, and some historians even claimed that Pokémon eggs were what inspired the first designs for Pokeballs. A long, fenced-off daycare area filled with Pokémon took up a decent chunk of the route. Walking past it, Sam could see Pokémon playing both trained species like Rhyhorn and Tauros, but there were also areas where newly hatched, baby Pokémon played under the watchful eye of an older guard. A bright yellow Illithid chased a young Magby, both of them laughing while playing tag. Nearby, a pair of Iglebia used their extremely light bodies to bounce around one another. An Azurill sat on its ball-like tail and watched, sad that it was being left out. At its side, a Smoochum tried to comfort it, but tears welled up in its eyes. "Would you ever want to get a Pokémon egg?" Sam asked, eyes lingering on all the young Pokémon in the ranch. An Espeon taking in the sun on top of a flat rock raised its head and watched him as he passed. Their caretaker, Sam guessed. "A Pokémon egg?" "Maybe," Reedy said, humming. "They're kind of expensive to get outright, and baby Pokémon need pre-planned meals to make sure they're getting the right kind of diet for their growth. My family's taken care of a few, with baby that's mama's kid being the standout." "You named the child of a Kangaskhan baby?" Sam interrupted. Reedy snorted. "Again, I was, like, 3. You really think I was some kind of expert name rater back then?" Sam sent her an amused smirk. She pushed him away as he laughed. "Whatever. Yeah, I could take care of an egg as long as I had the cash to afford it and if I knew the species would fit on my team." "You, Sam. Not many ghost types hatch from eggs," he said. "Ghost types could be hatched from an egg, but it was rare for ghosts to actually reproduce like that, though not impossible. Most of the time, ghost types tended to spawn, if Sam could call the phenomenon anything. Keep enough ghost types around, and younger ones started to appear at random without anyone seeing where they came from. Maybe," he continued, "I'd be limited to species that are more physical, or species that evolve into ghost types. So, something like a Sabai or a Duskull, maybe? Species like Snorant are pretty obvious, but there are a bunch of foreign species I could consider too, like maybe Rollet or Frillish." Reedy blinked at Sam. "You wanna tell me what those are? I can show you pictures. Now's actually a good time to break for lunch, if you want." Sam sent her another amused smirk. He sent a pointed glance to where that group of baby Pokémon were playing nearby. "Shut up," Reedy said, briefly turning red. "She just wants to watch all those baby Pokémon play, doesn't she?" Sam was okay with that. He thought they were cute, too. "Come on out, everyone," Sam and Reedy both said. A bit away from the young occupants of the daycare so as to not disturb them, Sam and Reedy released the members of their teams to relax off to the side of the route's main road. Cyndaquil appeared yawning, stretching herself out after a long time inside her Pokeball. Mankey and Teddy Ursa appeared next to one another, and as Teddy Ursa brought his arms out to his sides to stretch out as well, he bumped Mankey. Mankey bumped back. Then Teddy Ursa pushed back a little harder. Mankey did the same. At least limit the amount of moves you use. Sam called out. Those two already found themselves neck-deep in a spar. As for their last two team members, Ghastly and Porygon appeared without much fanfare. Porygon appeared in the air, and Reedy had to tell it to hover by her side, where she patted it on the head. Ghastly, meanwhile, moved to hover in Sam's shadow to stay out of the sun as much as possible. Want to practice while Reedy and I set up lunch? Sam said to the hovering Pokémon, glancing between both him and Cyndaquil. He bounced in place excitedly and zipped off to meet with the little fire type. Cyndaquil still looked a bit tired, apparently still recovering from her battle against Whitney, but she was willing to work with Ghastly as he seemed so excited about it. Sam moved to help Reedy with lunch. Stew was the easiest meal to prepare, because being clever with the ingredients meant they only had to prepare one thing to feed everyone. While Pokémon benefited the most from vitamin-rich meals like how calcium tended to strengthen special attackers and how protein strengthened physical attackers, Sam and Reedy weren't earning enough money to do so just yet. 1 or 2 dedicated meals helped occasionally. Everything else was kept general but still nutritious, otherwise. Ingredients were thrown into a pot over a small fire and simmered in water. Their Pokémon trained, practicing a few recently acquired trademark moves courtesy of the bet against Whitney. But I get the next trademark, Reedy suddenly said. If I'd remembered I'd given you that cursed trademark. Sam chuckled. Definitely. I mean, I got 3 to your, what, 0. She stuck her tongue out at him as he continued to laugh. Mankey now knew Ice Punch, which he wielded against Teddy Ursa's Fire Punch. The hope was that the monkey's new familiarity with an elemental punch would help him learn Fire Punch as well. The same was true for Teddy Ursa and Ice Punch, but right now it seemed the two were more intent on just hitting each other with those attacks as part of spars. Cyndaquil, meanwhile, used her new move against Ghastly. He conjured a hex, her eyes flashed with insight, and she dodged the purple flames with ease. Detect had been the cheaper of the two TMS, as while it was a move that allowed a Pokémon to perfectly dodge an incoming attack, the public consensus was that Protect was better in every other way. Detect offered no innate protection, only a brief but significant boost to evasion. Moves that covered a wide enough area were still unavoidable. There was a reason it was half off and in the process of being discontinued. However, Sam saw Detect as not just a way to dodge a move, but it was also a great training technique. Since the insight the move provided told a Pokémon how to dodge, practicing with it would allow Cyndaquil to become familiar with how to best move to avoid attacks. The stew continued to simmer, and their Pokémon continued to practice. Reedy ran her hand down Porygon's back, simply watching both their Pokémon train and the baby Pokémon in the field as their lunch was slowly prepared. Ho there! Sam was caught off guard. Reedy as well. He hadn't noticed the apron-wearing young man approaching. Roughly 20 or so, the newcomer adjusted a green bandana that held his hair back on his head. Hi! Sam said. Reedy glanced over. Hey, she said, too, awkwardly stepping in front of Porygon. Hi, the man repeated. Espion sent me a message just in case. You two are trainers, yet. Yet. Sam replied suspiciously. Oh, shoot. Wait, we didn't mean to bother anyone. We just wanted to watch while taking a break on our journey. The daycare worker laughed. Don't worry about it. They're used to travelers stopping by to observe. No, she was doing me a favor. He pulled a Pokeball out of a pocket on the front of his apron. I've been looking for low-level fire types to battle. I challenge you to a match. Sam bristled. Cyndaquil? Low-level? You're on, he said. Reedy, can you take care of the stew? Yeah, but you better make sure to bet on this match. Sam snorted. If this guy was going to underestimate Cyndaquil, he was going to make him pay literally. $50 to the winner. Sam asked, stepping onto the empty road to use its flat space as a battlefield. Sounds good to me. Ready when you are. Sam glanced over to Ghastly and Cyndaquil. Their training had stopped, and so had Teddy Ursa and Mankey's spar. Cyndaquil slowly ambled over, rubbing her cheeks in an attempt to focus herself. The rest of the team followed to stand to the side and watch, and in the fenced-off meadow itself, the group of baby Pokémon stopped playing to run over to the fence, hang off, and watch as well. Great! I'm looking forward to this, the daycare worker said. Come on out, Bellsprout. Appearing from the Pokeball was a walking plant. It had a yellow, bell-shaped head and a body consisting of 2 leaves as arms and a thin set of roots as legs. Bellsprout's evolved forms were known to swallow Pokémon whole. In its weak, base stage, the species was too small to do that, so it tended to rely on poison instead. But a grass type, hey! Sam rubbed his chin. Fighting against a Pokémon's weakness was a good way to get stronger. Well, it's your loss, Sam replied. He had those $50 already in the bag. Smiling to himself, he pointed forward. Let's begin with an incinerate, yet. He didn't hold back, no matter how much of an advantage he had. Cyndaquil reared back, and a roaring incinerate left her mouth. Where Ember was like a Gatling gun of sparks, incinerate was more like a bomb that exploded into flames. The glob of fire soared through the air, the move looking far too powerful to have been used by an unevolved Pokémon like her. Oh, Vine Whip! Quickly! The breeder already looked panicked. Vines stretched out from underneath the Bellsprout's 2 leaves, and they whipped through the air to knock the attack to the side. Embers lingered on the extended length of plant matter, and Bellsprout panicked for a moment, quickly bringing up the attack and hitting the ground to put the bits of fire out. It sighed in relief, parts of it still steaming, and Sam readied himself for another command. But when he looked down, Cyndaquil was breathing heavily. Are you okay? He asked. She smiled at him, her eyes curving up to try to say that she was. Poison powder, the breeder shouted. Detect. However, instead of a flash of insight overtaking her, Cyndaquil winced. A cloud of poisonous dust spat out from Bellsprout's mouth, landed on Cyndaquil and puffed into the air around her. Sam frowned. She should have been able to dodge that even without detect. Are you sure you're all right? He asked. She nodded her head again. Even though she was suffering from poison, she was still determined to continue the match. Rap! Bellsprout's trainer shouted. Ember! Sam yelled to counter. He hoped a weaker move would help Cyndaquil's growing exhaustion. However, where the incinerate had carried the power he expected of her, the Ember came out as weak as it had when they first started to practice. Quick on its roots, the Bellsprout twisted and turned to avoid all the incoming sparks, putting its thin body to use and reminding Sam of a sort of ballerina dancer. Cyndaquil didn't run away, she was too tired to, and was still poisoned, which gave Bellsprout ample time to rush over and wrap itself around her. Her back flared. Cyndaquil tried to use her personal flames to burn Bellsprout off of her. However, it adjusted itself to only lock down her hands and feet, using the stem of its body to tie down her mouth and prevent her from using any further moves. Cyndaquil was struggling. She should have been able to get Bellsprout off. But when the grass type wrapped her like this. Keep it up, the daycare worker said. It was blatantly clear that Cyndaquil wasn't going to win. We forfeit. Sam shouted. Losing $50 would hurt, but he was more worried about his friend. A whistle called the Bellsprout back, and Sam hurried over, catching an antidote Reedy tossed at him from where their medicine was stored in her backpack. He sprayed it as Cyndaquil panted heavily. She rubbed her arms and legs. Cyndaquil, he said, rubbing her neck. I thought you were okay to fight. If you still need to rest. She furiously shook her head. It was a one-off thing, she tried to imply. Sam could tell by her determined expression that she was confident it would pass by the next day. If you're so sure, he mumbled. Glancing up, he saw the daycare worker walking over. Great match, he said. I really appreciated that, Ember. All the work Bellsprout and I have spent on dodging is really paying off. Sam mournfully handed over the cash, wincing slightly but also acknowledging that losing that much wouldn't completely destroy their budget. The man smiled and affectionately nuzzled his Bellsprout's head. The grass type had wrapped itself around his arm like some kind of band. As he walked off, Sam picked up Cyndaquil and placed her in his hood to hopefully let her rest. He braced himself for Reedy to chide him, but the usual teasing that he was met with after a loss never came. Stew's ready, she said. The team came over to eat. Lunch was eaten in silence. After getting some food in her, Cyndaquil seemed fine. Yet, Sam couldn't help but still feel worried. Chapter 38. Sam kept a close eye on Cyndaquil as they continued to travel south. Most of the time, she was just fine, throwing herself into training and practicing curse, will-o-wisp, and detect with a fervor rarely seen. However, there were other times that she would slow down when she thought Sam wasn't looking. She would stay low to the ground, barely moving, staring off into the distance as if she was just trying to get a handle on herself. When eating meals, she'd often stare into the flames of their campfire, watching it flicker without touching her food. Whenever Sam would try to call out to her, she'd smile at him and go back to behaving completely normally, as if there was nothing wrong. There was obviously something wrong. The length of time it took to get from city to city was often made longer by the frequent stops Sam and Reedy made to train. They were taking on the gym challenge, and spending long periods on only walking would have their team skills begin to deteriorate. Constant growth was practically demanded if they wanted to reach the Pokémon League, yet how was that growth supposed to happen when Cyndaquil was frequently distracted by pain? A week's trip turned into slightly less than a week's trip, as Sam declined to stop as frequently. They still stopped to practice and rest, of course, but it was a few less times than usual. They didn't reach Azalea Town, rather, they reached the end of Route 34. There, trees began to become more frequent and started to increase in size. A small Pokémon Center sat at the very edge of Ilex Forest proper to give trainers who spent the past few days pushing through it a place to rest and heal their Pokémon. The nurse there was a junior nurse, much to Sam's disappointment. She didn't have as much training or experience as nurses from any major city. "I'm sorry, but as far as we can tell, there's nothing wrong with your Cyndaquil," she said as Sam worriedly listened in. "She's not sick. She's not poisoned. Best I can tell is that she might need some rest." "She's been resting almost all the time the last few days," Sam interrupted. "I've been making her train far less than normal. She's actually starting to get annoyed." The laugh that came after wasn't happy. He was nervous. Worried about her. The junior nurse behind the counter frowned. "I'd like to give you an answer, but it's nothing I've seen before. And I can't really check, either, since our Pokémon Center doesn't have the same kind of advanced medical suite as in most cities. We're mostly equipped to handle poison." Sam rubbed his head out of frustration. "But," the junior nurse suddenly said, "I can give you a potential solution, at least. Our usual nurse isn't here right now, as she's on her usual route of treating Pokémon in smaller settlements where the forest is sparse. If you're willing to wait a few days." "How long?" "6, roughly," she said, much to Sam's frustration. "She just left yesterday, unfortunately. Alternatively, if you're not willing to wait, I recommend heading to Goldenrod or back through the forest to reach Azalea." "We just came from Goldenrod," Sam mumbled. Although, not stopping at all would let them return to the city before the usual nurse returned here. "Then, I recommend going to Azalea. Ilex Forest is filled with bug types, but heading straight to town should allow you to reach there within only 3 days. Most of the difficulty with traveling through it is wild Pokémon attacks and the difficult environment, but you should be able to avoid most of that by keeping to the center." Sam nodded, weighing his options, and thanked the nurse before picking up Cyndaquil's Pokeball. He walked over to where Reedy was waiting for him on a couch. Teddy Ursa was fast asleep on a pillow on its side. "So, what did she say?" "She's not sure what's wrong with Cyndaquil, but that's because she's still in training. We can wait for their usual nurse to return." "How long?" "Just under a week," Sam replied. "Or we can quickly push through the forest to reach Azalea in the next 3 or so." He sat down, running a hand through his hair. He already knew how Cyndaquil would react if he talked to her. She'd whine at him and try to assure him that everything was fine. "Waiting seems like the safest option," Reedy mused, "but those flashes are getting more frequent. I don't know how long it'll be before she's all but stuck in one place," Sam said. He hated this. He hated that Cyndaquil wasn't feeling well. Part of the reason he liked ghost types so much was because they didn't get sick. They didn't have medical emergencies or illnesses or surprise passings that caught everyone off. "I think we should push through the forest. Get her checked out at a proper Pokémon Center," Sam said. "The sooner the better. Anything we should worry about?" Sam had done a bit of research on Ilex Forest back in Goldenrod. Truth be told, most of what he had looked up was to see what ghost types might be present. While he didn't have a spare Pokeball right now, he could have easily obtained one in Azalea. Ilex Forest, however, didn't have a set path or any main road like most dedicated routes. Instead, it stretched across a large swath of southern Johto, having designated safe areas for travelers that rangers regularly patrolled. Swarms of bug types were the forest's biggest threats, but they were easily warded away by fire. Between Teddy Ursa's Fire Punch, Ghastly's Phantasmal Hex, and Mankey's own eventual learning of Fire Punch, they could scare those bug types away. What Sam was worried about the most was the presence of any aggressive, wild ghost types. After all, ghost types attract ghost types, he said. Reedy cocked her head to the side, a little confused. What do you mean? She asked. It was in one of those books Morty lent me. It implied that ghosts are drawn to ghosts, positing because it takes spiritual power to handle spiritual power. There's this strange, unexplainable, affection the type has for itself. Ghost is super effective against ghost, so why wouldn't that be the case? And you have Ghastly with you, Reedy concluded. Sam nodded solemnly. We'll have a higher than usual chance of attracting another ghost type. And if we're rushing, we won't be staying quiet. Sam had a good idea of the species that might appear. The Ghastly line was obvious, as no matter where someone went in Indigo, those ghost types tended to appear in dark places. Misdreavus was another that was more common to Johto than Kanto. Yet, while those two were the most known about species, Sam had his own theory about what else might be in the forest. Dual grass ghost types were likely present, though likely only deeper in. There was Phantump in its evolved form, Trevenant, which were literally possessed trees. Other than them there was Poltergeist in its evolved form, Sinistcha, which were possessed cups of tea. Considering no one in Johto ever reported seeing them in Ilex Forest, those two species were probably only found off-route. Though, why would a cup of tea be in a forest? Well, there might be some kind of forgotten, abandoned home deep, deep in. But Sam shook his head. It made more sense to prepare for the obvious, which was the Ghastly line and Misdreavus. So we'll need to worry about being attacked? Reedy asked. Maybe. It's a chance, not a guarantee. It was at that moment there were two flashes of light. From Sam's waist, his other two team members released themselves. Mankey punched his fist into his palm, demonstrating his readiness to fight. As for Ghastly, the ghost type simply grinned. He conjured a hex around himself, showing off just how capable he had become. No moves in the Pokémon Center. But the purple lights winked out when the nurse shouted for him to stop. Sam still laughed, thankful for his team's show of support. And you have us, too, Reedy said. Teddy Ursa. Me Porygon. Something attacks us, and it'll have to fight all of us off. Despite all the worry Sam had built up over Cyndaquil, he couldn't help but to feel a bit of relief. Thank you, he said genuinely. Once we rest tonight, we'll go through Ilex Forest. And before too long, we'll reach Azalea Town, where we'll head to the Pokémon Center and make sure Cyndaquil starts feeling better. The Ilex Forest was ancient, older than Johto itself. The trees here outlasted multiple eras of human history. More often than not, their trunks were as wide as one of Goldenrod's skyscrapers. Sam felt like he was traveling through a natural version of the city's downtown, yet he also knew that these were small compared to some of the trees deeper in. Branches stretched out hundreds of feet above Sam's head. Dense leaves shrouded the sky and cast everything into dim light. Occasionally, the curve of a branch would allow a beam or two to get through, creating areas of natural light. Smaller bushes and trees were more common there. The rest of the forest was filled with enormous roots. Fallen leaves crunched under their feet as the entire group pushed forward. They forewent stealth in favor of speed. Everyone stayed on high alert. Ghastly drifted in a perimeter around the group. As a ghost type, he was most in tune with potential ambushes and spirits that might be drawn near. Mankey was Sam's personal guard, and Teddy Ursa was Reedy's. Then for Porygon, the floating normal type was told to stay exactly 1 foot away from Reedy, where it would serve as a turret that would unleash a Psybeam at anything Reedy pointed to. Other than their Pokémon, Sam had a secret weapon, too. The cleanse tag from Morty was out and proudly displayed on his backpack's back. Its inscription provided a calming aura around their group, relaxing them as they traveled. For all of his nerves about Cyndaquil, Sam did find himself breathing easier with it out. You really think Cyndaquil will be okay? He asked. The little fire type was resting in her Pokeball, on Sam's orders. Absolutely, Reedy said alongside a firm nod. If I had to describe it, it's more like she's strained rather than in pain. I don't think it's anything we need to worry about too much. She'll definitely be able to hold out until we reach the Pokémon Center. Sam could imagine all of the potential worst-case scenarios if he wanted to, but that wouldn't help him. He forced all of those thoughts out of his head. Instead, hours passed uneventfully as they trudged forward, passed by enormous trees, and climbed over massive roots that occasionally tried to block their path. The first day passed without trouble. Sounds of bug types could be heard, but their group was large enough that none ever approached. On the second day, Sam felt confident. They could do this. 1 or 2 more days, and they would make it. When dusk fell, they began to set up camp. Teddy Ursa helped Reedy set up their tents as Mankey used low kick to sweep away fallen twigs and leaves in their chosen campsite. A forked set of giant roots provided them a bit of cover, reducing the chances some hostile wild Pokémon stumbled upon them in the night. They were following the most well-traveled path through the forest, however. Already, they had seen several people going the opposite way and Sam had to turn down battles almost every time. Going as fast as they were, it didn't make sense to stop. At least no one reacted negatively to that. All of their potential challengers had been understanding and let them continue on their way unbothered. With the time to rest rapidly approaching, Sam released Cyndaquil from her Pokeball as he built a small fire. "How are you feeling?" he asked her. Cyndaquil yawned and stretched out, having been inside of her Pokeball all day. She sat on her back paws and punched at the air. She turned up to look at him, a determined smile on her face. Sam knew what she was doing. She was trying to tell him that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry. Yet, he had known her for years. Her smile didn't curve up all the way, and the look in her thin eyes was forced. He scooped her up and placed her in his hood. "Oh, no you don't. Rest only. Training might worsen your condition, so you're going in there, little lady." She whined unhappily but still nuzzled up inside. With all of her training, she was growing. She still fit in his hood, but it was tighter than before. That at least made it a more cozy nest. He chuckled, glad to see her comfortable despite everything else. He also whispered a request for her help, and she conjured a single will-o-wisp that lazily drifted over and lit the fire. She seemed proud of that contribution, as small as it was. As ingredients were poured into the water, Sam glanced around at the rest of the team. Mankey looked disappointed. Since Sam and Reedy were keeping their Pokémon out while in the forest, he had plenty of time to train. While walking, he frequently punched at the air, trying to convert his ice punch into fire punch. Unfortunately, while he was picking it up, he was learning it nowhere near as fast as Teddy Ursa. The little bear Pokémon was already able to completely coat his own fist in ice. "I know you can do it, Mankey. Just a bit more training and you'll nail it, yet." Cyndaquil squeaked her own support from inside his hood. "Maybe if you rest tonight, I can let you sit back there when we travel tomorrow, and you can give him advice on using the fire type when we walk." Right away, all motivation to push herself tonight faded away. Sam heard her fake a yawn. If it meant less forced rest tomorrow, of course she would rest tonight. The orange hues of dusk turned to the darkness of night. The meal finished cooking, and the group had a stew prepared once again. "You know, I said I didn't like the powdered stuff, but I think I'm getting kind of sick of stew," Sam mumbled, holding a spoon in his hand. Reedy put her own spoon down and sighed. "We really should have bought a wider variety of meals. It was fine, but eating the same thing every day made good food taste bad." Mankey and Teddy Ursa elbowed each other as they ate, roughhousing until Reedy told them to stop or risk spilling their food. Meanwhile, Porygon was inside of her calculator, feasting on the freshly installed programs Reedy had obtained at the last Pokémon Center. As Sam turned to Ghastly to check on his final team member, he paused. The ghost type was staring out into the woods. He wasn't smiling. He was staring forward without a readable expression on his face. "Hey!" Sam stopped. When he spoke, the faintest bit of mist left his mouth. It suddenly felt far too silent around them, and Sam could have sworn he heard muffled giggling. "Ghastly, do you feel that?" he asked. Everyone else froze mid-bite, snapping their eyes towards Sam as he followed Ghastly's gaze. Ghastly did his best to smile nervously at him out of the corner of his eyes. Reedy cautiously stood up and held up her calculator, whispering for Porygon to appear at her side. Utter silence. Complete stillness. So many alarm bells were going off in Sam's mind. Even the gluttonous Mankey put his bowl of food down, pausing his meal to go on high alert and prepare for whatever was coming. It felt like hours passed without anyone moving. Each second was a day that Sam spent staring into the woods. A chill went down his spine. Sam felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on its ends. Do you think it's a ghost? Reedy asked quietly. A ghost type? Yeah, I do, Sam whispered. He carefully reached to his belt, aiming to free Cyndaquil's pokeball. He didn't want to involve her in a serious battle, but it was that movement that served as the gunshot to start the race. A spine-chilling scream rang out, piercing the heavy silence of their campsite. Directly where Ghastly was staring, a dark blur rushed out directly at Sam. Hex, Ghastly, he shouted. Purple flames rushed to intercept the blur's course. The incoming Pokémon spun to the side and easily avoided them all before lifting itself up further into the air. Hair drifted out like wisps behind it. Yellow eyes with red irises curved up as if in amusement. The wild Misdreavus glanced at Ghastly, as if to ask him if he had been serious about his attack. I knew it, Sam mumbled. There was no way we'd get through this forest so easily. The Misdreavus smiled, bouncing in place. It looked excited. Like it wanted to play. Its gaze slipped away from Ghastly to lock onto Sam, and only Sam. That made him even more nervous. Teddiursa, Reedy whispered. Mankey, Sam added. They wanted to get those two to assist in the upcoming fight. However, Ghastly turned around and shook his head. Like the Misdreavus, he was smiling. Grinning. This was his fight, and his expression told them he was looking forward to it. All right. Be careful, Sam said. He had faith in his friend. Besides, this was a wild Pokémon. How strong could it possibly be? For a brief moment, the wild Misdreavus's gaze flicked over everyone here. But, just like before, it settled on Sam, and it started to drift forward, trying to reach him and only him. Ghastly acted without Sam needing to call for a move. He howled his name, and a hex popped into existence like numbers of a rapidly appearing clock. The purple fire launched at the Misdreavus, and the wild ghost type pulled back and ducked beneath to avoid every mote. Briefly, it looked betrayed, shocked that Ghastly had continued to attack at all. Hypnosis! Sam shouted. He wasn't going to give it time to recover, but the Misdreavus closed its eyes to render Ghastly's hypnotic look ineffective. He shouted again, calling for Confuse Ray, but even in its temporarily blinded state, the ghost type rolled to the side to avoid the grayish beam. Maybe try for a mean L. Wait, no. Don't use that. Mean look could prevent a Pokémon from fleeing, but they wanted this Misdreavus to flee. Besides, the move was ineffective against ghost types, anyway. Instead, Ghastly used Hex once more, unleashing his soul-attacking move against his hovering opponent. As the purple flames sparked up around him, he rushed forward to get as close as he could manage. Mankey and Teddiursa cheered their names, supporting Ghastly as loud as they could. Ghastly smirked and tried to slam his Hex into Misdreavus. To mix it up, he even went for a lick. However, it was like the Misdreavus saw all of that coming. Faster than he could move, it pulled back, moved around him, and dipped and ducked under every one of his attacks. Confused, he pulled back. Sam bit his lip nervously. The wild Pokémon turned its full attention to Ghastly, and it opened its mouth to cause bits of shadow to coalesce in front of it. What? Sam shouted. That's Shadow Ball. How does it know that? Shadow Ball was commonly thought of as the most powerful ghost-type move around. Sam knew better than that, but to have a wild Pokémon use it in such a casual manner. Ghastly tried to flee, but he was outmatched. A pulsating ball of pure darkness sailed forward and caught him in the back. The ghost-type move caught him as if he was completely solid, and the attack carried him forward to slam him into the trunk of a large tree. He didn't bring himself out. Ghastly? Sam asked nervously. The Misdreavus giggled and resumed its casual drift towards Sam. Its eyes lit up with excitement. The wild Pokémon was filled with glee. Fire Punch! Reedy called out. Sam snapped into focus. Ember and Assurance. 3 Pokémon unleashed their attacks. Cyndaquil, while still tired and still in Sam's hood, contributed by unleashing an Ember that forced the Misdreavus downwards. Avoiding the move brought it close to the ground, within range of both Mankey and Teddiursa jumping up to hit it with their attacks. Unfortunately, while Misdreavus was briefly caught off guard by that combination, it had a defense ready in the form of a Psychic-type move. Eyes glowing blue, a telekinetic confusion caught both jumping Pokémon. Mankey was unceremoniously tossed into the ground, and Teddiursa was used as a shield to block a silent follow-up attack from Porygon. Reedy lowered her finger from where she pointed, chuckling nervously as she did. Sam, should it really be this strong? Sam grabbed his cleanse tag. The mischievous didn't even glance at it. No. It shouldn't, he said, taking a step back. Why is there such a capable wild Pokémon here, of all places? The mischievous looked annoyed. It looked at Sam as if he should have known the answer to that question. He took another step back, and the ghost type started to speed up. The hair on the back of its head waved from an unseen breeze. Cyndaquil winced, unable to use a move. Sam tripped on the edge of a small root and fell on his butt. He closed his eyes in panic, an unconscious response when dealing with a predator. Yet, the mischievous never reached him. He felt heat. A cold heat. Another use of Hex stopped the mischievous from getting any further. Ghastly burst from the tree, phasing out of its thick trunk while panting, forcing himself to recover after that previous attack. His usual casual yet relaxed demeanor was gone. An eye twitched in utter annoyance. Another Hex, and another dodge. The mischievous clicked its tongue, annoyed. Cyndaquil, Sam whispered despite his worries, do you think you could? His request never concluded, he was interrupted by a bright glow. His words caught in his throat, and Sam stared at Ghastly. For all the ghost type had thrown himself into practice, Sam would have never expected to see this so soon. No way, Reedy breathed. Sam respectfully agreed. Of course, he said. Pokémon always grow the most when they're stressed. There's a reason most evolutions happen in the middle of battles, so why wouldn't one happen right now? Within the light, Ghastly changed. His ambient gas sucked into him, and the sphere that was his body grew and reshaped. Points stabbed out across his back, and a wispy trail emanated from his base. For his mouth, it became fanged, and at his sides, two blobs split off to become clawed hands. When the light broke, Ghastly was no longer Ghastly. Instead, a magnificent haunter stared at the mischievous with hateful determination. Sam quickly capitalized on the moment. Evolving usually came with a burst of increased energy, and that sometimes came with insight. Shadow Punch, he yelled. The move was something most haunter could understand intrinsically, and more importantly, the attack homed. Haunter's disconnected hands curled into fists and left his sides, rushing through the air like rockets aimed at mischievous. The wild Pokémon's eyes went wide in panic as it tried its best to roll and dodge like it had done so many times before. Except, in this case, Haunter could still control his hands, and he leaned to the side to change their course and finally manage a hit. One slammed into mischievous's cheek, and the other slammed directly into its face. Haunter cackled happily. Briefly, Sam was reminded of how his own punch had led to Haunter's capture in the first place. The freshly evolved ghost type slowly drew back his hands. Though super effective, he still wasn't a great physical attacker. Mischievous was hurt, but it was still conscious. However, it also looked completely and utterly betrayed. Pain that was more than just physical crossed Mischievous's face. Its eyes flicked around in a panic. Tears welled up. It sniffed. It seemed incapable of even glancing at Sam. Wait. Instead of some tough, final match, Mischievous turned and fled back into the woods, barely holding back sobs. Haunter was left behind, staring out, blinking and confused. What was that about? Reedy asked. Sam didn't know. Something twisted in his chest. Still. He had more important things to think about. Cyndaquil needed to reach the Pokémon Center, but Ghastly no, Haunter had evolved. He couldn't help it. He grinned. So Xavier might have an evolved Donphan, but now we have an evolved Haunter with us, too. He smiled at his Pokémon, a genuine feeling of happiness for his friend crossing his face. You did it. Sam laughed once. Congratulations. I should have known you were getting close to evolving. Haunter gained his usual grin and pumped his fists, replying with a cheer. He clapped his hands as if to test his new manipulators out. Meanwhile, both Mankey and Teddy Ursa suddenly shouted for his attention. They each held up a hand high. Haunter stared with shock. He sniffed, eyes watering as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Drifting downwards, both Pokémon smiled at him to finally receive a long-awaited high five. He smacked them in the face instead. As they shouted at him angrily, he sped off into the air, cackling all the way. Of course he did that. Sam had to chuckle. The two grounded Pokémon stomped back to the camp, any sense of cheer being replaced by the red marks on their faces. You know, I had a feeling I should have bet on which of our Pokémon would evolve first, Reedy said, stepping closer to Sam. Wait, why? He blinked. Wouldn't I win? Yeah, but I would have bet on one of your Pokémon evolving first. Congratulations, by the way. Sam replied with a sharp smile. Yeah. And now that Ghastly, sorry, Haunter has evolved, that means we'll get through this forest even easier than before. He then looked around and back at the forest, eyeing the darkness where Misdreavus had disappeared. But, he scratched his cheek nervously. Maybe we should move our campsite? I don't want that Misdreavus to know where to find us if it returns. Reedy's eyes widened, and she quickly called for her Pokémon to help pack everything up. Sam did the same, quickly moving to assist. Mankey inhaled both his meal and Teddy Ursa's dropped meal before grabbing everything he could. Eventually, Haunted drifted back down, and Sam could feel Cyndaquil shift in his hood to properly congratulate him. However, when she squeaked a happy squeak, something about it felt off. Why does Cyndaquil sound so conflicted? Chapter 39. It was so cool to have an evolved ghost type nearby. Like Ghastly, Haunter didn't have an obvious method of propulsion. If he willed it, he could move in that direction in the air. There was no obvious cloud of poisonous gas around him like there had been in his previous form, but the fur on his body was closer to matted hair. Faint wisps of darkness occasionally drifted out. When Haunter let Sam touch his body, he felt surprisingly silky. At times, Haunter would float off to poke and prod at nothing at all within the thick creases of the bark of nearby giant trees. While nothing physical was there, Haunter's newly acquired fingers would cause shadows to ripple like the surface of a pond. Sam desperately wanted to learn more about that ability, especially when Haunter seemed to gain a sudden realization and zipped into Sam's shadow. He felt a chill as if someone had just walked over his grave, but as Haunter popped in and out, cackling, the feeling became more and more mundane. The only form of insight he obtained was when Mankey tried to jab his rapidly improving fire punch into Sam's shadow. It was an attempt to follow after Haunter and light up the pool of liquid he kept diving into, but it turned out that diving into a shadow turned that shadow into a medium vulnerable to attack. So, entering shadows wasn't a great defense, but it was a great technique for a surprise dodge or hidden movement. So many ideas and strategies filled Sam's mind, but he couldn't afford to worry about it. Cyndaquil still frequently experienced moments of tense strain, and Sam was also pretty sure they were actively being watched. Someone or something kept leaving apricorns in their path. Teddy Ursa was a Pokémon adept at locating them, too. Since his species was inherently curious, they were said to have the pick-up ability. With ease, his eyes picked out piles of leaves and mountains of dirt on the ground, and he would walk over, scrounge around, and come back with a freshly picked apricorn to hand to Reedy. When he brought back a green apricorn the fifth time he had brought one of those fruits back, Reedy thanked him, put it away, and glanced over to Sam. I know that I said I wanted to get apricorns, but this feels weird, right? It's like someone is trying to leave us gifts. Or mess with us. Like that Misdreavus. Sam offered. She shivered. I really hope not. Despite nothing being around Haunter would have alerted them, Sam still felt the hair on the back of his neck as if he was being watched. Thankfully, this last day within Ilex Forest went uneventfully. That wild Misdreavus was the standout encounter, but both the size of their group and Haunter's evolved strength was more than enough to scare any other wild Pokémon off. At most, they accidentally approached a tree full of Kakuna but thankfully noticed it before it was too late. They took a wide berth around it to ensure no swarm of Beedrill chased after them for daring to approach the swarm's home. The junior nurse had been slightly wrong when she had told Sam 3 days to get through Ilex Forest. Instead, it took 3 full days to get through, and they found the exit late morning of the 4th. The woods opened up, and the trees became smaller around them. Light peeked through much more frequently, and when they finally managed to break free, Sam found himself staring over Azalea Town from the top of a hill. He wasn't surprised that Azalea was sometimes called the most peaceful town in Johto. The town was situated right at the edge of Ilex, protected by rolling hills covered by trees. On one side of it was a series of rocky slopes that likely hid the entrance to Union Cave, the easiest method of traveling north to Violet City. Next to those slopes was a large, calm lake with crystal clear, blue waters. While the view was beautiful, Sam did not want to delay Cyndaquil's checkup any longer. He descended the hill, carefully placing his steps so as to not fall, using the height he had to locate the red roof of the Pokémon Center and head straight towards it. So I did some reading back in Goldenrod, Sam started as he walked. Reedy snorted. Back before we got distracted with all of this, he continued, gesturing at nothing specific all around him. Azalea's pretty unique in that it doesn't have a dedicated gym leader. Even with Ilex Forest being nearby, there usually isn't a need for a single, strong individual down here. Instead, the local gym follows a more hive-like structure, with a group of ace trainer equivalents running the place. It's a source of pride for them, apparently. But don't hives have queens? Reedy interjected. I mean, yeah, if you're in Sinnoh and are dealing with Combi and Vespican, Sam said. But down here, they're taking inspiration from Beedrill. That specific bug type works in swarms to protect their vulnerable Kakuna and Weedle. Hey! Reedy grunted. Her eyes scanned the buildings of the town as they approached. And over there? That section with all that smoke. A row of houses churned out black plumes from their chimneys. Probably the Pokeball makers, I think. Sam asked. Reedy hummed, obviously committing that to memory. She and Sam reached the streets of the town itself. So since Cyndaquil needs a checkup, we'll wait to explore the town after, he said, reassuring himself. Maybe we can get a nice meal once this is all over. Mankey's eyes went unfocused as his fur-hidden mouth dripped with drool. In the middle of the day like this, Haunter remained in Sam's shadow, making the most of his newfound capability. Although, Sam could occasionally see the ghost type's red eyes peek out to glance around at their surroundings. Cyndaquil stayed in her Pokeball to rest. Here, the buildings were old-fashioned like the buildings of Ecruteak, but there was far less focus on aesthetics and more greater focus on practicality. They were all made out of the bare minimum number of materials required and were much more spread out. Overall, the population of Azalea was likely the same as Dewford, but without tall cliffs restricting its size, this town had grown wide. Sam moved quickly from street to street, following the fastest path he could find to reach the Pokémon Center. He barely bothered to look more closely at the town around him. Sure, there were a surprising number of specialty shops that advertised charcoal goods and herbal remedies, but he was more focused on finally getting Cyndaquil the care she needed. Finally arriving at the Pokémon Center, he found it was wooden like all the rest. This building had a touch of modernity to it with its red shingled roof and tall glass windows. He headed inside, stepping into a room that felt more like an open, cozy lodge rather than the lobby of a medical facility. There was a front counter like usual, and he immediately rushed over to the nurse on duty. Hello, and welcome to the Pokémon Center, the pink-haired woman said. Here, we can. Please take my Cyndaquil. Sam shouted. He bowed his head and held his Pokeball forward. Please. She's constantly under strain, and no matter how much we rest, nothing seems to help her. The nurse blinked before a soft smile appeared on her face. Of course. We'll make sure your Cyndaquil is in perfect health. Sam breathed out a huge sigh of relief. He passed her Pokeball over, handing the nurse his trainer ID as well. Stepping back to allow Reedy a turn, Sam numbly wandered over to a nearby couch. A Chansey brought Cyndaquil into the back. Reedy quickly asked for keys to a set of rooms for the pair and hurried over once the nurse provided them. Sam, Reedy paused when she glanced at Sam's downtrodden face. Let me take your stuff. I'll put it down for you, all right? Yeah, he breathed. Thanks, Reedy. She smiled at him and headed into the back. Sam all but collapsed onto the couch's soft cushions, allowing his head to rest on the couch's back and stare up at the ceiling. Mankey hopped up next to him, sitting and kicking his legs off of the edge. There weren't many people here. One person quietly made a call in the back, but no other trainers lingered in the room. Azalea was a rather small town, after all, even with its Pokémon League gym. Based on how quiet it was, Sam had a feeling most trainers stopped by, challenged the gym, then immediately passed through. As he was waiting, he let his mind go blank. He just needed to try to rest. Cyndaquil would be just fine now that she was in a proper facility. I don't know why she would try so hard to convince me that she's fine even though she was obviously not. Maybe she got injured against Whitney? And then she tried to hide it from me to save me from the guilt? But then why would the nurses not be able to find anything? It feels almost entirely physical. It's the weirdest sickness I've ever seen. He didn't react to the sound of the side door opening up, and he didn't react to footsteps entering the room. What he did react to was the sound of a voice. Can you check over my Pokémon? It was familiar, and Sam couldn't help but frown. Certainly. I'll make sure they're in perfect health. No sense in risking any lingering injuries after a harsh training session, right? Right, the familiar voice said humorlessly. Sam watched a certain boy walk over and collapse onto a neighboring couch. Xavier looked tired. It was clear he had been pushing himself lately. He leaned back and covered his face with an arm. Sam stared at the boy, waiting for him to say anything, but no words ever came. Hey, Sam said. He wasn't sure why he said that. Something about being ignored made him annoyed. What? Do you need something? Xavier asked, removing his arm to glance at Sam. His voice dripped with politeness. Sam wanted Xavier to react and recognize him. He wanted Xavier to realize who he was. Yet, the other boy just stared with a blank look of unfamiliarity. It seemed like all Xavier was doing was trying to get some rest, and Sam was struck by a realization. Xavier thought him to be just a stranger bothering him. Really? Sam asked, annoyance leaking into his tone. You really don't recognize me? He felt his voice hitch. Xavier raised an eyebrow with a slight hum. Hey? Oh. You're that boy from the boat. Xavier brought his arm back down to continue covering his eyes. Sam stuttered, unable to find his words due to sheer disbelief. That's it. Just that boy from the boat. Sam said. We talked once. Battled once. What more do you want from me? I'm not bothering you, am I? Sam was once again left struggling to speak. He had built up Xavier so much in his head that to be so utterly dismissed like this was like. You crushed Whitney's team. You declared you were going to win the conference. You got second place in the beginners tournament, higher than me. Xavier winced at that last one. So what? He snapped. I have an evolved Pokémon, now, Sam said, sitting up a bit taller. A glance at Mankey. Oh. You're Cyndaquil, then? Congratulations. No. My Haunter. Xavier rolled his eyes. Of course it's not the starter, he mumbled. You are aware I have 3 evolved Pokémon on my team, right? Sam felt his hands clench into fists as Xavier leaned forward and rubbed his temples. There wasn't any time for a response. The nurse called out Xavier's name. Xavier. Your Pokémon are ready for pickup. There was something about how quickly Xavier's team was checked over that churned Sam's gut. That's me, Xavier said. I know, Sam replied. Xavier stood up and walked away without any fanfare. Grumbling, Sam rested his face in his hands, trying to calm down. Closing his eyes, he didn't notice his shadow stretching towards Xavier until it was too late. A purple hand left the darkness to grab the leaving boy's foot. Xavier yelped, but he caught himself before he fell to the floor. He jerked around. What was that for? He shouted. Like elastic, Sam's shadow snapped back to him. Both of them saw. Sam stood up to better face Xavier, and Mankey hopped up onto the back of the couch to defend Sam if needed. Hey? Whatever could you mean? Sam asked. He hadn't expected Haunter to react with a prank, but he appreciated it. If his Pokémon was going to defend him, he was going to defend his Pokémon back. You. Xavier's expression was thunderous. You had your Pokémon attack me. I did nothing of the sort, Sam said imperiously. Xavier stormed over, thrusting his finger right at Sam's chest, but Mankey hopped over to growl and threaten the older boy before he could. At Xavier's side, a flash. Apparently, not every one of his Pokémon had been handed over. A tall, tawny owl Pokémon Noctowl released itself to leer at Mankey, ready to defend its trainer as well. A thump. 2 hands hit the Pokémon Center's front counter. Boys. Both Sam and Xavier winced at the sound of the nurse's angry voice. I will allow no fights within my Pokémon Center. Either take it outside and handle it like trainers, or talk it out and resolve it like adults. Xavier scowled, pulling back and returning his Pokémon. Sam did the same, returning Mankey, and sent Xavier a smug look. A sharp glare from the nurse cowed his reaction. Sorry, Sam mumbled. Xavier scoffed. Yet. I guess I'm sorry as well, he said. He didn't sound like he meant it. He walked away. Although, it wasn't like Sam was able to battle anyway. With Cyndaquil in the process of being checked over, his team wasn't in the position to be involved in any fights. As the older boy retrieved the rest of his Pokémon from the nurse, Sam looked down and whispered a quiet thanks to his team. It warmed him that they were so quickly on his side. Mankey couldn't react since he was inside of his Pokeball, but Haunter stuck out a hand and gave him a thumbs up from the floor. "And Sam," the nurse said, "can you come here?" Sam started to walk over as Xavier moved over to the wall and leaned against it. The older boy smirked at him. The tone the nurse used reminded Sam of his mother preparing for a lecture. "Hi," Sam said, taking on the appropriate apologetic tone when he arrived. "I'm sorry. That guy, he just gets on my nerves. I'm just stressed. Do you have an update on Cyndaquil?" The nurse's firm expression softened. "Not yet, but I don't think you have to worry. My Chansey is giving her the most thorough examination she can. Even if we can't immediately help her, we'll know what the problem is right away." Sam breathed out in satisfied relief. "But I wanted to talk to you about something else," she continued, holding out his trainer ID that he left behind. "You have 3 badges, right?" "Right," Sam said. "I was going to challenge Azalea Gym to earn my 4th. The nurse pursed her lips as she looked down at his card. She rotated it in her hand, which made a certain part of it shimmer in the light. "I'm sorry, but I really have to check. You are aware what this mark means too, right?" Her finger tapped on the ghostly sprite on his ID's top right corner. "Ah. I don't think I can say it out loud." "Go ahead. There's no problem if you say it here." Sam glanced at Xavier out of the corner of his eye, noticing how the older boy didn't bother hiding how he was listening in. "Whatever. Really want to find out? I hope you get scared." "Morty placed it there," Sam said proudly. "You know, Gym Leader Morty. It signifies that I'm skilled enough to handle real ghosts. I'm a ghost-type specialist." Xavier coughed. "At least, I'm still training to be one," Sam continued. It wouldn't do him well to brag so boldly in front of the nurse. "Uh-huh." The nurse leaned to the side to glance at her computer, where the members of Sam's team, specifically Mankey and Cyndaquil, were likely displayed. "You have a ghastly?" she asked. "Haunter, now," Sam said. "That does demonstrate a level of familiarity." The nurse hummed, seeming to genuinely consider something. After several tense seconds, she firmly nodded once, as if coming to a decision. "All right. I have an exclusive job for you." Sam's heart was already hammering in his chest. After that line of questioning, there was only one thing that job could possibly be. "You want me to handle a ghost?" he asked cautiously. "Oh, no, no, no. Nothing like that," the nurse tittered. "No, I just want you to scout out Slowpoke well. There have been reports of a possible spirit down there, and I need someone to confirm that's true before I submit a request for professional assistance. Jobs like that are expensive, and we can't afford to allow the Pokémon Center to waste its money." Sam stood as tall as he could, puffing out his chest to demonstrate his confidence. "Absolutely. Of course I'll do it. Anything to help," he said. He was just excited that he could finally put everything he had learned back in Ecruteak to use. The nurse smiled at him and started to type on her computer, likely noting that the job had been accepted. However, a voice called out, interrupting. "Hold on!" Xavier shouted. "How come he gets this job and not someone more qualified?" The other boy practically ran over to reach the counter. "Sam here does have the qualifications," the nurse replied, frowning. "And when it comes to this job, he has 3 gym badges compared to my 4, Xavier stated. Her frown deepened. Sam immediately scowled. Right when he was about to object, a better idea came to mind. "Let him take it," he quickly said. "But only because I'm also taking it. Since it's just a scouting job, help would make it safer. I wouldn't mind the assistance." Xavier sent Sam a side eye, opening his mouth to decline. But when the nurse looked away to glance at her computer, Sam sent Xavier a wink. He blinked, surprised. "It would help you stay safer," she mumbled. "He has a Noctowl," he added. "Noctowl are great at seeing through illusions." Starting to catch on, Xavier nodded his head as well. "It took me only 2 Pokémon to earn my 4th gym badge. My team is strong. I'll be able to work with the utmost care," he said. Another hum. The nurse eyed them both suspiciously before letting loose a sigh of defeat. "All right, fine," she said. "But I want to be clear, leave the moment you confirm there's a wild spirit. I don't want either of you to be harmed, or worse, possessed." Both boys quickly nodded in unison, replying with versions of, "You got it," and, "Absolutely." Still keeping an eye on them, she turned to head into the back room, where the Chansey had disappeared with Cyndaquil's Pokeball. The door swung back and forth on its hinges before finally settling to be absolutely shut. The moment the nurse was out of sight, Sam and Xavier's smiles dropped, and Xavier immediately turned to Sam. "Explain," he ordered. Even the smallest of his movements screamed of annoyance. Sam replied with a cheeky grin. "A competition," he said. "Whichever one of us finds the ghost first gets the payment for the job." "That's hardly anything." Xavier waved him off with a scoff. "How about you put up something that actually matters?" Then, Sam briefly remembered something Reedy had mentioned before. "Loser has to buy the winner a custom-made Pokeball." "I can do that," Xavier said, nodding. "But I want something else, too, an apology. And you have to say that I'm the better Pokémon trainer when you lose." "When you lose, you mean?" Sam said. Xavier rolled his eyes and moved to wait by the front door. Sam loitered near a couch, purposefully not even glancing Xavier's way, before the nurse came back out and called his name. "Samuel," she said. He nervously approached. "How's Cyndaquil?" he asked. A soft smile. An amused soft smile. "I'm not surprised you weren't able to figure out what was wrong," she said alongside her smile. "It's not a common condition, I've only personally seen something like this twice before. Thankfully, there's no need to worry. I can confidently say that there's nothing wrong with Cyndaquil." "What do you mean?" "But she's been a lot slower." "Are you sure she's not sick?" Sam cried out. A chuckle. The nurse shook her head. "I can say there's nothing wrong with Cyndaquil because she's the picture of perfect health. If anything, she's too healthy. She might be strained, but the strain is a symptom of a positive change." "Congratulations." The realization slowly set in, and the nurse continued to speak. "She's been holding it back, but the results are clear. Any moment now, your Cyndaquil is due for her evolution. She'll be able to evolve into Quilava sometime very soon." Chapter 40. Sam saw Reedy leave the back hallway right as the nurse revealed Cyndaquil's impending evolution. He had no clue what kind of expression he was making, but given the way Reedy froze up, he was pretty sure he didn't look good. "Cyndaquil can evolve?" he asked. His hands gripped at the edge of the counter, but he didn't feel like he had the strength to grab on. "It's more than that. She's able to evolve right now," the nurse said. "Evolution occurs when Pokémon gather enough internal energy to support a stronger form. For most starter Pokémon and basic species, it's just a matter of raw power and stamina, like in the case of your Cyndaquil. But for others..." She shook her head. "It's a bit more complicated, as it varies from species to species. Some require vast amounts of refined energy, like what's provided by evolution stones, but that same energy can also be gathered just by staying in the appropriate environment. I've heard Kanto's Blaine has evolved several Growlithe by keeping them nearby Cinnabar's volcano." Sam absent-mindedly nodded, and the nurse typed something on her keyboard. She slid him back Cyndaquil's Pokeball as well as his trainer ID. "In the case of your Haunter's eventual evolution, his case is slightly different. Certain Pokémon like him or Graveler or Machoke require significantly more energy, but their required energy is more transient, I suppose? Expect an evolution in a moment of great stress or change, with circumstances varying between individual to individual. I've heard some say that trade machines can inspire that kind of evolution too, but..." She chuckled emotionlessly. "If you ask me, it feels somewhat cruel." Sam knew most of this, although the comment about trade machines was new to him. The problem was that she wasn't explaining what he wanted. What about Cyndaquil? The strain came from her holding back her evolution? Why would she do that? Sam thought they had promised each other. And yet, Cyndaquil has been showing symptoms since the gym battle in Goldenrod. Why haven't I figured it out until now? How can you tell she's ready for evolution? He asked. Why would she? Is there a reason she might want to hold it back? To answer your first question, it's the strain on her body as well as how much power she has at her disposal. That's her internal energy fighting to be let loose, the nurse answered. Weeks. Sam grimaced. Cyndaquil's been going through all of that for weeks. As for your second question, the nurse hummed. Holding back evolution isn't common, but it's generally due to a psychological reason. Likely, it's either because she wants to stay a Cyndaquil, or it's because she feels she'd benefit from staying a Cyndaquil a bit longer. The first possibility was wrong. Sam knew for a fact Cyndaquil was determined to become a Hisuian Typhlosion. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thrown herself into training so hard, nor would she have focused on Curse so much. No, the nurse had been correct with her second guess. Cyndaquil wants to maximize the time she spends as a Quilava, Sam realized. Every moment she delays now is another moment she can train after she evolves. This is her trying to ensure she's prepared. This is her being. She's afraid that she'll evolve into the wrong Typhlosion. Sam felt as if someone had just punched him in the gut. There might not have been anything inherently wrong with Cyndaquil, but she was subjecting herself to extreme stress just to try to ensure the right outcome. "Thank you," Sam mumbled. The nurse replied with an, "Of course," and bowed her head. Sam wanted to leave and talk to his friend. He wanted to assure her that there was no reason to stress, and that they had more than enough time if they both worked at it together. One talk is all that would take. One moment of apology. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Someone was waiting for him right outside the Pokémon Center. He wasn't exactly free. And as he stepped back and started to head to the front door, Reedy rushed to his side. "Hey," she said. "Sorry for taking so long. Is Cyndaquil all right?" Sam looked down to where he was still holding his friend's Pokeball. "Yeah. She's just holding back her evolution," he said, unsure. Reedy blinked at him. Then, she nodded her head as if everything suddenly made sense. "Ah. I thought it was weird she hadn't evolved yet. I didn't think she'd want to hold it back, though. Well, congratulations, maybe? Are you going to talk to her?" Sam pursed his lips and replied with a slight nod. "I want to, but, I kind of challenged Xavier." "Xavier? That guy is here." Reedy narrowed her eyes. "Want me to fight him for you?" "What? No." Sam said, trying to wave the idea away. I was the one to bother him. The nurse hired me to find a ghost, and now we're going to race to see who finds it first." Reedy opened her mouth to try to respond, but she paused to think before she managed to speak. "Okay," she finally said. "Well, I guess I'll go trade our apricorns for Pokeballs. Want me to sign us up for the gym while I'm out?" "Yes please," Sam said. Reedy smiled at him and bumped his arm. She wasn't pushing for anything, and like usual, she was acting like nothing was wrong. The way she was treating this like everything was normal made Sam feel better. He really appreciated the casual sign of support as she jogged out of the room, waving goodbye. Once she left, Sam took a deep breath and held it in. "All right. Just have to meet with Xavier and head to Slowpoke Well. Then, I'll be able to talk with Cyndaquil about her evolution. And then find a ghost." He breathed out. As Sam stepped outside, he glanced over at the boy next to the door. Xavier was waiting impatiently, standing with his arms crossed and looking annoyed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" the older boy snapped. "Thought I'd run off to get a head start, didn't you?" "No," Sam groaned, running his hand over his face. He used this moment to clip Cyndaquil's Pokeball back to his belt. "Come on. Since we both need to search Slowpoke Well, I'm gonna give you an overview of how all of this works." He really hated how Xavier rolled his eyes. The two of them began to walk towards the nearby lake, where Azalea's famed Slowpoke Well was situated. Sam didn't really want to talk to Xavier, but part of his Morty-assigned responsibility was to keep people safe from ghosts. That remained true even if he really didn't like who he was talking to. "Look, I want to be absolutely clear before I get into specifics," Sam said, forcing his voice to stay level. "Ghosts are real. And I don't mean ghost types. I mean ghosts. You know, spirits. Otherworldly entities. Things that have passed away without passing on." "Sure," Xavier said. He sounded sarcastic. "You really think a Pokémon Center nurse would give me this job if that wasn't true?" Sam asked. "Give us the job, you mean," Xavier replied. However, hesitation was already creeping into his voice. Sam pushed on. "Ghosts come in 3 primary categories: emotional entities, spiritual entities, and ghost-type projections," he explained. "I only included that last category for accuracy's sake. Most reported ghost sightings are fake and caused by wild Pokémon. The other 2 categories are what we'll need to deal with, though I guess there are some arguments that they might be the same thing. When Sam saw Xavier staring at him, he coughed quickly and waved his arms. No, look, look. Morty himself lent me books about all of this. They're all academic and professionally vetted. Emotional entities are ghosts formed from lingering masses of negative emotions. Spiritual entities are formed when something actually passes on. Xavier remained silent. He turned away from Sam and stared at the stone-covered ground. How does this help us? He asked. Not much, to be honest, Sam said with an awkward chuckle. I guess I just didn't know where to start. You'll want to look for cold rooms, the feeling of being lost, and moving shadows. Treat anything you encounter as a ghost type and run away the best you can. 9 times out of 10, expect some kind of illusion, which is part of the reason I brought up your noctowl. Why? Because you needed my help. Xavier interrupted. No, it's because noctowl are known to be able to see through illusions, Sam said. It's why Morty's gym has a few trainers with them. I only came up with this idea because you have a noctowl. That Pokémon gives you a teeny tiny chance of being able to keep up. But it doesn't matter. I'm the one going to find the ghost, not you. I'm the sole ghost type specialist between us. I'll be the sole victor. Xavier snorted. They walked in silence for several seconds before the boy spoke up. You sure you specialize in the ghost type? You have a Mankey and a Cyndaquil. Yeah, Sam sniffed. What of it? I know what I said. I train ghost types. TCH tell me that once they evolve into ghosts, Xavier said sarcastically, putting his hands in his pockets. Sam smirked. Trust me, I absolutely will. Truth be told, Sam probably could have gone more in depth about what he knew. He could have discussed historical sightings and mentioned known, specific types of ghosts. However, it wouldn't have helped the search. That, and his mind was stuck on Cyndaquil. All he could do was think about her as they walked the rest of the way in silence. The moment Xavier was gone, Sam planned to ditch the other boy in the name of competition and bring Cyndaquil out to talk. The sky was a beautiful, cloudless blue, which didn't exactly fit their job or Sam's internal feelings. The flocks of Pokémon flew above them, and locals cheerfully idled about as they went through their day. It took a decent amount of time to reach their destination. Azalea was rather wide, after all, but they found themselves at the shore of a softly lapping lake soon enough. Slowpoke Well was a well, but it had dried up long ago and now served as the entrance to a cavern that stretched out under the lake. The place was named after the slowpoke species obviously, and even just up here, Sam could see groups of the namesake pink Pokémon lazing about with their tails hanging in the water. Next to them, tiny tunnels only slowpoke could fit into dotted the lake's gravel shore. An old-fashioned well sat nearby, with crumbling yet somehow still sturdy bricks making up its structure. Peering in, its depth stretched down dozens of feet with a rope ladder serving as the way in. Sam would have brought up how he thought it was strange there was a well right next to a lake. Why bother with 2 sources of fresh water, after all? But that kind of observation was something to have a back and forth about with Reedy. Xavier didn't seem like a talker. More than anything, the other boy was a bit too tense. More of a brooder, I guess. Sam glanced back at all the dozing, wild Pokémon, but Xavier was already climbing over the edge of the wall. He paused as a foot touched a rope rung, testing it before looking back up at Sam. I want to know why you bothered me in the first place, Xavier asked. Sam blinked. Xavier stared him in the eye with a serious expression on his face. I wanted to prove myself, Sam answered. To who? I wanted to prove myself to. He bit his lip. What should I say? He wanted to prove himself to himself. He wanted to prove that he was a good Pokémon trainer, and that Xavier wasn't better than him. He knew he was still growing. He knew he had a long ways to go. All of that, however, sounded lame. Sam wasn't sure why he had bothered Xavier. He could have let the other boy rest and allow both of them to continue on without any problems. Of course, Xavier mumbled after Sam went a long time without giving a reply. A starter Pokémon and no proper motivation. Sam bristled, opening his mouth to refute him, but Xavier was already climbing down before he could speak. He grumbled nothing polite under his breath before grabbing a Pokeball off of his belt. Rather than sending out Cyndaquil, Sam instead returned Haunter. He aimed the ball at his shadow, and the sneaky ghost type was sucked up in a flash of red light and disappeared from where he was hiding. Glad to know that works. From there, checking to make sure he was alone. Sam held Cyndaquil's Pokeball in his hand. He stared at it before deciding to kneel. Then, he hit the button to allow her to appear in front of him, a foot away on the ground. "Hi, Cyndaquil," Sam said. The little fire type yawned upon being sent out and looked up at him with a small smile. Sam had to fight to stop himself from frowning. Cyndaquil looked tired. Exhausted, in a way. Yet, that smile was an attempt to reassure him that everything was just fine. He now knew what to look for, and Sam could see how she leaned into herself. Cyndaquil was every so slightly bent inwards, as if she was trying to hold something close to her chest. Or inside of her. "Cyndaquil," Sam lightly ran fingers across the fur of her head. "Pokémon Center treat you well." She punched the air with her paws and let her flames flare briefly on her back. She would have looked fine if it wasn't for how she was clearly holding all of her energy in. "The nurse." "I talked to the nurse," Sam said. "She said you were close to evolving. Even more, she said you could evolve at any time." Cyndaquil went still. He wanted to ask why she didn't tell him, but that felt accusatory. His friend was allowed to have concerns. In the end, he let out a sigh and shook his head. "I get it," he said. "I think I really get it. Becoming a forgotten species is, a lot yet? You just wanted to maximize the time before your final evolution. It hurt, but you wanted to make sure both of us would be successful." Cyndaquil wasn't able to meet him in the eye. Sam let himself sit back, the gravel crunching under his body. He let his head fall back as he stared up at the sky and sighed. "Thank you," he said, "but training isn't worth it if it just puts you at risk. I want you to know that evolving into that Typhlosion doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not you personally become a ghost type on our ghost type team. Yes, I want to be a specialist. Yes, I'm going to specialize in the ghost type. But to make you stress about it, it's not worth it. Your happiness matters to me more than us being successful. If my worries are making you hurt yourself." She hurried over to put a paw on Sam's leg. She squeaked adamantly, trying to say that wasn't the case. It wasn't Sam putting all that pressure on her. It wasn't him that was causing her to hold herself back. She just didn't want to worry him. She thought that if she held on for long enough, she'd figure out how to hold it back properly without giving anything up. It would have been brushed off like a random illness, and then they would have had more time to prepare. She was afraid. She looked at the gravel beneath them and squeaked. Cyndaquil was afraid that even with all of her effort, she wasn't going to reach the final evolution she desired. Sam looked at her before letting out a laugh. "Man, that's really dumb, hey." She looked up at him and shouted at him, annoyed. "No, I don't mean your worries or your dreams or anything like that. I mean us. How we don't want either of us to worry one another," he said. Cyndaquil let out a sigh and rubbed the side of her head. She let herself sit next to Sam as he scratched the back of her neck just how she liked it. "We've already promised we'd always travel together, so let's just not think about it. I'm sure if we work together and put our everything into it, we'll do our best. And if you don't evolve into a ghost type, who cares? We're trying to do something no one else has really done before us, anyway." She sniffed in agreement. Sam sent her the brightest smile he could muster and stood up, swinging his arms. "You know, if you really want to delay your evolution, we can ask a Pokémon Center for an Everstone. They provide them when needed, and using one will easily hold back." She furiously shook her head. An Everstone was a commitment. She didn't want to delay her evolution that much. She just wanted to buy herself a bit more time, and after this conversation, she was feeling better about it, anyway. Sam reached for his other two team members' Pokeballs, but as he did, he looked over Cyndaquil one last time. She was standing easier and with less stress. Though she might not have evolved, it was as if she didn't need to try as hard to maintain her current form. Haunter and Mankey were sent out after that. Mankey looked to be in a foul mood, as the last thing he experienced outside of his ball was Xavier getting up into Sam's face. Haunter, meanwhile, looked absolutely indignant that Sam had yanked him out of his hiding space within his shadow. He raised his fist at Sam and shook it before laughing at being able to do that sort of action in the first place. "Sorry. I wanted a private talk with Cyndaquil." The ghost type shrugged and placed his hands across one another to mime crossing a set of arms. Now that everyone was out, Sam walked over to the rope ladder that stretched into the earth. He glanced down into darkness, let his expression focus, and turned back to his team to share a proper plan. So, he said, starting his announcement with a short shout. If you didn't hear it earlier, hear it now. The local nurse hired us to scout out a ghost. Cyndaquil shivered as she walked closer to Sam. Mankey hopped between his feet excitedly. Not a ghost type, but a real ghost, Sam specified. Mankey looked even happier. The idea of a good fight seemed to cheer him up after everything else. No, Sam rubbed his head. I don't want you to get your hopes up. This is a scouting trip. We were explicitly told not to get into any fights. Mankey slumped. That put a lid on his excitement, but it was better to be disappointed now instead of later. Slowpoke Well is a... Well, it's a well, Sam said, chuckling at his own joke. It's home to hundreds, if not, thousands of slowpoke, which are considered sacred to Azalea for some reason. Basically, we can't disturb them, but this place is open to the public so we don't need to sneak around. When we head down there, don't bother anyone or anything, and keep an eye out for the ghost. And no, we weren't given any specific details other than that. It's on us to report back to let the Pokémon Center make the appropriate arrangements. Sam at least had a base level of information to work with, thanks to Morty. Given the advice he had received, he knew he could treat spirits as something akin to ghost types. After his encounter with that mischievous, he quickly looked around and saw nothing. Sam hoped that the attraction between ghosts remained true, and he hoped that either Haunter would guide him or the local ghost would come straight to him. Thankfully, Haunter was smiling more so than usual. Something about encountering a real ghost made the ghost type excited in the same way Mankey had been moments before. Haunter moved to float next to Sam, and Mankey clambered up Sam's body to hang off his shoulder. Sam made sure to deposit Cyndaquil into his hood, as well. Then, making sure everyone was secured and ready, he climbed over the edge of the well and descended the rope ladder into its depths. The bottom was stone, and one side of the wall had collapsed outwards into darkness. The only illumination was a faint bit of sun that peeked in from above. We need a light, Sam said. He had a flashlight in his backpack, but when he spoke, 2 Pokémon acted. Cyndaquil managed to conjure a single, shaky will-o-wisp that hovered by her side. As for Haunter, he used Hex. Purple flames levitated around the ghost type's body and revealed the surrounding area in a purple hue. That works, Sam said. Haunter cackled, and Cyndaquil breathed out, letting her will-o-wisp drop. You're showing improvement, at least. Your flame control is growing by leaps and bounds. You wouldn't be able to maintain a flame like that back in Goldenrod. She smiled. Mankey hopped off Sam's back as he grabbed his flashlight. It gave him a directed beam of yellow-tinted light while everything else glowed in a ghost purple. Now able to see, he stepped forward, and he and his Pokémon entered a cavern just past the collapsed wall. Like the lake above, there was also a lake below. Its waters were murky, and the ceiling was filled with stalactites. Constant drips filled the cavern with irregular, echoing noise. A path of rocky stones circled the edge of the lake, interrupted occasionally by streams that led to other rooms. Ledges and pure stone shores stretched out over and into the water every here and there, and they were all pink. Almost entirely pink. It was abundantly clear why this place was called Slowpoke Well. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't bother any of the slowpoke, and try to locate that ghost. Haunter popped an eye out of his head and mimicked slicing through a grape. He laughed as he popped it back in. The entire group gaped at him. I didn't know you could do that, Sam whispered. Haunter shrugged with his floating hands and moved slightly away to better stay on guard. Alongside the constant dripping, the low moans of Slowpoke echoed at regular intervals. One would say its name, then another would say its name in a response several seconds later. That would start a wave of delayed name-calling around the entire cavern that would last for minutes at a time. Then it was back to near silence afterwards. The process repeated several times as Sam made his way around the lake. Few Zubat in here, too, he commented, watching their sleeping forms hang between the stalactites above. Thanks for the hex, Haunter. The ghost-type move's purple light didn't wake them, but Sam had a feeling that pointing his flashlight at them would. Following the edge of the room, Sam carefully maneuvered over uneven stones and across sections of wet, slippery rock smoothed out by both water and wild Pokémon. At several points, he had to climb over large boulders or blockades of sharp stalagmites, but Haunter could float, and Mankey could climb. Both of them were perfect assistants to help Sam get through. I'd check the new Pokédex to see if I could figure out what other species could be found here, but I don't want to risk it. The air is too damp and would be horrible for its pages. I'm thankful Mom made sure I got a waterproof backpack. Then again, most backpacks for sale in Dewford are waterproof. He checked where streams formed side caverns, and they were usually just small ponds that connected to the main lake. Overall, the main cavern area was a few hundred feet across, with the side ponds being maybe 10 or 20 feet across at most. Occasionally, Sam swore he saw something large swimming in the middle of the underground lake, but his flashlight wasn't quite strong enough to reveal it. He was at least pretty certain that the large shape was a Pokémon. It would be much more worrying, otherwise. It wasn't until Sam explored halfway around that he saw anything of note. Unfortunately, it wasn't the ghost he wanted. Xavier stood at the edge of one of those side room ponds, facing away and staring at its back wall. Sam would have moved on, not willing to risk assisting his competition, but there was something about this situation that was strange. Xavier wasn't moving. His gaze didn't leave the back wall. It looked as though his breaths were shallow, and he looked almost entirely motionless outside of them. Sam started to feel his heart pound in his chest. Don't tell me. He silently crept over, wondering if bringing Xavier was a horrible mistake. Keeping each footstep quiet, Sam inched towards Xavier. The boy stared unblinking out over the dark waters. The light from Sam's flashlight merged with Xavier's own source of light, an electric lantern hooked to his belt that gave him an almost ethereal glow. Sam carefully raised a hand to place on Xavier's shoulder. Hello. He put his hand down. Xavier quickly turned around. The two Pokémon trainers both screamed out of fright. What was that for? Xavier yelled, stumbling back and pointing accusingly. I thought. Sam breathed in, clutching his chest. I thought you might have gotten possessed. No. Xavier scowled, but he was also breathing just as heavily from the shock Sam had given. I was keeping an eye on my Noctowl. She's scouting. Oh. The owl Pokémon landed next to her trainer. Sam had completely forgotten that Noctowl could fly silently. It was just you were standing so still, Sam hastily said. Xavier sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Whatever. Look there, he said, pointing with his hand. The room wasn't anywhere as large as the lake, but it was still larger than the other ponds, likely about 50 or 60 feet across. Only the faintest bit of light reached the far end, and Sam had to squint to make out whatever Xavier saw. Stalagmites grew out of the ground in a near circle, and lumps branched off their tips to almost resemble coral. It was a strange shape that somehow looked unnatural, yet it had clearly been formed without the influence of anything in this cavern. It looks like a king's rock, doesn't it? Xavier said. And I think that's suspicious. A king's rock can be used to safely evolve a slowpoke to a slow king. Given our location. I thought slowpoke evolved through shelter. Sam asked. A flash of annoyance went through Xavier's eyes. He frowned, but he didn't look away from the strange formation of stone. Sometimes. Not always. Shelter can trigger the evolution, but slowpoke can also evolve on their own. In that case, new shells grow from rapidly expanding bone, usually out of their tails. King's rocks help make sure they grow in the proper shape and out of their heads, becoming Slowking in the process. Sam hated that image. He chose not to think about it. His gaze lingered on the king's rock-like formation as well. However, as he stared, he soon realized something. He was having trouble pulling his gaze away. There was some trait with the stone formation that made it almost magnetic. When he tried to bring his head to turn, he failed. The rocks consumed his vision, yet Xavier was too focused to notice. Sam grit his teeth. What suddenly stood out to him as well was how this room was completely silent, too. Haunter. Sam called out. Help. A chill shot through his spine when a darkened hand was placed on his shoulder. When he turned, he breathed out in relief when he saw Haunter's usual grin. Thanks, he said before glancing at Xavier, doing his best to not even think about those strange rocks. Hey, what happens when you try to look away? Nothing. He paused. What's going on? Did you do this? Sam grabbed Xavier's shoulder and yanked him back. The older boy looked annoyed, but his face also looked extraordinarily pale. I think the ghost is here, Sam said. It's not. Xavier shouted. No such thing. This is just a weird, natural, occurrence. Or maybe there's a ghost type around, not a real ghost. Remember what I said? Sam asked. Xavier didn't reply. While unusual, this wasn't actually evidence. Occasional anomalies like this could be found across the world. Sam needed absolute proof that this was the domain of the ghost. All right. Let's try to break that formation. What? No, why? Xavier hissed. Sam held a finger to his lips to shush Xavier. He didn't actually plan to break it, but he needed to verbalize that threat to see if it stirred a reaction. He had read that strategy in a book. There was no change in the room. It remained utterly silent, and the magnetism of the King's Rock formation remained. Sam waited a full minute before giving up. Guess I was wrong. Told you, Xavier said. Well, good luck finding it. There's still more to this place that needs to. Sam paused when he turned back around. The smooth floor that had once connected this side room to the main cavern now came to an abrupt halt. A wall stood in place of the opening he had just passed through. He didn't wait. He ran forward. This has to be an illusion. It has to be. His hand impacted the wall solid stone. He took several nervous steps back, until... What's that? Xavier asked. Above the water's surface, mist started to drift up and coalesce. It initially looked like mist formed from a natural chill, but the rate at which it condensed was too much. Something was causing this, and a sudden drop in temperature made Sam rub his arms. He found his breath coming to him quickly. He was afraid. But he was also excited. All right. All right. There's a ghost with us here. And it didn't appreciate my comment. If we can't escape, then we're going to have to defend ourselves. So that means... Haunter said something. Sam turned his head. Sorry, Nurse Joy, but I think we're going to have to fight. The mist that hung over the lake changed. Now, within it was a pair of floating eyes. Whatever this ghost was, it was definitely here. And there was something about its narrowed gaze that told Sam it didn't intend to let them leave.